Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Rage of Her Ravens by Tara West, narrated by Elizabeth Russell. Part 1. Deception, Fate, and Flames of Rage. Chapter 1. Flora Avias, 55 years earlier. I skipped across the smooth marble stones through my sister's private garden like a sprite being carried on a breeze, my heart feeling lighter than the wispy clouds overhead, though it had grown thrice in size just this past week. I had found my fated mates, 2 handsome dukes, and I was in love. I spied my sister taking tea by her fish pond, a backdrop of crimson thorny roses behind her. 2 fire mages stood as still as statues beside the bushes, their red cloaks blending in with the flowers. Ever the serious queen, my sister was dressed in her court attire, a flowing crimson gown with a silver-embroidered bodice and stomacher that appeared so stiff and tight, I wondered how my twin was able to breathe. My sister's mage Selig sat with her, an equally serious expression carved into his thin face, his long black beard curling around his teacup before cascading into his lap. I inwardly laughed, knowing my sister was probably mortified by her disheveled mage. No doubt there were curly hairs embedded in the silk tablecloth and floating in her tea. Selig shed like a mangy mongrel. I waved to my sister when she looked up, shielding her eyes against the mid-morning sun with a silk fan. "Mal!" Her eyes widened, and so did her smile. "Flora." She pushed back her chair with stiff arms, her gown restricting her movements. I picked up my skirts and ran to her, ignoring Selig's snicker of disapproval when I flung myself into Malvolia's arms, laughing as we kissed and hugged. Malvolia pulled back, clutching my shoulders. Though we were identical twins, it felt as if I was looking at a stranger. She'd caved to court pressure and donned their strange fashions. She wore her chestnut hair in austere braids on the sides of her head like coiled snakes, barely visible through the black veil that was secured by her ruby and diamond tiara, the same one I remembered our mother wearing before the dark tide had taken her from us. My sister's face had been painted chalky white and then stained with red rouge high up on her cheekbones. Her brows had been plucked so thin there were nothing more than slashes of ink. She reminded me of the porcelain dolls we played with as children. She dug her nails into my shoulders, desperation reflecting in her eyes. "Is it true?" I swallowed back a knot of apprehension as the heat from her fingers seeped into my skin, reminding me her fire was far more lethal than the strongest fire mages. "It is." Her lips twisted ever so slightly as she looked over my shoulder. "Where are they?" "They're staying in my chambers," I said, heat flushing my face when her jaw dropped. "Should I summon them?" "No, not yet." She cleared her throat, giving her mage an expectant look. Selig returned her stare with a blank expression before recognition finally dawned in his eyes. "If you would excuse me, Your Highness." He stood and stiffly bowed, his useless wings rustling beneath his robes. As a half-human, half-fae, he'd been born with magic and black feathered wings, just like all Ravini fae males, though his wings dangled like 2 limp flags. "I must attend to court matters." I laughed when food crumbs fell from his beard. But then he gave me a long, dark look. When I felt the whisper-soft brush of invisible fingers across my mind, I threw my mental shields up and matched his look with one of my own. "Try it," I projected to him, knowing he could hear my thought. "And I'll knee your balls so hard you'll be pissing blood for a week." Selig coughed and sputtered, then stepped back. "Forgive me, Your Grace." He bowed to me. "I meant no harm." I snarled at him, flashing my teeth like I was a lupine fae. "That will be enough, Selig," my sister scolded the mage, trails of black magic swirling from her fingertips. And from now on, you will stay out of my sister's head, or you will answer to me." His eyes widened as he made an awkward bow. "Yes, Your Highness." He bowed to me. "My apologies." I didn't reward him with an answer as I turned up my nose. I'd never trusted the mage, especially not after his uncle had murdered our family and half the court. But whenever I'd tried to warn my sister, she would remind me that he'd helped us overcome his uncle during the dark tide. She'd also say I kept even worse company with Selig's brother Thorin, though some part of me suspected she was right. I'd befriended him at an early age, mostly out of pity. I'd been the only royal, or fae for that matter, who'd ever been kind to him. I felt sorry for the mind spinner when the entire court shrank back at the sight of him and covered their faces in those ridiculous veils. Once Selig had left us, Mal motioned for me to sit. I sat in Selig's seat, an uncomfortable chair made of iron lattice that dug into my rear. Warmth flooded my chest when I remembered just this morning Derek's fingers digging into my rear as well. Only his touch gave me pleasure and had been far more intimate. He and Marius were such skilled lovers. They put Faki's mediocre lovemaking to shame. Plus, they were Ravini fae, just like me. Faknin was a she-fae. She-males were wingless, as many were dragon riders. Not Faknin, though. He'd never formed a bond with a dragon, and I often wondered if it was because Faki was too much of a spoiled, petulant prince for any dragon to take him seriously. His pale hair and eyes didn't appeal to me as much as the dark features of Ravini males. Plus, those powerful wings inspired several new sexual positions. Since Ravini females were born without wings, I'd always been jealous of Ravini males. But now I had 2 sets of strong wings to fly me wherever and however I wanted. I'd met Marius and Derek after my sister had sent me on an ambassador mission to the Eastern Shore. I had gone only to discuss trade, for their land was rich with minerals and other resources. I hadn't meant to fall in love, but fate had other ideas. I'd felt the bond the moment Marius had helped me from the carriage, his touch burning through the fine silk of my glove. My mates and I had been too distracted to discuss trade, but it didn't matter now. My sister couldn't have more loyal allies. They'd even agreed to take the Avias name, so long as I married them. "Would you like some tea and cakes?" Malvolia asked, motioning to the steaming teapot and the delicate little cakes with yellow flowers laid out in perfect symmetry on a tiered tray. I frowned at the curly beard hairs on the tablecloth in front of me. They looked like pubes. "No, thanks." I placed a hand across my abdomen. "We had a late breakfast." I bit my lip as I recalled why we had eaten so late. My mates had found something else to feast on all morning. Me. My sister cleared her throat, giving me a long look. "Are you sure you felt the bond?" I nodded. "We can mind speak." She gasped, arching back as if I'd just flashed her mages my breasts. "You've already slept with them?" "What did you expect?" I scowled, flicking a wiry beard pube off my dress. "They're my mates." I turned pleading eyes on my sister. "Are you angry with me?" She reached across the table and grabbed my hand, her eyes glossing over. "You know I could never be angry with you, sister, even though this puts our truce in jeopardy." She gave my hand a reassuring warm squeeze, even as shadows fell across her features. "I don't want to go to war with Caldaria." I squeezed her hand back before pulling away. Faknin wouldn't dare start a war over this. Though he was still a prince, it was no secret his elderly father was close to death. Faki had been regent for the past several years, and he was known to be a coward who refused to fight his own battles. She arched a thin brow. "For you he would." I turned up my chin. You let me handle him. Soon Fawkey would be a king without a queen. Perhaps the humiliation of my rejection would humble him. Despite his vanity, I had cared for Fawkey, and I'd thought I could one day love him. But that was before I'd met my true mates, Marius and Derek Fortis, the Dukes of Elysi. Fawknan would have no choice but to release me from our betrothal, for mating bonds were rare and held more weight than engagement vows. Marriages had even been dissolved over mating bonds. Luckily, I hadn't yet married Fawknan. I had put off the Kaldarian prince more than once. Perhaps it had been luck, or maybe intuition, but I'd never been in a hurry to marry him. Now I didn't have to. "Where will you live?" my sister asked. I grabbed a tea cake off the tallest tier, thankful there were no black hairs stuck to it. "With them on their estate," I said while picking a sugary flower off the cake and popping it in my mouth. My mates had a vast estate east of Delphi, a dukedom that had been gifted to their great-great-grandfathers by their sister, my great-great-grandmother, making them my cousins thrice removed. "Not in Thebes?" Mal asked, a wounded look in her eyes. I took a bite of the cake, buttery vanilla exploding in my mouth. It was so delicious, and I was suddenly hungry. Vigorous lovemaking sure worked up an appetite. You know they don't care for court politics. "You won't be able to rule by my side." I shoved the rest of the cake into my mouth, crumbs spewing from my lips. "We both know being a queen was never my calling." Had she forgotten I wouldn't have been able to rule with her had I married Fawknan? She frowned, twisting a cloth napkin around her finger. "It could be." "I would only make a mess of things." I wiped crumbs off my mouth with the back of my hand. "Besides, why would I when we already have the best queen who's ever ruled?" Mal hung her head. "I'll miss you." When she looked back up at me, pools of unshed tears reflecting in her eyes, I jumped from my seat. Kneeling by her side, I took her hand in mine, not caring about the gravel that dirtied my gown. "I'll visit often. It will be better this way." I tried to sound reassuring. "I would have been too busy as queen had I married Fawknan." She dabbed her eyes with her napkin. "Do you love them?" My chest ached to see her so sad. My sister and I had been through so much, barely surviving the slaughter of our family. There was a time I couldn't imagine never being by her side, but we always knew being a ruler hadn't been my calling. I longed for a family, goddess willing, and I loved the quiet solitude of the countryside, not the bustle and madness of court. I do. She straightened and turned up her chin, looking every bit the regal queen. "Then I suppose we need to have a wedding." "Thank you!" I jumped up and threw myself into her arms, laughing when she grunted beneath me. "You're the best sister ever!" Malvolia. My head swam with wine as I sat at the elevated bridal table, nibbling on a buttery roll while looking down at the festivities below. Somewhere across the hall, a quartet of musicians strummed their instruments as guests wearing their most elegant finery lined up to pay their respects to my twin. They brought all kinds of gifts, from colorful fruit baskets to exotic perfumes and silks. I was seated to Marius's right, my sister on his other side, flanked between him and Derek. My mage sat on my other side, gorging on bread and wine. No doubt his beard and robe were covered in crumbs. I tried not to look in his direction, lest I vomit wine all over the silk tablecloth. Many times I wondered why I kept him as my mage, but then I remembered that I wouldn't have overthrown his evil uncle if not for his help. But enough about my slovenly mage. After only a fortnight, Flora and I had pulled off the wedding of the century. My sweet sister looked content seated between her mates. My new brothers-in-law were so charming and so devoted to my sister. their wings draped protectively around the back of her chair. I couldn't have asked for better mates for her. She'd smiled more in these past 2 weeks than I'd seen in our lifetime. As a matter of fact, I hadn't seen her smile since the night our parents had been slaughtered. I'd risk 1,000 Kaldarian wars to see my sister so happy. I frowned at the endless line of Fae. We'd been receiving guests for hours, and we still had yet to eat. I couldn't expect our guests to eat rolls all night. Judging by how freely the wine flowed, they'd be as drunk as me or worse before my sister and her mates cut into their cake. As big as a carriage, it had 20 circular tiers with white buttercream icing, crimson flowers, and a rich vanilla cake with raspberry filling. It was divine. Flora and I had selected it after sampling far too many cakes. Pushing back my chair, I stood, stumbling a little before grasping onto the sides of my chair. Ever the gentleman, Marius stood and latched onto my elbow, his wings snapping open and shielding us from the gawping guests below. "Are you all right?" he asked me in a hushed whisper. I shrugged him off while speaking through the side of my mouth. "A little too much wine," I whispered. "Nothing a filling meal can't fix." Then I raised my goblet, wincing when wine sloshed on my sleeve. "A toast to my sister and my new brothers-in-law," I called to the crowd. "I'll toast to that," a deep voice bellowed. Bile rose into my throat when a familiar Ravini half-breed stepped out of line and pulled down his hood. Thorin looked too much like his brother, Selig, with that unkempt dark beard and a narrow face. But whereas Selig had a dull look in his eyes, Thorin's eyes were sharpened to blade points, his gaze fixed on my sister. My heart hit my stomach when Flora visibly swallowed. A wave of screams rose from the crowd. Women pulled down their dark veils and men hid behind their black feathered wings, a futile attempt to shield their minds from Thorin's magic. My loyal fire mages rushed to the dais, standing between Thorin and us. They spread out their wings and created a fire barrier. Thorin walked up to the line of mages and bowed before my sister, acting as if the smoke and heat didn't bother him. "Forgive my late arrival. I only just found out about the wedding." He turned his sharp gaze on me. "It seems your courier lost my invitation." "There was no invitation," I spat, resisting the urge to pull my veil down over my eyes. I would not let my court think I feared the mage who had the power to change our memories, even if his spells only lasted a few hours. My court had taken to wearing the veils ever since the dark tide when Thorin's vengeful mage uncle had nearly wiped out my entire family and court. My sister and I had been the only members of the royal family to escape his mind-melting magic. Derek and Marius pushed Flora behind them as spouts of fire sprung from their palms. Thorin threw back his head, chuckling. "Put away your fire, boys. I've only come to offer blessings to the bride." My sister's mates snarled at the mage, their fire rising like geysers. Impressive, though their flame paled in comparison to my conflagrations. "Thorin!" Selig cleared his throat beside me. "You're not welcome here." Thorin gave his brother a mournful look before clucking his tongue. "Never thought I'd see the day my own brother stabs me in the back." My sister gently pushed through her mates. "It's okay," she mouthed to them while cupping each of their faces. Then she looked down at Thorin, her brows drawn as if she was about to lecture a toddler. "Thorin," she said stiffly, her lips pinching into a scowl. "Flora." Thorin looked into my sister's eyes as if they held the moon and stars and every other constellation. "You're the image of perfection. I hope your grooms realize how lucky they are." She smoothed trembling hands down her pearl-colored gown. "They do." Thorin's lower lip hung down in a pout. "Why wasn't I invited?" She shook her head. "You know why." He held out his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I thought we were friends." "We were." Flora cleared her throat. "We are." She lowered her voice. "But everyone's frightened of you." Thorin rubbed his bushy beard while eyeing her. "Are you?" She turned up her chin, glaring down at the mage. "Should I be?" "No." His shoulders slumped in defeat. "Will I be able to visit you in Elysi?" "No!" Derek and Marius boomed in unison. Ignoring them, Thorin looked at my sister with wide, watery eyes. "Flora?" "It's a ruse," I projected to my sister through thought. "Don't believe him." "I know," she answered, her audible sigh ringing in my ears. Pulling back her shoulders, she gave him a reproachful look. "Thorin, I'm not a child anymore. I have responsibilities to my mates and to our people." His eyes flared with rage. "Which means you can't associate with a pariah." "I'm sorry," she said, her voice faltering. "No, do not apologize," I snapped through thought. "He's taking advantage of your kindness." "I understand," he said, his shoulders falling. Then he turned to the crowd, his laughter the deep rumble of rolling thunder. "You know my magic can pierce those veils." The guests gasped and turned their backs. A few brave fire mages stepped forward, shielding the throng. My sister clutched her throat. "Thorin, how could you?" Red rage clouded my vision. I'd had enough. "Thorin, have you come simply to ruin my sister's wedding?" When he turned to me and I saw the malice in his eyes, I had my answer. "Why would you think that?" he asked in a mocking tone. It was then I deeply regretted not executing him during the dark tide. Even though Flora had protested that her friend wasn't a threat, the rest of the court feared Thorin had inherited his uncle's temperament. They had asked me numerous times to execute him, but I'd gone against my better judgment and caved to Selig's and my sister's pleas. That didn't mean Thorin was welcomed at court. In fact, after his last mind-spinning prank, he was forbidden from stepping foot in Thebes. He knew this, and yet he had the gall to crash my sister's special day. "Shame on you for causing a scene and scaring our guests." I pointed in his direction, smoke twisting from my fingertip like a coiling serpent. How easily I could choke him with it. "Now you see why we didn't invite the monster of Delphi." He jerked back as if I'd scorched him. "I'm not a monster." "Your actions say otherwise. Go now before I lose my temper." I waved him away like I was shooing a stray dog. "And if you set foot in Thebes again—" I paused, enjoying the fear shining in his eyes when my trail of magic broke into 3 deadly serpents, coiling above his head and poised to strike. "I will kill you." After giving my sister one last withering look, he turned from the dais with a dramatic flourish. The crowd parted as if the earth had split open when he marched through them toward the door. I nodded toward 4 of my most loyal fire mages. "Make sure he leaves the city walls." They bowed and then quickly followed him. My sister looked from her mates to me, her eyes wide with fear. "I'm worried he'll retaliate." "Not if he doesn't want to have his head put on a spike," I answered, ignoring Selig's gasp. "Come now, no time for dark thoughts." I clapped my hands together, then waved toward the musicians, wincing when they struck up a somber tune. I motioned toward the servants. "More wine, and bring out the feast." I lifted my goblet into the air while scanning the sea of frightened faces. "Do not give the mind spinner another thought," I said. "My sister has found her true loves. Let us celebrate." Marius held up his goblet, too. "Have no fear," he said before winking at me. Your sorceress queen has the power to keep you safe. The mind spinner doesn't stand a chance against her magic." Much to my relief, the crowd broke into cheers. My sister held up her goblet. "All hail Queen Malvolia for saving us from the darkness and keeping her people safe." She slid up to me and kissed my cheek. "And for being the best sister ever," she added. Heat flamed my face when the crowd cheered louder. I kissed her back. "As are you. Never forget how much I love you." Tears welled in her eyes. "And I will always love you." The musicians struck up a lively tune, the wine flowed freely, and soon everyone was dancing and laughing, and Thorin was nothing more than a distant memory. Still, I couldn't stop worrying that the mage would find some way to retaliate. If he so much as tried to harm my family or my people, I wouldn't hesitate to strike him down. Selig, 32 years later. Selig brushed breakfast crumbs from his beard while hurrying down the drafty stairwell toward the throne room. His queen would be angry with him for his tardiness. He stumbled down a step, nearly tumbling onto the landing, cursing his clumsy feet and the darkened stairwell lit with only a few flickering sconces. He was still half asleep after a long night with a brutish fire mage. Simon or Salian. He forgot the mage's name, though it made little difference. He never kept the same lover more than a fortnight. He'd just descended the last of the stairs when a hooded figure stepped out of the shadows. He gasped, clutching his throat when the figure pulled back his hood. Thorin! Only his brother looked as if he'd aged 50 years. His skin had turned ashen, and his black beard was now gray. The lines framing his mouth and eyes looked like tributaries on an old map. Fey-kind lived for centuries and aged slower than most humans. At only 100 years old, Thorin should have looked like a 40-year-old human. Instead, he looked like a decrepit old man. Never mind that Thorin and Selig had a human mother. Their Fey magic should have prevented them from aging so quickly. He swallowed back a lump of apprehension before taking a hesitant step forward. "Brother, it has been too long." Though obviously not long enough, for he sensed his brother brought calamity. "Too long," Thorin said, his voice a sibilant whisper. There was a wickedness in Thorin's eyes that Selig didn't recognize, the only thing about him that didn't appear old. Selig always believed the eyes were a window to the soul, and his brother's eyes conveyed a blackened heart beneath. But there was something else lurking within that shriveled-up organ, something even more sinister. When Thorin's eyes flashed red, Selig had his answer. Demon. He forced a smile while sending out a thin tendril of magic, hoping he could glimpse into his brother's thoughts. "How have you been?" "Good. You?" Thorin asked, throwing out a painful barrier that made Selig's magic coil in fear. Great goddess, he'd never sensed such strong magic in another mage, not even in Malvolia. Thorin had been playing with dark magic, and in the process had let a demon corrupt his soul, just as their uncle had done nearly 50 years ago. That explained Thorin's advanced aging. Warily eyeing his brother, Selig swallowed back his fear. "My queen keeps me busy." Thorin arched a bushy brow. "Still treats you like her dog?" "She's been on edge," he answered, though he refused to state why. Her seers had sensed a great calamity, predicting unrest and war. As usual, the mists had been vague, so they weren't sure where the attack would come from. Selig had a sickening feeling his brother would be the cause. "And what have you been doing all these years?" he asked, hoping to glean anything so he could warn his queen, though he wasn't sure if the warning would do any good against a demon-possessed mind spinner. Thorin held up his hand, and a glowing white ball of light hovered above his palm. "Practicing my magic." Great goddess, the energy that pulsed off him was unlike anything he'd ever felt. "My powers are stronger," Thorin said while being mesmerized by his own light, admiring it the same way Selig stared at his naked lovers. Selig shuddered to think what that ball of light could do. "How much stronger?" he asked, unable to mask the tremor in his voice. Thorin snarled, revealing decaying, chipped teeth. His demon was eating him alive. "My spells are more complex, and they last years." Years? Last time he'd seen his brother, his spells had only lasted hours. "Yes, brother." Thorin flashed a triumphant grin. "Years. Are you impressed?" If my queen learns of this," he stammered, "she will have you executed." Selig decided not to tell his brother he suspected Thorin's magic was far stronger than Malvolia's. "She already promised to kill you if you ever returned to Delphi." Thorin's hoarse laughter was like 1,000 tiny spiders burrowing beneath his skin. "Let her try." It was then Selig knew that Thorin was the great calamity, the new wave of darkness. He took a step back, pressing his shoulders against the wall. "Why have you come?" His brother advanced toward him, the ball of magic still glowing brightly above his palm. "To warn you." Selig swore the temperature in the stairwell had dropped 20 degrees. He pressed his shaky palms against the cool stone behind him. "Of what?" Thorin tossed that ball of magic from one hand to the other as if he was playing with a child's toy. "Delphi is about to descend into chaos." "Why?" Selig rasped, his throat suddenly bone dry. "Why do you think?" Thorin pouted. "They didn't invite me to the wedding." Thorin had gone mad. "That was over 30 years ago." "A mage never forgets." Thorin's lips twisted into a hateful scowl, and he leaned into Selig, hovering so close they were just a breath apart. Selig breathed through a wheeze as a bone-numbing chill sunk beneath his skin. "Think before you do this." Thorin pulled back, his eyes glossing over, that ball of magic still floating above his head. "Flora was the only one who refused to shield her face, who treated me with dignity. But then the way she looked at me that day, like I was a monster, all because of them." A warm trickle dripped down Selig's leg. Of who?" "Malvolia and the Dukes." His eyes flashed with malice. "They turned her against me." "Thorin," Selig implored, hoping he could still reach his brother, that his madness hadn't eclipsed Thorin's fey heart. "Flora's happily married to her fated mates. She's expecting twin daughters." Thorin clutched his chest as if he'd been stabbed through the heart. "She's pregnant?" "She is." He tried his hardest to infuse a note of calm into his voice. "There's a green witch on the southern border with amazing fertility powers. Many Ravini have fallen pregnant these past few years." Much to Selig's horror, that ball of light in Thorin's hand grew larger, glowed brighter. "How could she do this to me?" Thorin cried. "I love her!" Selig swallowed back his fear. He had to make his brother see reason. "It's time you moved on, brother, and forgot your silly infatuation." Thorin snarled, waving that ball of light in Selig's face as if he intended to strike him. "It's more than infatuation." "If you do love her, let her be happy." Selig stepped to the side, angling for the stone stairs. If he could just run away, turn his back on his brother's blinding memory-erasing magic. Maybe he could escape and warn the others. "Why should I care for her happiness when she never cared for mine?" he snapped, sounding like a petulant child. "She cares for you," Selig argued, eyeing that ball of light as it continued to grow. "She's the reason Malvolia didn't turn you to dust." Thorin's gaze snapped to his. "Maybe she should have had her sister end me." "Malvolia has already named her nieces as her heirs," he continued. "They are predicted to carry powerful white magic and to be wise, benevolent rulers who will bring an end to the chaos. Please," he implored, clasping his hands in a prayer pose. "Please don't do this to Flora." "Flee to Falkland's court." Thorin moved with surprising alacrity, blocking Selig's access to the stairs. "After today, Malvolia and Flora won't have a court. Or a country." More urine trickled down Selig's thigh and pooled on the stones. "What are you going to do?" Thorin's grin was the devil incarnate as he cupped that ball of light with both hands. "What I do best. Create chaos." Selig fell to his knees, wincing at the pain that shot through his bones. "Brother, I beg of you." He cried out when his brother hit him with that ball of light, immobilizing him with blinding pain as a loud gong rang in his ears. "I warned you, didn't I?" Thorin called over the din. "If you weren't my brother, I would have broken into your mind and shattered it like glass." Selig cried out again. "Brother, please!" He covered his ears when Thorin's menacing chuckle reverberated in his skull. "Your queen is plotting to kill you, Flora, and Flora's mates," his brother warned. "She's gone mad and believes her sister has turned against her. An oracle has predicted one of Flora's daughters will kill Malvolia when she comes into her full powers. You must escape to Falkland's court before Malvolia kills you. But first, you must warn any nobility loyal to Flora and her mates. Do you understand?" Selig heaved a shaky breath when the blinding white light faded and the ringing in his ears finally stopped. He gaped up at his brother. Where was he? What had happened? Thorin held a hand down to him and helped him sit on a step. "Do you understand what I've just told you?" "Yes, brother." Selig hung his head in his hands, trying to piece together what he'd just heard. Malvolia, the queen he'd loyally served over 3 decades, had gone mad. He blinked at his brother. What will become of Flora and her family? Thorin's pout looked insincere. Was his brother evil? No, Thorin was good. Malvolia was evil. Her mates will sadly die defending her. Thorin rubbed his hands together and eagerly licked his lips. But I will help Flora and her daughters escape to Caldaria, where we will join forces with Falkland. He waved his fists in the air. Together, we will rise up against Malvolia, and we will defeat the evil sorceress queen in a crushing blow. Shadows fell over Thorin's features as he glared down at Selig. Selig swallowed. Great goddess, Malvolia had turned evil. Thorin helped Selig stand. Now go tell the world. Say it has come from a powerful seer who was executed by Malvolia shortly after she delivered this prophecy. Yes, brother. Selig stood on shaky legs. His undergarments were wet and sticky. How had that happened? Then he realized none of that mattered. He had to warn Malvolia's court that their queen had turned evil before she destroyed them all. Chapter 2. Flora Avias, Delphi, 3 months later. Come away from the window, Flora. After one last lingering look at the starry night sky, I released the heavy velvet curtain and leaned back on the brocade sofa, my hand resting on my distended belly. My stomach was so large that my belly button had already popped, and I still had a month to go. I knew I carried girls, for the Avias line always bore twin daughters first, hence the reason Delphi had always been ruled by 2 queens, until I decided to abdicate my title to live on my mate's country estate. We'd been happy, living in quiet solitude, until now. I gave my mate Derek a pleading look while wringing my fingers together. Marius should have made it by now. It had been almost 4 days and still no word from my other mate. He was just meeting a Windhaven emissary on the other side of the border in an effort to secure us sanctuary. What was taking so long? Derek sat beside me, grasping my hand. He'll be here. I chewed my lower lip, casting another worried glance toward the window. I wasn't fooled by my mate's false confidence. I could feel the current of tension clinging to him like a second skin. We should have never parted. Flora, he squeezed my hand. He's never let us down before. I swallowed back a lump of panic. What if she's captured him? And how could my sister have so ruthlessly turned on me, hunting me and my mates like dogs? After all Malvolia and I had shared, how had it come to this? My sister had turned our home into a court of nightmares, ruthlessly killing anyone she suspected of plotting to back me and overthrowing her. I still didn't understand it. Years ago, my sister had offered to share the throne with me, and I'd refused. Why would she think I wanted to steal it from her now, after I'd lived contentedly with my mates for over 30 years, and after Malvolia had already promised that my daughters would one day inherit the throne? Why suddenly had my sister gone mad with distrust? Had she gone insane, or had she been cursed? Either way, I supposed it made no difference now. I wouldn't know how to find and kill the witch who'd cursed her. Settling a hand on my abdomen, Derek flashed a smile that didn't mask the worry in his eyes. Marius is capable and clever, and all this worrying isn't good for you or the babies. The sitting room's double doors swayed open, and Lady Chara Inferni swept into the room, her dark hair piled elegantly on top of her head, her beautiful smile so serene, as if the world wasn't burning around us. Clasping her hands together, she smiled.
Supper is served.
Derek stood, holding a hand down to me. Come, Flora. I took his hand, resenting how everyone treated me like a child, pretending as if our world wasn't on the precipice of crashing. I held my tongue, though. Chara and her husband Tobias were the only Delphian allies who'd offered us sanctuary. I shuddered to think what we would have done without them.
Cook has prepared a delicious meal and his special soothing herbal tea,
Chara said as Derek handed me over to her and she hooked her arm through mine. Thank you, Chara, I said to my friend, overwhelmed with gratitude as we walked into the dining hall. The soothing tea did help calm my nerves. I don't know what we would have done without your generosity. Chara clucked her tongue.
Tobias owes Derek and Marius after what they did for him.
Years ago, when my mates were young and impetuous adolescents, Derek and Marius had saved Tobias from a tribe of trolls after the young lord had gone into the Periculean forest on a dare. Tobias had come away with a missing eye, and Marius had been shot through the wing, though they could have suffered far worse. The two don't compare, I said, and you know it. Chara and Tobias not only put their lives at risk by helping us, but the lives of their 3 young sons, for I feared there was no depravity beneath my sister's twisted mind. After all, she'd put a price on my head as well as on my innocent, unborn children.
Marius will return with reinforcements,
she whispered in a soothing voice, the candlelight from the overhead chandeliers making her silver-rimmed eyes shine like moonlight, reminding me that Chara had a touch of she-fae blood, as most of us did.
The tide will turn, and all this will be just a bad memory.
I swallowed at that. I wished I shared her confidence, but I'd been in the heart of the last dark tide, when our mother and Aunt's mage had turned on them, trying to seize the throne for himself. My sister and I had been no more than children, just 15, hiding in the castle sewers while blood rained down on our heads. It seemed several lifetimes ago that Malvolia and I had clung to one another, promising never to betray each other should we survive. My nostrils flared at the smells of roasted garlic and onions as I eyed the large silver platters laid out on the long dining table. Ordinarily, I would have been eager to feed the children growing in my belly, but worry churned my gut. Derek had pulled out my chair, and I thanked Chara when she sat beside me and handed me the steaming tea. I took several fortifying sips, hoping it would calm the internal tremors that shook me to my soul. Lord Tobias swept into the room like a winged phantom emerging from the shadows with his one good eye and that slash where his other eye had been. He grabbed Derek's arm, whispering into his ear. Unease coiled around my spine. Something was wrong. Derek gave me a grim look. "We have a visitor. Stay here," he said to me. A visitor? I refused to heed his command as I shoved back my chair and heaved myself to my feet. I stumbled toward the door. Goddess, please let it be Marius.
Thorin. 32 years. That's how long Thorin had waited to be reunited with the woman he loved more than anything, the woman he worshipped enough to set the world ablaze. But the disappointment on her face when her gaze settled on him was enough to turn his veins to raging infernos and cause his demon to scratch at the surface of his skin. But how could he be mad at his sweet flower? Her beauty nearly took his breath away. She'd hardly aged these past 32 years. Her skin was fair for a Ravini, though her hair was as dark as a raven's wing. She had large amber eyes, plump lips, a long, slender neck, and round breasts that reminded him of 2 ripe peaches. His fingers itched just to squeeze them. She would have been absolutely perfect hadn't it been for that obscene bulge beneath the waist of her gown. A tall, flat-chested woman dressed in fine silks stood beside Flora. Chara, lady of the manor. Thorin had heard tale of her fertility powers. Odd, for he'd imagined she'd look different. Fuller, with large breasts and curvy hips. Not this beanpole. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at Thorin. Though her beauty was nothing compared to Flora's, she would have been more attractive without that scowl. How he loathed the nobility for the way they had always treated him with scorn, resenting him for his bastard blood and his unusual magic. Lord Derek and the one-eyed Ravini Thorin remembered to be Lord Tobias Inferne flanked the women, their wings spread like hawks about to snatch mice from the field. There was no mistaking the fire in their eyes as they glared at Thorin. About a dozen winged guards also flanked the hall, poised and ready to strike at their lord's command. Feathered fools. They had no idea the kind of magic they were up against.
"Oh, you're not Marius,"
Flora said, the color rising in her cheeks as she looked from Thorin to his mute companion. Thorin's heart shattered, exploding in a million tiny fragments that rained down on his soul like falling shards of glass. 32 years he'd plotted, planned, and sacrificed everything to win back her love.
"Oh, you're not Marius."
Her words rang in his ears like a gong, burned through his soul like he'd been doused in dragon fire. His first thought was to lash out, to hurt her for hurting him. Magic tingled his veins as he curled his fingers inward, digging into his palms until nails broke skin. But no, he wouldn't hurt the woman he loved. Perhaps this was just an effect of her condition. Her stomach was protruding so far she could practically rest a tea saucer on it. He glared at Derek for impregnating her. He'd make sure the son of a siren would suffer just as his brother had for defiling Thorin's sweet flower. Forcing a smile, he stepped toward her. "Flora, it has been too long." She cocked her head to the side.
"Forgive me, but do I know you?"
He raised a hand toward her, his robe slipping down his arm, revealing the veins in his wrist turning black with rage. "It's me, Thorin."
"Thorin?"
She clutched her throat, the color fading from her cheeks.
"You hardly look the same."
Her gaze shifted from Thorin to his companion and back again.
"Are you unwell?"
He cringed at the sound of pity in her voice. It was true he'd aged much faster than his brother, the sacrifice he had to make to amplify his magic, the sacrifice he'd made for her. "Just tired," he said with a sneer. "I will recover soon."
"Of course,"
she said, frowning as she smoothed hands down her belly.
"Forgive me, but I was hoping you'd be Marius."
"I'm sorry I can't be him." But he would be soon enough, for he'd have her change his appearance, make him look just like one of her mates. Then he'd change her memories, and she'd never know her young, virile mate was a mind spinner. The snap of Derek's wings echoed across the grand hall's marble floors.
"What are you doing here, mind spinner?"
Chara gasped and covered her eyes. Derek and Tobias stepped forward, their wings shielding the women. Thorin blinked at Derek. "That's hardly a welcome, considering I'm your mate's last chance at freedom." Derek held out his hands, smoke curling from his fingers.
"What the hell are you talking about? And how did you get past my guards?"
Tobias snapped. He gave them each a cool look and then held his hands in front of him, balling up his magic. "You underestimate my powers." Tobias stepped forward with a snarl.
"And you overestimate my patience."
Derek jutted a chin toward Thorin's companion.
"Who's she?"
Thorin didn't bother sparing the girl a second glance. He remembered little of her other than her homespun dress, straggly auburn hair, the smell of manure that clung to her skin, and, of course, her very large and pregnant belly. "Just a peasant I picked up in one of the villages." Flora squeezed between Derek and Tobias, her gaze darting to the girl again.
"Is she all right?"
He shrugged, annoyed by Flora's concern for a human peasant. Didn't the princess care that he'd returned to her after over 30 years away? Didn't she want to know what he'd been doing during his time in exile? It doesn't matter. Thorin took a step back when Tobias edged closer to him. "Tobias, isn't it?" he asked with a sneer. Tobias crossed his arms, his one eye narrowing.
"Lord Inferni to you."
Laughter escaped Thorin's throat like a burst of dragon flame. "Lord Inferni," he said with a disinterested slur. "Queen Malvolia's army has your home surrounded." They gasped, looking at Thorin as if he were a ghost.
"What? How?"
Flora grasped Derek's arm, giving him a pleading look.
"We were so careful."
"Not careful enough." Thorin waved at her extended stomach with a sneer. "No matter how many faces you shift into, Flora, you cannot hide your pregnancy." Jealousy surged through Thorin when Derek wrapped an arm around Flora's waist, nuzzling her neck. Chara's eyes darted to her husband while she chewed her nails.
"Will Malvolia kill us?"
Lord Tobias grasped his wife's hands.
"No, your fertility magic is too important to her."
She visibly swallowed and nodded. If the noblewoman only knew these moments would be her last. Flora let out a gasp, grasping her mate's arm.
"Don't panic,"
Derek murmured, kissing Flora's cheek.
"Marius will be here soon with reinforcements."
"Marius is dead," Thorin blurted, repressing a grin at the horror reflecting in Flora and Derek's eyes.
"What?"
Flora breathed and then fell against her mate. Thorin surged forward, wishing he could catch Flora, but her mate beat him to it, sweeping her into his arms and carrying her through the hall's tall double doors and into an adjoining room, Lady Chara and her servants making gasping sounds as they followed after them. The rest of the hall descended into chaos as Lord Tobias barked orders to his men. Thorin seized on that moment to follow after Flora's entourage. The human girl followed him like a trained dog, never letting him out of her sight. When two Ravini mages tried to block their path, he hit them with a subtle memory spell, the light invisible even to the Fey eye, though the spell would only last minutes, not years. "Your lord says you must let us pass," he mumbled. "Yes, sir." The guards obediently stepped aside. Thorin marched into a large dining hall, snatching a warm, buttery roll off the table. When the human gave him an imploring look, he tossed her the roll and then stuffed several more into his pockets. He scowled at the many dishes piled on the table, a feast fit for an entire village made just for a few aristocrats. When he and Flora defeated Malvolia, he would strip the nobility of their land and titles and laugh when they begged for food in the streets. Thorin walked into the adjoining drawing room with floral wallpaper, ivory vases, plush carpets, and flickering brass sconces. Flora let out a moan when Derek laid her on one of the brocade sofas. "Flora," Thorin breathed when her head rolled back and her hand fell listlessly to the floor. Curse those brothers for impregnating her and making her so vulnerable. The Flora he once knew wouldn't have fainted over the loss of an expendable mate. The Flora he once knew wouldn't have mated with those foolish dukes in the first place. She had loved Thorin above all others. Why else had she been so kind to him when no one else would even look in his direction? Derek snarled at Thorin, smoke pouring from his fingers when he edged too close to Flora. Thorin snarled back and hit Derek with a spell similar to the one he'd used on the guards, telling him that Lord Inferni had invited him here and that he was their only hope in escaping Malvolia. Derek blinked and shook his head before letting his guard down. How easy these Fae were to manipulate. "I'm sorry, Flora." Thorin's knees cracked as he knelt beside her, taking her hand in his. He never made it past the Windhaven border. Flora cried out, her back bowing as if she was possessed. "No, no, no!" A warning horn blared in the distance. Thorin looked outside just as the night sky lit up with an inferno. Their time was up. Lord Tobias flew into the room.
"She brought her entire army. They're attacking the battlements."
"What do we do, Tobias?" Lady Chara cried, her eyes wide with panic. "Where do we go?" Tobias flew to Thorin, snatching his arm.
"What did you mean when you said you're our last chance at freedom?"
Thorin shook the nobleman off his arm with a sneer. "I said I was Flora's last chance, not yours." "You can't leave us here," Chara screeched like a wounded bird. "Malvolia will kill us." Clasping her hands together, she gave Thorin a pleading look. "She'll kill our children." The flames outside raced closer to the manor, lapping at the windows as enraged shouts were heard coming from above and below. "I have no choice," Thorin shrugged, unmoved by her pleas. We must save Flora and her unborn daughters at all costs."
"No, no!"
Flora sat up, dragging a hand down her face.
"Our friends come with us."
Tobias spun around, his wings nearly smacking Thorin's head.
"Fetch our sons,"
he called to the servants. The two young women, who looked to be mostly human with slightly tapered ears, bowed and quickly left the room, leaving behind just a frightened human male servant who stood by the door, his knees shaking with fear. "They will be safe," Thorin said with a grin as he slowly stood and adjusted his robes. "Malvolia will take pity on them when she learns you were murdered by Derek." Thorin swore the temperature in the room heated up by at least 20 degrees when both Ravini noblemen glared at him. Flora gasped.
"Thorin, what are you talking about?"
Derek's top lip pulled back in a snarl, thick smoke rising from his hands.
"We're not hurting our friends."
Before the fire mage could attack, Thorin hit them all with a blast of white light so powerful the magic burned when it was pulled from him. His knees weakened from the energy he'd had to use, but he blew out a breath, forcing himself to remain strong. He'd used too much magic these past few days, and his fatigue was catching up to him. Chara whimpered, and Derek and Tobias jerked forward, fighting at those invisible chains that bound them. The male servant slumped against the wall, his mouth dropping open in shock. Thorin unsheathed his blade and sliced Chara and Tobias's throats, stepping back before they crumbled to the ground. He winced when blood sprayed from the gaping wounds in their necks and splattered across his robe. How he hated killing. Such messy business. He'd be relieved when he and Flora were far away from here where they could start a new life together. A peaceful life far removed from all the bloodshed. And when time came to defeat Malvolia, he would be sure to take a back seat to the chaos. Thorin stepped up to Derek. "Listen to me closely. Chara and Tobias deceived you and tried to kill you." Derek slowly nodded.
"They wouldn't do that," Flora cried out. "They're our friends."
Thorin spun toward the sofa, surprised to see Flora was sitting up and looking straight at him with clarity in her eyes. Why wasn't his magic working on her? He hit her hard with another blast of light. She fell back against the sofa as if she'd been struck, then blinked at him in a daze. He'd forgotten that stronger witches required more mind-bending magic. Still, he wasn't about to risk having to blast her again and frying her brain. "Fine," he spoke through gritted teeth. "Your friends were killed by Malvolia's mages while defending you." He turned toward the human and waved her forward. "This peasant girl has willingly agreed to trade places with you, Flora." He snatched the girl's wrist, ignoring her cry of pain when he dug his nails into her skin. "You will trade faces with her, and you and I will escape to Caldaria." Flora's mouth fell open.
"But they will kill her."
"Curse the elements. Better her than you," he seethed.
"It's wrong."
Flora shook her head, her eyes focusing again.
"She is with child."
Smoke began to fill the room as he stalked toward her. "No, Flora. This girl has a stomach tumor." He waved toward the human with a snarl. "She is dying. She wants to do this for you." Flora blinked at him.
"I will not leave Derek."
Thorin fought the urge to tear out his hair as he dragged a frustrated hand through his beard. "Flora, they will kill you if you don't leave." She blinked at him again.
"I will not leave him."
"Fine." Cursing, Thorin threw up his hands, then ducked and swore when a flaming rock shattered the window and landed on the carpet. "He and the servant will trade bodies. The servant wants to save Derek. He's also ill and hasn't much longer to live." Flora blinked again, unmoved by the smoke that filled the room.
This is wrong.
Thorin hit her with another blast of light, this one draining all his remaining magic. "You will do what I say, Flora!" He spoke through a wheeze, his chest tightening. "Understood?"
"Yes,"
she answered, her eyes glossing over. "Good." He smoothed trembling hands down his robes. "Let's get to work." He'd have no choice but to let Derek come along after all the magic he'd used. He'd need a strong fire mage to protect them until he could regain his strength. Curse Flora for draining him.
Flora of Ias, the Periculean Forest, next morning. I sat up with a groan, gasping when I rolled forward and nearly fell off the tree limb beneath me. Thank the elements for my protruding stomach holding me back. I took a chance and looked down, swallowing bile when I couldn't make out the forest floor below. My eyes slowly adjusted to the low light. The forest was so thick, I could scarcely see anything else but tree needles hanging over us in clumps that spanned the width of my mate's wings. Where were we? I spun in Derek's arms. His legs and wings hung limply over the branch, the back of his head pressed against a massive tree trunk as he quietly snored. Dried blood matted his hair and stained his clothes. I picked more needles out of my tangled hair and brushed them off my smock. My smock? Why was I wearing tattered and coarse peasant clothes? I looked at my pale, freckled arm. This was not my skin. I was in a human's body. A pregnant human. Hopefully, the girl whose body I mimicked was somewhere safe. I wondered why Derek wasn't disguised as someone else, but I briefly remembered changing him back after we'd snuck out of Tobias and Chara's estate. I shifted back into my body, the action taking several painful minutes. Shifting skins had been so much easier before my pregnancy. I smoothed the hand over my distended belly, regretting that after over 30 years of wedded bliss, I'd finally fallen pregnant in the heart of the darkest time in my country's history. I regretted bringing my daughters into this world. Like me, they'd be hunted forever until my twin destroyed them, or they destroyed her. I sniffled, wiping a fat tear off my cheek. Then I cursed when another needle poked my backside. I plucked the needle out of my skirt, alarmed to see it was as big as a blade. I swallowed back a knot of panic, for only the heart of the Periculean forest had such large trees. It was also where the trolls lived. The primitive giants were known for eating humans and fae alike. Why had Derek flown us here? I tensed when I thought I heard a man moaning somewhere below us. An icy tendril of fear wrapped around my spine when memories of yesternight slowly filtered into my mind. We'd narrowly escaped after Malvolia's mages had killed Lord and Lady Inferni. I bit down on my knuckles to keep from crying out at the loss of our dear friends. What would happen to Chara and Tobias's young sons? I wouldn't put it past my evil sister to kill the children. And we'd just left them there. Guilt gnawed a hole in my gut as I struggled to recall what had led up to the attack. I turned back toward my mate, shaking his shoulder. He woke with a start, smoke pouring from his fingers. He blinked at me a moment, and then the smoke slowed to a trickle. "Derek, what happened?" I asked him through thought, afraid to speak aloud lest some predator hear us. The look of hatred reflecting in his eyes turned my veins to ice. "Malvolia found us." My chest constricted so tight I struggled for breath. "Marius?" The hatred in his eyes turned to despair. "Gone." Biting down on my knuckles, I stifled a cry. "No, he can't be." Derek clutched my shoulders, his eyes hardening to stone. "Flora, Malvolia got to him. It's just you and me." Marius couldn't be gone. I refused to accept it, not when I still felt the pull of his soul to mine. I gave my other mate a pleading look. He can't be. Flora, you have to accept it. We need to flee far from Malvolia's reach. He rested a warm hand on my belly. I must keep you and our children safe at all costs. It's what Marius would have wanted. I wanted to smack that look of pity from Derek's face. Why? Why would my sister do this to us? His eyes lit with flame. Because she's a wicked bitch, and if the prophecy is to be believed, one day one of our daughters will make her pay for her cruelty. I grasped Derek's arm when another moan echoed through the forest. Who is that? Frowning, he squinted at a branch below us. I think it's the Mind Spinner. I followed his line of sight, surprised to see an old man with a gray beard laying across one of the lower branches. Though it had been a few decades since I'd last seen the mage, I was still shocked at how much he'd aged compared to his brother. What happened to him? I don't know. Derek scrambled to his knees as his wings snapped open. We have to get away from here. I clung to him after he helped me to my feet. What about Thorin? My mate swept me into his arms, a task that was getting harder the more my belly grew. He can crawl back into his hole for all I care. Derek, he was my friend. I clutched my throat, a wave of guilt washing over me. I think he saved us. Derek grimaced. Then he'll understand why I need to get you to safety. Before I could protest, Derek flew us from one branch to another while ducking under thousands of sharp needles. I wanted to stop him, to tell him that we had to save my friend too. But some deep-rooted voice warned me that Thorin was an even bigger threat than Malvolia.
Thorin, the human lands, deep in the weirwood forest. 2 months later. Thorin used the last of his energy to crawl across the moss-covered floor of his mistress's den, stopping when he reached the hem of her long robes. Mistress. He heaved a weary breath, trying to keep the note of desperation from his voice. I need your help. She let out a low growl before squatting beside him, the long, crusty nails on her blackened toes curling into the floor.
What happened?
She asked through thought, her raspy voice echoing in his skull. It was Flora. A lone tear slid down his cheek and splattered on the ground beneath him. It took her too long to succumb. She touched his cheek with a sharp talon and then recoiled, her sibilant hiss rattling his bones with dread.
Your demon is gone.
Too afraid to look into her dark, fathomless eyes, he hung his head. Where did he go?
Off to a stronger host, no doubt.
She stood, the rustle of her robe gently grazing his cheek and displacing the cavern's stagnant air.
How could you be so careless?
He frowned down at his brittle, splitting nails, caked in grime. Love makes us careless.
No, love makes you careless.
Her robe swished again as she turned her back to him. Find me another demon. He blinked at her backside, at the sharp points of her curved, bony spine visible even through the thick robe. I have to get back to her. A note of desperation slipped into his voice.
You think it's that easy?
Snarling, she spun back around, her grotesque features hidden beneath the dark hood of her robe.
It took us more than 30 years to break you and make you again.
He let out a keening wail. I don't have that long. I have to get to Flora now. She let out an otherworldly screech that shook the floor beneath him and sent tremors racing across his spine.
You should have thought about that before letting her drain your magic.
Tears flooded Thorin's eyes. How could he live another 32 years without Flora? Malvolia might find and kill her by then. No, he wouldn't accept it. He'd try harder, work faster. He'd do anything to get back to her. Even burn the world down again.
Chapter 3. Sharina Avias, 23 years later. Lying in the loft bed I shared with my twin nieces, I stared up at the warped wooden slats. Another night of restless sleep. The feathers from our thin, coarse mattress poked my back as I contemplated how I loathed my mundane life. For my entire 23-year existence, I'd spent it hiding in various forests or caves. But the depressing shadows of the Periculean forest had to have been the worst. Maybe because of the unnatural chill. Maybe because everything smelled of mold. Or maybe because 2 years ago my twin sister had been killed by a bear in this very same forest. I grunted when Aurora rolled over and elbowed my ribs. Ouch! Turning on my side, I glared down at my 4-year-old niece. Pushing back her dark, chin-length hair, I looked into her silver-blue eyes shining like portals into the summer sky, even in this low light. That wasn't funny.
Sorry, Auntie,
she pouted while tucking her hands beneath her smooth cheek.
I can't sleep. Em keeps talking to her friend.
I looked over at Ember, who faced the back wall while whispering to herself and toying with her long, dark braid. Ember had lots of imaginary friends who bugged her at the most inopportune times. I blamed my parents who'd stuck us in this cursed, dull forest for forcing my niece to make up companions. My sister and I had lived similar, mundane lives, even though as royal princesses we should have been raised in a palace with pretty gowns, exotic perfumes, and ballroom dances. I sat up on my elbows, the top of my head nearly scraping the ceiling, as I looked over at Aurora and her sister. Em, who are you talking to? Ember stilled and then rolled toward me, her big silvery blue eyes reminding me of a frightened baby bird.
My friend, Auntie.
I nodded toward the straw doll Ember clutched to her chest. You mean your doll?
No, not Bethany.
She shook her head, pushing the doll behind her as if she feared I'd punish her little pile of straw with rags for clothes. I contemplated burning Bethany when she wasn't looking, but she never let that doll out of her sight. Besides, Ember cherished that toy more than anything. I knew I'd never have the heart to destroy it. It would do no good to scold her for keeping us awake. She'd only cry, and she knew how much I hated her tears. I heaved a sigh and slowly counted to 3. Please tell your friend you need to get some sleep? Ember shook her head.
She doesn't want me to sleep. She says they are coming.
Who? I asked, then scowled down at Aurora as she scratched at the side of her arm. Aurora, stop picking your scab. Aurora pouted and scratched harder.
It itches.
I grabbed her hand, forcing it to her side. Leave it alone. Frowning, I touched the scab, not liking how it was festering. The Tau stone my mother had implanted was coming loose. If Aurora didn't stop scratching, the stone would fall out. Then what? This stone was what prevented my niece from accessing her teleporting magic. Last time she had the ability to teleport, she'd almost fallen off a cliff. Her eyes watered as she shook me off her arm.
It itches real bad.
Okay. I heaved a groan and counted to 3 again, something I did often with my nieces. I'll ask Yaya to make you a poultice. Can you leave it alone until I get back?
Okay, Auntie.
She curled her fingers into claws, hovering over her arm. I knew once I turned my back she'd start itching again, so I hurried down the ladder and then padded through the narrow kitchen across the uneven wood slats, guided by the light from the hearth's warm fire. Once I reached my mother's room, I rapped on the warped door. When my mother didn't answer, I pushed open the door, surprised to see her lumpy feather bed empty. She must have been in the outhouse. A shudder stole up my spine at the thought of going outside. I did my best to shake off my fear. Aurora needed me. I wrapped my cloak around my shoulders, put on my thin soles, and grabbed the lantern, lighting it quickly before hurrying outside. I hated going outside at night. The forest that surrounded our house seemed much more frightening, the trees looming over our small home like death's shadows reaching their long, spindly claws into a grave. I quietly padded across the hard, damp earth that smelled of mold and rot, trying not to draw too much attention to myself, lest those shadows awaken. I was shocked to find the outhouse door open and the stall empty. Where could she have gone? I spun in a slow circle. Immediately, my thoughts turned dark. How could they not, after what had happened to Tari? To make matters worse, my father, our fierce winged protector who had the power to summon a raging inferno, was still away trading with the nearby villagers. My mother should have been in bed. But then I noticed the pigs were resting in their pen. The old dog slept soundly on the porch, and not a sound came from the chicken coop that was bolted down for the night. Surely, if something sinister had happened to my mother, the animals would have been upset. "Mother!" I whispered into the darkness, dismayed when I was met with silence. Then I spied light spilling from the grain shed's slightly ajar door. What was she doing in there? Had she a sudden craving for porridge? I tiptoed toward the shed, surprised when I heard my father's deep rumble and the rustling of his heavy wings coming from inside. He was home. My knees wobbled with relief. We hadn't expected him back for another week. I thought about turning around and giving them privacy. Ever since that night Tari and I had caught our very naked parents tangled together in the grain shed, we'd known better than to disturb them after dark. It was the reason I had an aversion to porridge. I was about to turn around when I remembered Aurora. I couldn't risk letting that Tau stone fall out. But I didn't want to interrupt my parents. "Felix?" my mother cried. "Derek, are you sure?" "Keep it down, Flora," my father scolded. "Do you want Sharina to hear?" I froze at the mention of my name. So they weren't in a compromising position. Why were they talking about the forbidden Felix Islands, and why didn't they want me to hear? When their voices went silent, I knew they were speaking through thought. A rare fey magical ability fated mates, twin siblings, or mind-reading witches shared. Luckily for me, I was a mind-reading witch. Though I knew it was wrong, I couldn't help myself. I tiptoed toward the shed and knelt behind a pile of wood, wincing when the cold ground chafed my knees. I sent out a thread of magic, an invisible line that permeated the thin shed walls and connected their minds to mine, enabling me to listen to their thoughts, one of my magical talents my parents didn't know about, the other being my siren's call. "How long ago was that?" my mother asked, fear ringing in her words. "Yesternight," my father answered. "I flew here as soon as I could." "You flew here?" she gasped aloud. "What if you were spotted?" "Malvolia's spies were too focused on Tarianya." My world tilted and spun. I fell against the pile of wood, cursing when a splinter dug into my finger. Did he say Tarianya? No. My sister was dead, mauled by a bear. That's what my parents had told me. Why would they have lied? "You sure they flew to Felix?" my mother asked. "The wyverns will kill them." "No. If you saw her magic, Flora, it was magnificent." My father's voice shook with what felt like awe. "She broke a curse chamber, turned Malvolia's mages to dust, and she brought back the prince from the dead." What prince? And my sister was alive? How? And why would my parents keep her from me? From her children? "Necromancy?" my mother asked, disgust and maybe fear ringing in her voice. She used Enredius flowers, but yes. My mother hissed. Not even Myadra had the power of necromancy. Then surely she'd also have Myadra's power to control the wyverns. My father sounded excited, agitated. What do you think they're planning? I heard rumors in Cyrene that Helion's brothers are alive, that he brought them to Thiessen. Wait, was my father speaking of my sister's shifter mates? My niece's fathers? I thought they had perished when King Falknan's dragon army had razed Lupine, the shifter stronghold. Alive? My mother's cry reverberated like a gong. How? I dug my fingers into the wood, not even caring about the splinters any longer, or the chill from the outside air that seeped into my bones. The prince intercepted them before they reached the slaughter. They've been in Thiessen all this time? My father paused for several tense moments. If the rumors are true. You think that's where they're going? Most likely. They'll recognize her scent. No doubt. Oh, Derek, my mother cried. What have we done? Too late for remorse, Mother, I thought to myself. What had to be done? My father snapped, his voice sounding so different from the tender, loving parent I thought I'd known. Malvolio won't stop hunting her. The fear in my mother's voice was palpable. Which means they'll have no choice but to seek sanctuary with Falknan. There was a strange, almost maniacal undercurrent in my father's voice, and for the first time in my life, I was frightened of the man I'd always trusted above all others to keep me safe. The prophecy is coming true. It is, my father rumbled. Which is why we need to go to Peloponnese. What about Sharina and the children? I held my breath, my heart pounding a drum in my ears while waiting for my father's answer. I was thinking they could stay with Thorin, he finally said after a long pause. The breath whooshed from my lungs. Thorin? My mother had told me about her old friend, the mind-spinning mage. Why would she send us to live with him? You want him to take their memories too? My mother asked. My father's voice dropped to a low rumble that reverberated through my bones. Do we have a choice? Great goddess, no. My knees weakened, and I nearly fell onto my backside. No, I don't want them in the middle of this. Neither do I, especially when we're not sure of Sharina's powers. I broke the mind connection and stumbled to my feet, my chest aching so badly I could scarcely draw breath. Tari was alive, though my parents had let me mourn my twin's death for the past 2 years. Even worse than severing our special twin bond, they'd separated a mother from her children. Now my parents were going to steal my memories, Aurora's and Ember's too. They were evil. When I heard the shed door rattle, I ran into the house like the hounds of hell were chasing at my heels. I snatched a knife and rag from the kitchen table and raced up the ladder. Aurora and Ember were sitting up in bed, looking at me with wide eyes.
Do you have the poultice?
Aurora asked as she held onto her arm, her eyes misting with tears. No, Aurora. I grabbed her arm, examining the wound. It was bleeding, and I could make out the gray towstone just beneath the surface of her skin. One cut, and it would be loose. Then Aurora could teleport again. Aurora gasped, trying to pull away when I tapped her wound with the tip of the blade.
What's wrong, Auntie?
I looked at them through a sheen of tears. I hadn't even realized I'd been crying. Girls, I pleaded. Do you trust me? They both nodded. Then listen to me carefully. My voice cracked with each word. How could my parents do this to us? We're in danger. Aurora gasped.
What danger?
I swallowed back my emotion. It felt as if a giant was sitting on my chest. A bad man is coming to take our memories and take us to the bad fairies.
It's 3 bad men, Auntie,
Ember said.
They're going to set our house on fire.
Ember, I scolded. We don't have time for your make-believe. I gasped when I heard my parents' sibilant whispers outside. We were out of time. Aurora, that Tau stone has to come out. I squeezed my niece's arm. Then you have to transport us far from the hut. Can you do that? Her eyes shone with fear.
I only know the edge of the meadow.
The meadow was just beyond our forest home and took us several minutes to walk there. That would give us a good head start. I tensed when the back door rattled. Then take us there.
Okay,
she said, holding her arm out to me while squeezing her eyes shut. I could weep at this child's trust in me. It was at that moment I made a vow to myself I'd never betray them as my parents had done to us. This is going to hurt, baby, I whispered through a watery voice as tears spilled over my eyelids. I need you to be a brave girl. She stiffened, clenching her fist.
It's okay.
The door opened and the chill night air filled the inside of our small cabin. I sliced open Aurora's wound and squeezed out the stone, as well as a prodigious amount of blood and pus.
Ewy,
Ember squealed while looking over her sister's shoulder. Shh, I warned Ember, then swore when more blood pooled out of the wound. Curse my parents for putting us through this, and bless Aurora for being so brave. You okay, darling? I whispered. Aurora opened one watery eye.
Yes, Auntie.
That's my good girl, I said as I wrapped the rag around her arm. I'm so sorry. She turned up her chin, her lower lip trembling.
It's okay.
Sherry, you girls awake? My father called from below. The girls gasped.
Papa!
I placed a finger to my lips, stiffening. Em, take your sister's hand, I said as I grasped both of their hands. I looked into Aurora's wide and trusting eyes. Take us to the meadow. I sucked in a scream, squeezing my niece's hands when we were pulled into a dark, spinning vortex. We tumbled through space for a moment and fell into the tall meadow grasses. I landed with a grunt, then grunted again when my nieces fell on top of my chest. Moaning, they rolled off me.
That hurt, Rora.
Ember swatted her sister with the end of her straw doll.
Sorry.
Aurora sat up and hugged her sister.
I didn't mean it.
I pushed myself up and reached for Aurora's hand. You did fine, Aurora. I smacked a stalk of grass out of my face and blinked up at the night sky. We made it in one piece, and that's what matters. Aurora looked at me with bright, trusting eyes.
Now where, Auntie?
I don't know yet. I chewed my lip. Let me think. Where could we go that my parents wouldn't find us? My father had been all over Caldaria, trading goods and secrets. He knew every inch of the countryside and had a network of friends and spies. Then I remembered my father saying the girls' fathers were in Thiessen and that Tari was heading in that direction too. They also said something about Tari going to Peloponnese. But no, Tari wouldn't go to Falkland's kingdom, not after the evil Fae King had ordered the slaughter of her mates and the entire shifter village. I certainly wasn't taking my nieces there. Their sharp incisors would give away their shifter blood. If we could make it to the northern shore and find a Thiessen merchant ship, we could barter passage to the island. I fingered my cloak's silver clasp around my neck, worrying it wouldn't be enough to buy passage. I'd use my siren voice if necessary. But how would we get all the way to the northern shore? It would take weeks, even months, on foot. I couldn't ask Aurora to bring us there. She hadn't teleported since she was a toddler, and then she could only teleport to places she knew.
Auntie?
Ember whispered, tugging my skirt. What, Ember? I snapped, regretting it when she flinched. I cupped her smooth cheek. I'm sorry, Em. Auntie is stressed. She visibly swallowed.
The bad men are coming to set the house on fire.
I repressed a groan. I didn't have time for her imaginary friends tonight.
What? She pointed to the starry night sky above.
They're up there.
I gasped when I saw 3 winged shadows overhead. Get down, I whispered, hovering over my nieces. I heaved a sigh of relief when the shadows flew past us. Then I inwardly swore. Fire mages. Malvolia's mercenaries.
They can fly like Popo,
Aurora said, a note of awe in her voice. Ember's eyes filled with tears.
They're going to kill Popo and Yaya.
Fuck. My father didn't stand a chance against 3 other fire mages, and my mother couldn't summon fire. Aurora. I squeezed her hand. Take us back. Aurora's lower lip quivered.
Will they kill us too?
Magic raced through my veins as my spine stiffened. No, baby. I won't let them. Pain lanced up my leg when we landed on hard, damp earth. I grunted and rolled onto my side after my nieces broke their fall on my stomach and chest. We'd landed between the shed and the house. The pigs grunted their disapproval. Our dog yelped and ran under the porch with surprising speed for such old bones. What a great protector. Aurora and Ember scrambled to their feet, blinking at my parents who stood there staring at us as if they'd seen ghosts. Girls! My mother cried when Ember ran to her, tucking her face in her grandmother's skirts. You nearly scared me out of my skin. The irony of my mother's expression wasn't lost on me, since she could literally shift out of her skin so that she resembled an entirely different person. Right now, she looked like herself. Tall, dark hair, amber eyes, and fair skin. My father latched onto Aurora's arm with a scowl, a strand of his long, dark hair falling out of its queue and over one eye. Did your Tau stone come out? Aurora looked imploringly at my father.
The bad men are coming.
He ruffled his black, feathered wings. What? 3 fire mages, I said, stumbling to my feet. When? He demanded. I gasped when 3 winged shadows appeared above us. Now! Flora! My father shoved Aurora into my mother's arms. Take the girls and go! My mother cried out, stumbling toward me while clinging to the girls. I took Aurora and Ember from my mother, sidestepping her when she grappled for us. No! My father jumped in front of us, his massive black wings snapping open while twin flames burst from his hands. Shiri! My mother snapped, her eyes wide with fright. Listen to your father. I said no, I boomed, my siren's call taking over my voice and echoing through the forest like a roll of thunder. The girls clung to my skirts, trembling. I grasped their faces. It's okay, I mouthed to them. My father spun around, his fires extinguishing as he gaped at me. Shiri, my mother gasped, looking at me as if I was the reincarnation of Malvolia herself. I scowled at my parents. I didn't have the time or energy to explain why I'd hidden my siren's call from them all these years. Not that they deserved an explanation after they'd lied to me about Tari. My father spun back around when the other mages hit the ground hard, their fire shooting into the air like flaming geysers. I released a deep breath and summoned every ounce of siren magic I possessed. Malvolia's mages! I hollered, my powerful voice reverberating through the forest and shaking the tree limbs. Hold your fire! On your knees! The mages' flames extinguished and they dropped to their knees like birds with clipped wings. I tried to get a glimpse of them from over my father's feathers, but I saw nothing but dark, winged silhouettes. My father jumped into the air, his flame spouts arcing high above him, and I knew he was going to turn the other mages to dust. But then a shaft of moonlight struck one of the mages' faces, and my whole world came to a standstill as I looked into his dark eyes. We locked gazes, and for a moment, there was just him and me. My parents' screams faded into the background, and the world wasn't burning. And I knew he was my fated mate. Just as my father's enraged war cry reverberated in my skull, I threw out my hands, the siren inside me completely possessing my body. I couldn't let him kill my mate. "Father, hold your fire!" I hollered, the rumble shaking the ground beneath me. I looked up at my father as if I was a voyeur peering through the windows of someone else's eyes and jutted a finger toward the ground. "On your knees!" My father landed with a curse. He snarled up at me. "Sharina, what the fuck?" "What are you doing?" my mother screeched, snatching my shoulder. I shook her away like her hand was on fire. "Mother, on your knees too!" She fell to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. "Sherry!" "Quiet, Mother!" I snarled. She looked up at me with frightened eyes, her lips pressed together as if they were glued shut. My father fought his invisible restraints. "Let me up so I can finish them." "Quiet, Father," I commanded. The murderous look in his eyes when his lips clamped shut was enough to make my knees go weak. Pulling back my shoulders, I reminded myself I was a powerful witch. Though my parents hadn't been there to witness, I'd used my siren's call on others before and knew my father couldn't hurt me or my mate unless I let him up. The girls still clung to me, their tremors shaking my legs. I knelt down beside them, stroking their cheeks. "It's okay, girls. Auntie won't let anyone hurt us." I nodded toward the 3 fire mages still on their knees. "I need to talk to them, okay?" They both nodded, and I took their hands while cautiously approaching the winged fae. As if obeying my silent command, the clouds overhead parted, and more moonlight cut through the trees, revealing all 3 mages. Bile rose into my throat, and I squeezed my niece's hands tighter when I felt the pull from not just one, but all of them. How? My mother had told me that strong witches usually took 2 lovers, but only the most powerful white witches had 3 fated mates. The goddess Myadra had 3 mates. Did this mean I was a white witch too? The mages were fanned out in a V formation. The one in front had long chestnut hair, warm skin, swirling tattoos over a bare, broad chest, and dark, piercing eyes that rendered me momentarily speechless and turned my legs to jelly. I had a feeling he was the alpha of the pack, judging by the raw power that pulsed off him. The pull I sensed coming from him was too strong to be natural. Was he my fated mate, or had he cast a spell over me? "Why have you come?" I asked him, the power behind my voice rustling the hair off his shoulders. "To kill Flora and Derek," he answered with a grunt, the words forcefully dragged from his lips. "Why?" He nodded toward the other 2 mages behind him. "They killed our parents, and they're plotting to kill our queen." Their parents? I scanned the mages' faces. They did look related, all with the same large, dark eyes and warm complexions. I was painfully aware of my nieces shaking like leaves in a windstorm as they trembled beside me. I gently rubbed their backs. "Who were your parents?" The mage gave me a look that would have made a lesser witch cower. "Lord and Lady Tobias and Chara Inferni." I angled toward my father, a blade piercing my chest at the sparks of rage shining in his eyes. "Father, answer me truthfully." I swallowed back my fear when his nostrils flared and he growled like a wounded animal. If he and my mother didn't despise me before, they certainly did so now. "Did you and Mother kill their parents?" He snarled, flashing sharp incisors. "No." "Who killed their parents?" I pressed. He worked a tick in his jaw, glaring. "Malvolia." "You lie!" the alpha mage boomed. The girls buried their faces in my skirts. I patted their heads as I gave the alpha mage a hard stare. "He can't lie," I answered, doing my best to infuse a note of calm into my voice. I glared at my growling and grunting father. "I heard you and Mother talking about Thorn in the shed," I said to him, accusation lacing my words. "I heard everything." His jaw dropped. "How, when we were mind-speaking?" I refused to answer. Why did you lie about Tari? My throat constricted at the sound of my sister's name on my lips. He struggled against his invisible restraints. To keep her safe. Why didn't you tell me? He stopped struggling long enough to shoot eye daggers at me. Because you would have fought us. My fear of my father was replaced with resentment. As his blade of betrayal pierced deep into my spine, a rage I'd never known flooded my veins, and I had to clutch the girls to ground my anger. So you let me think my twin was dead? Yes, he grunted, struggling to stand. Let me up, Shiri. There could be more mages. Are there more of you? I asked the Alpha. No. The fire in his eyes had cooled, replaced with two inky, hard pools of stone. A chill snaked up my spine when our gazes locked, and I feared my fated mate would stop at nothing to kill my parents. I swallowed back bile, forcing myself to be brave, not just for my sake, but for the children. I dug my fingers into their shoulders, then released them when Aurora cried out. Sorry, baby, I mouthed to her. My gaze shot to the Alpha Mage. What kind of spell are you casting on me? We're not. His words came out like searing arrows, burning the air between us. You are, I insisted. He shook his head. It might be the mating bond. I looked from him to the other two mages. Are you saying you're my mates? I swore when the three of them nodded. How do you compel me to speak? The Alpha asked. I'm asking questions, not you, I spat. You there. I pointed to one of his brothers. He had a mop of dark hair and feral eyes so piercing I could practically feel him visibly undressing me. Like his other brothers, he wore no tunic, and his hard tattooed chest looked to have been sculpted from granite. I repressed a shudder. What do you feel when you look at me? The need to protect you, he blurted. Heat flushed my face. And you? I asked his other brother, the one with the smooth, youthful face, long tousled hair, bare chest with similar tattoos, and full, kissable lips. He visibly swallowed. The same. Were you going to kill the children and me too? I asked them. No, they simultaneously blurted, the strength of their words nearly knocking me off my feet. Then what were you going to do with us? I pressed, praying my fated mates weren't monsters. We would never harm children, the youthful brother said, his eyes shining with sincerity. We didn't know about them. We were sent to take you hostage. I tried my best not to sway on my feet, especially when my nieces squeezed my hands. I squeezed their little fingers back, reassuring them with a smile. For what purpose? I asked him. He blinked at me. His lashes were so long and his bottom lip so plump, I could scarcely think past kissing him. To use as leverage against the White Witch. The White Witch? My sister? The thought of them fighting Tari was the cold bucket of water dumped all over my head that I needed to bring me back to reality. And what would they do to me to get to Tari? I squeezed my niece's hands again, trying to calm the trembling in my limbs. Malvolia will torture and kill me. We won't let her, they simultaneously blurted. Just great. I let out a groan of frustration. My fated mates are fools. Shiri, my father called, pulling against his legs as if they were stuck in mud. Let me up. I waved toward my mates. Fools or not, I couldn't let my father hurt them. So you can kill them? Tobias and Chara were our friends. I won't kill their sons. He paused, releasing a long breath. Or my daughter's mates. How badly I wanted to believe him, that he had one shred of concern for my happiness when my entire life it felt as if he was always watching me, waiting for me to turn evil like Malvolia, the same way he and my mother had started to leer at Aurora, thinking I couldn't hear when they whispered about us. Then what will you do to them? I demanded, my siren voice ringing through the trees like a reverberating gong. "Bind them and get Thorin to change their memories," my father answered, cursing after the words were forced from his mouth. "And mine too?" He cursed again. "Yes. And the girls?" His eyes narrowed, then flashed with rage. "Yes." The girls gasped, pressing into me, Ember's straw doll crackling as she crushed it between us. Curse my father for upsetting them. I glared at him, no longer afraid of his anger as my own rage swelled my veins. "How can you be such a monster?" The shell that had hardened his features finally cracked, and he gave me an imploring look. "To keep you safe." I snorted at that. I'd heard enough. Certainly there were better ways to keep us safe than to hand us over to a stranger and have our memories erased. Resolve stiffening my spine, I looked back at my mates. "I will release you from my spell, but only if you make me 2 promises." The alpha arched a brow, giving me an assessing look. "What are they?" "That you won't harm my parents, and that you'll take my nieces and me someplace safe." "No, Shiri!" my father bellowed. "Yes," the younger mage called out. "We'll do it." There was no mistaking the dark look the alpha gave his younger brother. I could tell by the rage simmering in his eyes he wanted nothing more than to kill my parents. Too bad. They might have been monsters, but they were still my parents, my niece's grandparents. Even if I wanted them killed, the girls would be devastated. "You won't take us to Malvolia?" I asked them. They shook their heads. "We won't." "Shiri," my father pleaded, his voice cracking. "Listen to me." I turned on him with a snarl. "Quiet! You will not follow us!" He flinched as if I'd smacked him, and then his eyes glossed over. I made the mistake of looking at my mother, who had tears streaming down her face. "Don't give me that look," I snapped, angry with myself for making them cry, and furious with them for putting me in this position. "Not when you've been lying to me for 2 years, not when you deliberately broke our hearts and separated children from their mother. Not another word from either of you until we're long gone, and you will not follow us." My voice constricted with emotion, making it hard to push the words out, but I squeezed my niece's hands again, pulling them with me as we moved closer to my mates. My mates. I still didn't know how I felt about that. "You may rise," I said to them, nearly losing my nerve when they stood and towered over me. They were even taller than my father, their dark, wide wings making them look like angels of death. "You will not hurt my parents," I repeated. "You will take us from here to a safe place of hiding." Before I knew what was happening, the alpha swept me into his arms and shot into the sky like a backward bolt of lightning, sending the contents of my stomach racing into my throat. I barely kept from vomiting while searching the night sky for the girls, relieved when 2 winged figures closed in on us, their dark wings shining a deep blue beneath the moonlight. They each carried a laughing child in their arms.
"Higher! Faster!"
the girls cried. I admired my niece's fearlessness, but mostly I envied their naivete. To them, they were just going for another night ride like they'd done many times before with their popo. What they didn't know was we could have been flying from one dangerous situation into another. Chapter 4. The world passed beneath us in a blur. My mates flew faster than my father had ever flown. So fast, the frigid air stung my cheeks and burned my lips. I kept trying to look over at my nieces, but my mates' wings were blocking my view. We'd been flying for several minutes. The girls had to have been cold by now. In our haste to leave, I hadn't thought to get their cloaks. I thought about asking our winged chariots to stop for the night, but I feared the spell I'd put on my parents would wear off soon, and my father would come after us. So I held my tongue while the displaced wind from my mate's heavy flapping wings blew back my hair. As I clung to his thick neck, I was painfully aware of his fingers digging into my thighs. The only other man I'd ever let hold me like this had been my father. Not that I had a lack of suitors. Despite the fact that we lived in the heart of a dark and deadly forest, suitors still found me. Tari had said my siren powers drew them in. It had gotten so bad that Tari had put double and triple wards around the house. Still, a few of them had managed to find me. None of those men had ever appealed to me, though. Women didn't either. I'd started to think that perhaps I wasn't meant to have a lover. Now I was painfully aware of my mate's hard, tattooed chest and thick arms and his special scent, a blend of sage and sulfur that made me want to straddle him and lick every inch of his glistening skin. Perhaps I'd never been attracted to another because my heart knew to wait for my 3 fire mages. My mates. Wow. What had the elements been thinking to match me up with Malvolia's mages? They might not have been evil, but they served an evil queen, which was bad enough. And what had I been thinking in flying off with them? Though, what choice did I have? We couldn't have escaped my parents without them. Still, I couldn't fight the nagging doubt that I'd made a mistake. It was too late for regrets, though. We would give my mates a chance, and if I didn't feel safe with them, I'd have Aurora take us somewhere else. Perhaps sooner rather than later. The one who carried me hadn't given me one kind look during our flight. In fact, his expression was unreadable, a hard mask of granite. I wondered if he was angry with me for not letting him kill my parents. Hadn't he believed me when I'd told him my parents couldn't lie? Did he doubt the strength of my siren voice? Or perhaps he did believe me, and he finally realized he'd been duped his entire life by my evil aunt. There was only one way to find out. Ask my reticent mate, though that twisting in my gut warned me he wouldn't be open to conversation. I cleared my throat, calling above the din of his flapping wings. "What's your name?" He stared straight ahead, and for a moment I wondered if he was deaf or mute. But no, he'd heard and answered me just fine earlier. I held my breath, waiting, watching as he worked a tick in his jaw. "Draven," he finally answered, his voice as cold as the hard glint in his eyes. Yeah, he was angry. I wouldn't let his sour mood intimidate me. We were fated mates, after all, just like my parents, who were madly in love. In fact, in all my life, I'd never heard them utter an unkind word to each other. "Draven." I clutched his neck tighter. "I'm Sharina." "I know," he answered coolly, his expression as hard as iron as he kept his gaze straight ahead. What a toad. I hated that I trembled in his arms. Why did this fae make me so nervous? Why did I let him make me so nervous? Usually men were terrified of me, not the other way around. "Where are you taking us?" I asked, anxious energy making my voice rattle. "Someplace safe," he said, continuing to stare straight ahead. He wasn't just a toad. He was a fat, croaking pond dweller with big, bubbly warts. "Specifically where?" "Abyssus, our estate in Delphi." "Delphi?" I gasped. "Where Malvolia lives?" "No, not where she lives." His voice lacked the slightest hint of empathy. I heaved a breath of frustration. "Care to expand on that?" His shell cracked long enough for his eyes to flash with annoyance. "It's a big country. Malvolia lives far north. Our estate is far south." "What if she finds us there?" "Hopefully she won't." I was growing ever tired of his obtuse answers. "Hopefully?" "Malvolia is too focused right now on the Kaldarian and Windhaven armies and stopping the White Witch." My sister. Damn. "How far is your estate from here?" "A 2 or 3 day flight without passengers. With you slowing us down." He paused, sneering as if the thought of having to carry me soured his stomach. "It will take 3 or 4. Ire warmed my veins, and anxiety was replaced with aggravation. I was tired of dancing around his foul mood. "My parents didn't kill your parents," I blurted. He worked another tick in his jaw before speaking through clenched teeth. "They did." "They can't lie when I use my siren voice." He still refused to look at me. "They lied." Forget calling him a toad. He was a first-rate dragon's ass. "So you're angry you didn't get to kill them, and I suppose you think it's my fault." "It was our right to kill our parents' murderers." He spoke through a hiss as he finally spared me a cold, hard look. "And you took that from us." Turning up my chin, I refused to let the cruel prick intimidate me, though his rejection felt as if he'd driven a talon into my heart. "Forgive me for not wanting my parents to be killed either." His lips pulled back in a snarl, and the pain that flashed in his eyes reminded me of a trapped and wounded animal. "They were going to steal your memories. You should have wanted us to kill them." Tears pricked the backs of my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. I would not let this arrogant bastard know how much he'd hurt me. "It's a beautiful night. I think I'll enjoy the scenery in silence." He turned his gaze to the sky, and for the first time, his expression changed from aggravation to relief. "Thank the elements." Oh, what a scaly dragon's ass. No, more like the flaming fart emitted from a scaly dragon's ass. I'd once dreamt of finding a fated mate, a man who would look at me with the same love and adoration in my father's eyes whenever he looked at my mother. I never would have imagined I'd find 3 fated mates, but at least one of them hated me, and I feared a future with him would be anything but miserable. Night had long fallen. My arms and legs were stiff, and my hands and face were frozen by the time we began circling for a place to land high up in the mountains. The air was thinner here, making it harder to draw breath, and everything seemed bigger. The trees were easily thrice the size of the trees back home, their trunks wider than my family's cabin, which meant that we were in giant country. Just great. One of the brothers pointed to a cavern with a wide ledge in the distance, and Draven followed after him before unceremoniously dropping me on the ground, not giving me enough time to steady myself before he shot back into the sky. Luckily, the youthful brother steadied me with one of his wings, or I would have fallen on my ass. He shook a fist in the direction my tormentor had flown. "Easy with her, Dre!" I seriously doubted his brother heard him, but I appreciated his concern. I mumbled my thanks and stepped away from him. I was momentarily stunned when he smiled at me, revealing the cutest dimples. "Would you like to take her?" he whispered, motioning to Ember sleeping in his arms, her little doll tucked in beside her. "Yes, please," I said, and thanked him as he peeled her away from his bare chest. Though she was asleep, she still clung to that blasted doll as he placed her in my arms. I kissed her forehead, warm from his body heat. I couldn't resist smelling her hair and caught the scents of sulfur and sage, just like him. I swallowed when he smiled at me again. At least he didn't act like he loathed my very existence. "Where are we?" He rolled his shoulders and flexed his wings. "A few days west of the Windhaven border." I pushed back my fear, nodding toward the tops of the thick pines below. "In giant country?" He grimaced. "Yeah, but we don't scent any nearby." I silently nodded, praying they were right. His older brother, the one with the feral eyes, landed beside him with Aurora clinging to his neck. Aurora was wide awake with a huge grin etched into her features. He set her down and she ran to me.
Wasn't that fun, Auntie?
She squealed, tugging at my skirts. Ember stirred in my arms, then looked up at me with foggy eyes.
Are we safe, Auntie?
I kissed her forehead again. "Yes, Em. Would you like to get down?" She shook her head, clinging to me. My heart leapt into my throat when the brother with the feral eyes jumped back into the sky. Where was he going? "He's gone off to gather wood for the fire," the youthful brother said to me as if reading my mind. "Come inside." He motioned to me with a smile. "We'll set up a comfortable space for you and the girls." He held up his hand like he was holding a torch. Flames sparked off his fingers, lighting the way inside the damp, dark cave. Holding Aurora's hand, I reluctantly followed him, gravel crunching under my shoes and my nose wrinkling at the musty odor. "How do we know trolls don't live here? Or bears? Or worse?" "We don't," a dark voice boomed behind me. I scowled at Draven over my shoulder. I hadn't even heard him come back. It unnerved me that he was so good at sneaking up on people, and I wondered how many other fae he'd hunted besides my parents. "We stayed here a few weeks ago and didn't come across any trolls," the youthful brother said as he led us to a corner and motioned toward a smooth slab of stone that was wide enough for me and the girls to sleep on. "That doesn't mean they're not here now." I spun a slow circle. The cave was relatively shallow, and I didn't see any monsters lurking anywhere. "We'd smell them if they were nearby," the youthful brother said, making a face. "Troll dung has an unmistakable stench." I blew out a breath, hoping he was right. Aurora jumped on the slab and scrambled across it. I cringed when I noticed her stockings were already full of holes. I cursed myself for forgetting to bring their shoes. And yet, neither of the girls complained. Ember asked to be let down, and she joined her sister, beating her straw doll's head against the slab as she crawled across it, following her sister as they explored the cave, hopping from one rock to another. "I think 3 fire mages and a siren can take on the trolls," the feral-looking mage said as he dumped an armful of branches into what looked like an old burn pit toward the mouth of the cave. I stiffened at the comparison. "I'm not a siren." From what my father had told me, sirens were hideous, fey-eating ocean creatures with human voices and fangs. He hit the branches with a burst of flame, instantly igniting them before turning to me. The glow from the firelight highlighted the sharp angles of his face, making him look even more feral. "Then what are you?" I didn't sense any malice in his tone, so I answered, "A witch." His nostrils flared as if he was trying to scent my magic. "Who has the siren's call?" "Yes," I answered, feeling suddenly self-conscious as all 3 brothers gaped at me. "Amazing," the youthful brother said, his grin widening. He'd doused the flames on his hand and jutted a thumb in his chest. "I'm Nikos." He nodded toward the feral brother. "This is Blaze." He slapped Draven's back. "And you've already met Dre." "Yeah," I said sarcastically. "I've met Draven." I refused to look into his brother's eyes, knowing they were probably full of malice and resentment. I plastered on a smile for Nikos and Blaze. "I hope you're both nicer than him." Nikos blanched, then elbowed his brother. "What did you say to her, Dre?" Draven threw up his hands, grumbling. "I'm taking first watch." Before anyone could stop him, he stormed out of the cave and shot into the sky. "Sorry about him." Nikos dragged a hand down his face with a groan. "He's had a rough night." "Haven't we all?" I spat. "Yeah, that's no excuse." Nikos clenched his hands by his sides. "Are you tired, Shiri? It is Shiri, right?" "Sharina," I corrected. I wasn't ready to be on such a familiar basis with them yet. Mates or not, they were still Malvolia's mages. Nikos's face turned the color of the fire's flames, and I felt a momentary stab of guilt for the way I'd treated him. "Okay, Sharina," he said, his smile appearing plastered to his face. "If you give me a few minutes, I'll get your bed set up." "I'd appreciate it." I flashed a hesitant smile as I sat down and smoothed my skirts across my legs. His eyes lit up, his grin emphasizing the cute dimples in his cheeks. "Of course." Are you or the children hungry? Blaze asked while wiping soot off his hands. We could hunt something for you. I wrapped my arms around myself, keeping an eye on the girls when they wandered too close to the fire. We had supper already, thank you. As if attuned to my fears, Nikos ushered the girls away from the fire. We'll make a place for you and the girls to sleep. I held out my arms and the girls came to me. I wrapped my cloak around their shoulders, tucking them against my sides, wincing when the straw from Ember's doll pierced my skin. That would be nice. Ember blinked up at me.
Why did we leave Papa and Yaya? Didn't you hear Em?
Aurora looked around my chest at her sister.
They lied about our mama, and they were gonna have a bad man change our memories.
I was painfully aware of Nikos and Blaze pretending to stoke the fire while listening to the girls' conversation. Ember pouted, picking a frayed piece of straw from her doll's head.
They wanted to keep us safe.
I squeezed their shoulders. There are better ways to keep us safe than tricking us. Aurora looked up at me with wide, innocent eyes.
Is our mama really alive?
I swallowed back a knot in my throat while fighting tears that threatened at the backs of my eyes. I believe so. All this time I'd mourned my dear twin, and she'd been alive. I hated my parents for lying to me and tearing our family apart.
Can we go to her?
Ember asked. I frowned, squeezing their shoulders. Right now, we have to find someplace safe. Aurora crawled onto my knee, straddling my leg while resting her hands on my shoulders.
From the bad man who wants to take our memories?
I brushed a strand of her chin-length hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. From lots of bad people. Ember climbed onto my other knee, gently handing her doll off to me like it was a real live baby.
Like the king who killed our papas and the queen who tried to kill Papa and Yaya?
Exactly, I murmured. I didn't want to give them false hope by telling them that their papas might be alive too. Not until I knew for certain. Nikos and Blaze shared startled looks, and I suspected they didn't like their queen being lumped in with the bad people, which was why I couldn't trust my mates. Blaze mumbled something about getting more wood, leaving us alone with Nikos. I wondered if Blaze truly needed more wood, or if he didn't want to be around us while we insulted his queen. Aurora wobbled on my leg, and she hissed when I tried to steady her by clutching her arm. Guilt washed over me when I realized I'd forgotten about the cut on her arm. Get off me, girls, I said as I handed the doll back to Ember. I need to examine Aurora's arm. To my surprise, Nikos knelt by my side, his wings drooping behind him. He looked from me to Aurora. Do you mind if I look? I nodded when Aurora looked to me. Actually, I didn't mind at all. After we lost Tari, my mother had become the family healer, though she had no magical gifts. She was good at making poultices, but I had never paid enough attention to remember what herbals went into them. Nikos pushed up Aurora's sleeve, frowning at the wound. It looks infected. I gasped when he twisted her arm to show me. The area was even more swollen than before. Aurora winced, trying to pull away. It hurts. Nikos loosened his hold on her arm. Will you let me clean it out and heal it? She looked to me again. You're a healer? I asked him. He shrugged. I inherited some of my mother's green witch powers. Blissfully unaware of personal space, Ember leaned against him.
Our mama is a green witch.
He smiled down at her. Is she? I thought she was a white witch. The girls gave me confused looks. All white witches start out as another color, I said to them. Your mother was a green witch last we saw her, but her powers were growing, and she may be a white witch by now.
Can you talk to animals and heal people when they're dying?
Ember asked him.
Our mama can.
My heart ached at how she referred to her mama in present tense, at how easily she accepted that Tari was alive. I prayed it was so, and that Malvolia's goons didn't kill her. No, he said as he unfastened a leather satchel. But I can heal cuts so that you don't need stitches. He pulled out a flask, a bowl and pestle, and 3 velvet bags that smelled like herbs. After he ground up the herbs and then added water until it was a sticky paste, he looked back at Aurora. I'm going to have to clean your wound and add a poultice first. I'll try to be gentle, but it might hurt.
That's okay,
She sniffled, wiping her nose with the back of her hand.
I'm brave.
You are. Nikos gave her the sweetest smile, and my heart felt like it was going to flutter right out of my chest. I could hardly reconcile the fact that this kind fae served an evil queen. Aurora only shook a little when Nikos cleaned the wound by pouring water over it, but she pulled back when he scooped up the poultice and tried to smear it on her cut.
Ew-wee, it stinks.
Medicine usually does, he said with a laugh before his smile faded. But after I finish, I bet I can find some ginger candy in my bag. Have you ever had ginger candy? Aurora's eyes widened.
No, what's it taste like?
A little tangy, he said, licking those full, kissable lips. A little sweet. Aurora's eyes dazzled with starlight.
I like sweets.
Nikos hovered over her cut. If you're a brave girl, I'll give you a piece. Ember tugged on his wing.
I like sweets too.
He looked down at her. Ember, right? She nodded. Ember, he said with a wink. If you would like to be my helper, I'll give you a piece of candy too. Ember bit her lip, nodding in my direction.
Auntie says I'm a good helper.
She set her doll on the stone slab.
Stay here, Bethany,
she said to her doll, her brow creasing.
Mommy has work to do.
She turned back to Nikos with a serious expression.
I'm ready.
Nikos smiled. Hold this bowl for me, please. He handed her the bowl of medicine. And don't spill it. She wrinkled her nose as she held the bowl away from her. I held Aurora's hand as Nikos dabbed her cut with the poultice. Aurora let out a hiss and dug her fingers into my palm.
Ouch!
Sorry, Aurora. Nikos's brows drew together as he focused on getting the poultice into the cut. This part is almost over. Ember clutched her bowl like it would explode if she dropped it.
I'm mad at Papa and Yaya.
I leaned into her while continuing to hold Aurora's hand. So am I, baby.
How will Mommy find us?
Ember asked. I cast Nikos a wary glance, fearing he and his brothers wouldn't pass up the chance to kill Tari. We will have to find her, I said, trying to sound reassuring. Nikos wiped his hand on a cloth and then gave Aurora a somber look. I need to heal the cut now. Don't be afraid of my flame. It's healing fire. Aurora's brow scrunched as she pulled away from him.
Healing fire?
Yes. He held up his hand and teal-blue flames sprouted from his fingers like water shooting out of a spout. See? He waved his hand across his arm. It doesn't hurt. Both girls gasped and then squealed in delight.
Papa doesn't have blue fire,
Ember exclaimed. He held out one hand to her while the other continued to sprout flame. Let me see your arm. She looked to me again, and I nodded. Then she gave him her arm and giggled when he ran the blue flame over it. Am I hurting you? He asked as he continued making passes across the wound.
No,
she said, peering at him from beneath her lashes.
It's cold.
Feels good, though, right?
Yeah.
She leaned into him, mesmerized by the flame.
I like it. Can I touch it?
Ember asked. When Nikos nodded, Ember shoved the bowl into my hands and quickly jutted both hands into the flame. She pulled back with a giggle.
It doesn't hurt at all.
I set the bowl down and grabbed Ember's hands when she tried again. That's enough, Em. Let him heal your sister. Ember pouted.
Was your mama a good witch?
Aurora asked him. He bit his lip while continuing to run flames across her arm. I was just a baby when she died, but Blaze and Dre told me she was the best witch.
Could she heal people and talk to animals?
Ember asked, invading his personal space again by leaning against him. He shook his head. Her magic was different.
What could she do?
Aurora asked. Her powers were extremely rare, he said with a smile in his voice. She helped Ravini and She-Fae have babies. Ember wrinkled her nose.
How?
My heart clenched when shadows passed over his eyes. I'm not sure. I've heard of your mother, I blurted. She's the reason Tari and I were born. Our parents tried for over 30 years to conceive. He cleared his throat. Many Ravini and She struggled with fertility until my mother came into her powers. They called it the Fertilis, I said, recalling what my parents had told me. It lasted only a few years, but so many Fae babies were born during that time. I wanted to tell him their mother was an amazing Fae and how sorry I was they lost her. But I had a sinking feeling they still blamed my parents for her death. Hold still while I clean off your arm, Nico said to Aurora, flashing a smile that didn't mask the sadness in his eyes. Then I'll get you and your sister some candy. My nieces squealed, bouncing up and down. Aurora, hold still, I reminded her. She instantly went still while Nikos poured water onto a cloth and wiped the remnants of the poultice from her arm.
Look, Auntie,
she said, holding out her arm. To my surprise and delight, the festering wound was gone, replaced by perfectly smooth skin. Nikos dug into his bag and pulled out a sack, pouring out what looked like 2 orange-colored crystal rocks into his palm. He gave one to each girl, and they plopped them in their mouths, their grins stretched nearly ear to ear. What do you say? I reminded them.
Thank you,
they said in unison. My pleasure, Nikos said. Then he grunted when Aurora slammed into him and kissed his arm. Both girls dashed away, hopping from rock to rock while sucking on their candy. Be careful you don't choke, I called to them. I was keenly aware of Nikos watching me while I watched the girls. Finally, I returned his stare, relieved to see no judgment reflecting in his eyes. Thank you for taking care of her. You don't need to thank me. He stood and held out the bag. Do you want some candy too? I waved the bag away. No thanks. Truthfully, I wanted a piece, but decided to save it for the girls. No doubt they'd go through what was left of his candy before our journey was over.
I take back what I said about you,
Ember called from the other end of the cave.
I don't think you're bad men anymore.
Nico splayed a hand across his heart. I'm honored you don't think we're bad. I laughed. All it took was a little candy.
No,
Ember called back.
My friends say they're not bad now that they aren't going to kill us.
I grimaced at that. Nikos gave me a look. Her friends? He turned his gaze to Ember, who was whispering into the darkness. Is she a spirit talker? Possibly, I said. Until tonight, I thought her friends were imaginary. I still had to have a talk with Ember about those friends of hers, but now was not the time. Not in front of my mates, anyway. Based on my limited experiences with other Fae, they treated clairvoyants as the pariahs of the magical world. I wouldn't expose her to their censure. Nikos arched a brow. They warned her we were coming? I bit my lip, worried he'd judge her. Yes. I'm glad they did. Dragging his hands through his hair, he let out a long breath. I don't think you would have forgiven us if we'd killed your parents. Heat coiled in my chest and spread through my veins. Not only did Nikos not pass judgment on my niece, but he was actually relieved he didn't kill my parents. He was so opposite his older brother, and I knew I could easily learn to love a mage like him. Too bad Draven doesn't feel like you do. He shrugged. I'm sure he does. I shook my head, ire pounding a nail in my skull. He told me I took away the chance to kill your parents' murderers. He sat beside me on the stone slab, concern marring his brow. He did? I felt compelled to scoot away, put a little distance between us. Not because I was afraid, but I was terrified of my reaction to him. His mouth had fallen open, and I didn't trust myself not to test the softness of those kissable lips or trace a finger around his chest's swirling flame tattoos. I'm sorry about your parents, but nobody can lie when I use my siren voice. I twisted the hem of my robe in my lap, and I suddenly realized how very important Nikos's trust meant to me. My parents might be horrible, but they didn't kill your parents. I took a chance and looked into his eyes, a golden brown like warm honey, so relieved when I didn't see judgment reflecting back at me. Did you explain this to Dre? He asked. My heart felt like it was imploding as I recalled that nightmare flight in his arms, and my stomach churned at the thought of doing it all over again tomorrow. I wasn't about to let him carry my nieces, which meant he'd have to carry me again. Goddess help me. He doesn't believe me. We'll talk to him, Blaze said as he dumped an armful of firewood just inside the mouth of the cavern. These mages certainly knew how to sneak up on me. Maybe I'd been too absorbed in our conversation, but I hadn't heard or noticed Blaze land. I gave Blaze an appreciative smile, and my heart fluttered when he smiled back. That feral gleam in his eyes would have unnerved me hadn't he already told me he felt a need to protect me. What happened to Aurora's arm? Nikos asked. I averted my gaze, watching my nieces as they hopped from one slab to another. She had an accident.
It wasn't an accident, Auntie, Aurora called to me. You cut a stone out of my arm.
Dragon balls. I didn't want these mages knowing about Aurora's teleporting abilities. Not until I knew I could trust them. I didn't want them to try to stop us if we needed to make a quick escape. Blaze gave me a curious look. A stone? Aurora, I warned her, forcing myself to look away from Blaze's hard stare. Not another word.
Why, Auntie?
She pressed. That child. Ugh. Because I said, I snapped, feeling like I'd suffocate from Nikos and Blaze's heat as they hovered too close to me. Because your aunt doesn't trust us, and she doesn't want us to know about your magic. Draven sauntered into the cavern, his wings pinned behind him, his eyes as cold as a winter's frost as he clutched a dead bird by its limp neck. I assume it was a Tau stone. I turned up my chin, refusing to cower at the look of hatred reflecting in his eyes. I thought you were supposed to be on watch. I am. He shrugged, then tossed the bird to Nikos. And for the record, he sneered in my direction, I don't trust you either. Rage boiled my blood, and it took every ounce of willpower not to order him to fall on a sword. But that would have made me evil, and I wasn't a bad witch, no matter what my parents thought. Dre, Blaze warned, balling up his fists. Draven spun on his brother with a snarl. What? Blaze refused to back down, standing toe-to-toe with his brother, his nostrils flaring like a dragon about to pounce on a lamb. Enough. The girls ran to me, clinging to my back while peering over my shoulders. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't want to use my siren voice to stop them, but if they came to blows, I might not have a choice. I cleared my throat. Please remember there are children present. Blaze stepped away from Draven and mouthed an apology to me. Outside, Draven snarled at his brothers. Both of you. Nikos tossed the dead bird on a nearby rock. After I take care of Sharina and the girls. He glared sideways at Draven. And after you cool down. Draven swore and stomped out of the cavern like a toddler being sent to timeout. Blaze rolled his eyes to the ceiling. I'm sorry about his behavior. You don't need to make excuses for him, I answered, but I thank you for defending me. Of course. His throat bobbled when he spoke. He wasn't fooling when he said he had a need to protect me, and I suddenly realized how much I liked Blaze and Nikos. They were nothing like their older brother. "Do your friends think Draven is bad, Em?" I whispered to my niece over my shoulder. "Because I do." She nodded. Nikos shared a look with Blaze. "He's not normally like this." Troll shit. I had a feeling they had become so accustomed to his moods that they'd learned to tolerate him, hence the way Draven had thrown the bird to Nikos, just expecting him to skin it. Not so much as a please or thank you. Well, that didn't mean I had to put up with that kind of treatment. "It's okay," I said. "The girls and I need to sleep." Ember tugged on my sleeve.
I'm not tired, Auntie.
I turned to my niece. Her eyes were indeed heavy with fatigue and darkened with shadows. She blinked at me, then stifled a yawn. "Em?" I took her hand in mine. "We need to rest." Aurora pouted.
I want more candy.
Feeling a sudden headache coming on, I gritted my teeth. "No more candy." The girls whined. I closed my eyes, slowly counting to 3. "Your auntie is right." I opened my eyes to see Nikos giving my nieces a stern look, his arms crossed and his wings pulled back. "You need rest. If you're good girls, I'll give you each another sweet tomorrow." Aurora jumped to her feet.
We'll be good.
I mouthed my thanks to Nikos. It was nice having backup. Usually my parents caved and gave in when the children whined, making me out to be the bad aunt. Blaze and Nikos each dug into their bags and pulled out rolled-up pallets. "This is all we have to sleep on," Blaze said as he pushed the 2 pallets together, close enough to the fire that we could still feel the warmth, but not risk embers igniting our makeshift bed. "It's fine." I knelt on the pallets, beckoning the girls to join me. "But what will you sleep on?" "Don't worry about us." Blaze ruffled his wings. "We have our feathers to keep us comfortable." "Thank you." I did my best to fluff up the pallets. The makeshift beds were thin, filled with a single layer of what felt like feathers. I wondered if they'd used their own feathers. All of my family's mattresses and pillows were made from my father's feathers. My mother collected them after every molt. Aurora jutted her hands on her hips, frowning down at the pallets like my mother scowling at our feeble attempt to make our bed.
You don't have blankets?
Nico scratched the back of his head, the color rising in his cheeks. "No, sorry." "They don't need blankets," I said to my niece while wiping a smudge of dirt from her nose. "They use their wings like Popo does."
Oh.
Ember knelt next to me, her doll once again tucked under her arm as she batted large eyes at my mates.
Can you sleep with us and keep us warm?
"No, Em," I blurted, embarrassment flushing my cheeks. I stifled a groan, too afraid to look in my mate's direction. I wasn't ready to share a bed with them yet, even if we had 2 children between us.
Why not?
Aurora asked.
Popo keeps Yaya warm with his wings.
"Come here, darling." I held out my arms to her, keenly aware that my mates had gone eerily still. Were they as mortified as me at the prospect of sharing a bed? Elements, I still couldn't look at them, and I feared I'd combust if my face got any hotter. "I will keep you warm." She frowned.
You don't have feathers.
"Of course not." Nervous laughter erupted from my throat as my unsuspecting nieces continued to drag me down another level of awkward. "Only Ravini males have wings. You know that."
That's not fair,
Ember pouted.
Why don't we get wings?
"No more questions, girls." I punched the pallet in a futile attempt to fluff it. I loved my nieces, but after our trying day, I was clinging to my last thread of patience. "We need to get some sleep." Nikos knelt beside us. "Do you need anything else?" I made the mistake of looking into his honey gold eyes, and then my gaze drifted lower to those kissable lips. Elements, he was too cute. I've never been attracted to a man this much. Ever. "You've done so much already." "Okay." Blaze thumbed behind him, shadows falling over his eyes. We have to go beat some sense into our brother. Please don't fight, I pleaded. Don't worry. Blaze offered me a playful smirk, even as smoke curled from his fingers. We won't kill him. I'm sorry about your parents, too. Nico stood, his wings drooping by his sides. His hands clenched and opened, and I had a feeling he'd take me in his arms and kiss me senseless if I asked him to. I know they've broken your trust, and I don't blame you for not trusting us yet. I didn't know how to answer that, but I was overwhelmed with gratitude that he understood my concern. Trust is earned, Blaze added, and we'll do everything to earn it. My throat constricted at the look of sincerity reflecting in both of their eyes, and though my parents hadn't told me much about mating bonds, I wondered what would happen if I bonded with Nikos and Blaze and rejected their brother. I wasn't sure if rejecting one and accepting two was an option. One thing I knew for certain, I wasn't about to join my body and soul with a fae like Draven, no matter how much I liked his brothers. Nikos and Fernie. Ever watchful for threats, I flew after my brother's scent, soaring through the darkness like the bow of a ship cutting through inky waters. Moonlight reflected off the tops of the massive pines below, setting their limbs aglow and reminding me just how insignificant and small I was in proportion to this side of the Paraculean mountain range. Everything was bigger in the land of the giant trolls, from the trees with pine needles as thick as blades to the animals that were easily 4 times the size of their northern cousins. Even the air itself felt bigger, each breath filling my lungs with a heaviness that weighed me down. I gave a start when a squirrel the size of a large dog jumped below me from one thick tree limb to another, making an aggravated grunt when I flew by. Only in the heart of the Paraculean mountains would I be frightened of a squirrel. I landed on another ledge far above the cavern, worrying that we'd wandered too far from Sharina and the girls. Though I knew my brothers had already checked for threats, I also scanned the area, scenting the air for the smell of troll dung. Luckily, I smelled nothing but the strong scents of pine and earth. The occasional bird chirped and more squirrels rustled in the trees. The animals usually went silent when trolls were nearby. They didn't seem alarmed that my brothers were already engaged in a heated discussion. Blaze paced the ledge, his wings arched back, his feathers standing on end. What in flame is the matter with you, Dre? Dre threw up his hands, sparks flying from his fingers. We had them in our sights, and she wouldn't let us kill them. They're her parents. What about our parents? Dre smacked his chest, the anguish in his voice a palpable thing. Where's their justice? I almost felt sorry for our brother. Almost. I didn't remember our parents. Dre did. He'd been just 7 years old when he'd been forced to fill our father's role and help raise his 2 younger brothers. For that, I'd always be grateful, but that didn't excuse the way he was treating our mate now. Our mate. I could hardly believe it. I'd been so focused on training in Malvolia's army, I hadn't given the opposite sex much thought, other than the occasional visits to Delphi's most illustrious brothel. And even then, I'd been focused on my needs, not theirs. But now all that changed, because the elements had somehow deemed me worthy of a mate, a beautiful, powerful witch, and I wasn't about to let our big brother blow it. I cleared my throat, summoning the nerve to challenge my brother. Not that I was afraid of Dre. I could hold my own against any of my brothers. But Dre had been the closest thing to a father I'd ever had. Even though he was clearly in the wrong, I couldn't shake the stab of guilt for going against him. They said they didn't kill our parents, that Malvolia killed them. Dre's gaze snapped to mine, and there was no hiding the censure in his eyes. And you believe them, that our queen is capable of such cruelty? Sharina does. I shrugged. She believes people can't lie when she uses her siren voice. Dre shook his head, his sneer deepening. Then she's a fool. Before I could react, Blaze jutted a foot forward, raising his fists. "Mind how you talk about our mate." I flanked Blaze, glaring at our oldest brother. "And how you talk to our mate." Dre crossed his arms, his pose too casual. I didn't trust his smirk, knowing a sleeping dragon lay beneath that facade. "Or what?" Smoke curled from Blaze's fingers. "Or I'll beat that smirk off your face." Dre threw back his head with a laugh. "I'd like to see you try." One moment, the fire flashed in Blaze's eyes, and the next, Dre's head flew back, blood spraying from his nose after Blaze punched him. Dre knew better than to challenge Blaze. No Ravini was as fast as our brother. His speed was supernatural, a gift from the elements. Dre's wings flapped erratically, and he almost landed on his ass. His bloody nose was already swelling as he charged Blaze with a roar. "You flaming prick!" "Enough!" I jumped between them, slapping their chests with my wings. "We need to be on our guard out here. Don't forget we're in troll territory." "Is that how you want to start out our relationship with our mate?" Blaze hollered as I pushed him back. "By killing her parents?" Dre cradled his nose, his eyes flashing with despair. "I never asked for a mate." "Too bad," Blaze snarled, baring his sharp incisors. "The elements blessed us with one anyway." Dre shook his head, his wings drooping. "You mean cursed us?" Blaze looked at my brother as if he'd grown a second head. "You haven't even given her a chance." Dre walked to the ledge, staring down into the dark forest below. "And I'm not going to." I gaped at my oldest brother. Could he really be such a fool? Blaze paced the ledge, snarling like a cornered animal. "You're a special kind of stupid, you know that." I mumbled my agreement. Despite what Sharina's parents were, their daughter was absolutely perfect. And not just because of her long dark hair, moss-colored eyes that shone like jewels, flawless honey-kissed skin, or her generous curves. She was kind and compassionate. Anyone could see that by the way she cared for her nieces. Why couldn't Dre? "Why?" Dre spun on us both, moonlight painting the tips of his inky wings with an ethereal white glow, reminding me too much of a painting of our father that hung in the Great Hall. "Because I don't want to bond with the woman whose parents murdered our parents." "They wronged her too," I reminded him. "They took her sister from her, and they were about to take her memories." I fought the urge to look away when thunderclouds darkened his eyes. "You realize her sister is the White Witch who was prophesied to kill our queen?" "She won't kill our queen now," Blaze cut in. I cut a look to my brother. "How do you know?" His smirk made my blood run cold. "Because we have her children." I turned on him with a snarl. "You can't be serious!" He leaned against the side of the mountain, picking grime from his nails as if he hadn't a care in the world. "Why not?" There was no question that out of the three of us, Blaze was the most cunning. He always found a way out of impossible situations. But there were times, like now, when I worried that his schemes blurred the lines between right and wrong. "They're children!" Dre looked at Blaze with interest as he pinched the bridge of his bleeding nose. "We told Sharina we wouldn't take them to Malvolia." "And we won't," Blaze answered. Ice pricked my veins. I didn't like the gleam in Blaze's eyes. "What is your plan?" I asked, then held my breath, fearing his answer. "Sharina is already angry with her parents," he said. "It won't take much to turn her against them and convince her to join our cause." Dre leaned toward him, his keen eyes homing in on him like a predator assessing his prey. "And then what?" Blaze flashed a triumphant grin. "And then she will willingly go to Delphi and pledge her allegiance to our queen." And there it was. Proof of my brother's insanity. Dre rubbed the stubble on his chin.
You know, it might work.
Are you both insane? I glared at my brothers. And let the children become pawns in this war? Our queen won't hurt them, Blaze said, sounding far too confident. I loved our queen. I did. But the way my older brothers practically worshipped her made my veins solidify with unease. How do you know? I pressed. Have you ever known her to hurt children? He asked me. She put a price on Flora's head when she was pregnant, and on her unborn children, I reminded him. That was different, Blaze answered, his features hard, unmoving. One of them was prophesied to kill her. I let out an exasperated breath. They were still babies.
Sharina and the girls are Malvolia's family too, Dre said. And they weren't prophesied to kill her, only the White Witch.
The White Witch. Tarianya, Sharina's twin. Ember and Aurora's mother. Yet my brothers spoke of her as if she was a nameless, faceless person. We don't know Sharina isn't a White Witch, I cut in. Maybe they didn't care about what happened to Tarianya, but certainly they would care about the fate of our mate. Did you see her use white magic? Blaze asked me. No, but her sister has already used white magic to kill several of our fire mages, Blaze interrupted. My shoulders caved inward as I looked at both of my brothers. How had this happened? Blaze and I had come here to defend Sharina. Now it seemed I was the only brother who cared for her safety. What if Sharina is right? What if her parents aren't lying? What if Malvolia killed our parents? Dre snarled at me like a concerned, wounded animal.
Now who's the special kind of stupid?
I should have known better than to suggest our queen could be capable of murder when my brothers had their heads so far up her ass. There were witnesses, Nikos, Blaze said to me, fire flashing in his eyes. Flora and Derek killed our parents when they refused to hide them. Are you forgetting Malvolia thought she captured and beheaded Flora and Derek, but clearly she didn't? I asked him. Blaze nodded. She obviously killed their decoys. I gave him a long, cool look, wondering if he was being willfully ignorant. And what if those same decoys killed our parents? Maybe, Blaze said. But why didn't the decoys confess they weren't Flora and Derek before they were executed? The vein above my left brow began to throb. Maybe they thought they were Flora and Derek. Dre shook his head, snickering.
How?
A thought occurred to me. Flora's friend, the Mind Spinner. Maybe their memories had been changed. The Mind Spinner. Blaze paced the ledge, looking lost in thought.
He was Flora's friend, Dre said. Maybe she had him do it. She obviously has no issues using him to erase her daughter's memories.
I heaved a groan, hanging my head in my hands. This is starting to hurt my head. Look at the evidence. Blaze's eyes lit up like they were swimming in starlight. We've only known our queen to be kind, despite her sister's betrayal. Have Flora and Derek been kind to their family? And why do you think they erased their daughter's memories? What kind of monster had I created? I should have never brought up the Mind Spinner. I don't know.
Because she refused to go along with their plans to overthrow Malvolia,
Dre answered for me.
They resorted to changing her memories so they could control her and her magic.
My heart felt like it would implode as I stared into my brothers' eager faces. They were going to go through with their plan to persuade Sharina to join Malvolia's forces. No doubt our queen would love to have a witch with the Siren's Call on her side. Then what? Would our mate have to go to battle against her twin? Maybe, I finally answered. But we cannot be sure. Blaze threw out his hands, his wings snapping open. Open your eyes, brother, I dragged a hand down my face, the breath expelling from my lungs. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Blaze grabbed my elbow, his eyes as sharp as blade points. You know I'm right. What I know is the elements have chosen Sharina as our mate for a reason, and I don't want either of you breaking her trust in us. I shook him off me. And I don't want her stuck in the middle of this war. Disgust rung in my words. Speaking of our mate, we've left her alone long enough. I'm going back to her. Wait. Dre snatched my shoulder, an expectant look in his eyes. Aren't you going to heal my nose? No. I backed away from him with a sneer. Let the pain remind you not to treat our mate with disrespect. Chapter 5. Sharina Avias. A sharp pain in my stomach startled me awake. After I extricated a tiny elbow from my gut and gently nudged Aurora away, I blinked up at the cavern ceiling above me, smoke from the dying fire curling toward the rough stone. It took me a moment to remember where I was and what had happened, but then my eyes filled with tears as memories came rushing back. My parents had betrayed us. Tari was alive, and my 3 fated mates, Malvolia's fire mages, had tried to kill my parents. A shiver raced across my bones, and I sat up, wrapping my arms around myself. My nieces were snuggled in my cloak, and the morning was especially cool. I looked outside the cavern opening as pink threads of morning sunlight illuminated our small space in a soft glow. I worried what might have happened to my mates. Had they gone hunting for breakfast? Or had they abandoned us to go kill my parents? A shiver of dread coursed up my spine at the thought. But no, Nikos and Blaze wouldn't abandon us. Draven, maybe, but not his brothers. My racing heart slowed and then picked up again when I spotted 2 winged silhouettes flying in our direction. Vain as I was, I quickly swept back my hair before pinching my cheeks and pressing my lips together to add more color. How I wished I had a comb and a clean change of clothes. My heart fluttered faster when I could make out the smiling faces of Nikos and Blaze. They landed with such grace, barely making a sound as their feet touched the ground. Tucking back their massive wings, they ducked into the cavern. My stomach rumbled when I saw Blaze carried a net with 2 big, fat fish. "Good morning," Nikos said to me, beaming as he heaped more wood onto the fire. "Sleep well?" I looked down at my sleeping nieces, their little mouths open, and their arms and legs sprawled wide while they gently snored. "As good as I could," I said to him. "You?" He rolled his head and shoulders, his thick arms and chest flexing with the movement. "It was nice to give my wings a rest." "Thank you for carrying us," I said, biting my lip. "I know it makes flying harder." He laughed at that. "The girls weigh no more than a bag of feathers." He waggled his brows. "I'm looking forward to getting a turn carrying you, though." Heat flooded my face at that. I would love to have Nikos carry me, though I would be far too tempted to kiss those full lips. Plus, I feared my nieces would be miserable if Draven carried them. I didn't trust him to be kind, which meant I'd probably be stuck with him the entire trip. The thought of being held by him again made my stomach churn with unease. Blaze set the fish net on a stone slab and threw a burst of flame at the dwindling fire. The girls stirred when a blast of heat hit us. Ember was the first to wake. Eyes heavy with sleep, she crawled across her sister and climbed into my lap. I rocked her in my arms, stroking her hair while watching the men prepare the fish. My mouth watered when Nikos pulled a pan and a grate out of his bag and seasoned the fish with oil and spices. Blaze pulled out a loaf of crusty bread and a tin of what I hoped was jam. The girls would be thrilled. Aurora sat up, her nostrils flaring while the fish cooked in oil.
"I'm hungry,"
she said, rubbing her belly. "I'm working on it," Nikos said with a wink. Blaze put 3 slices of bread on a plate and slathered them with what turned out to be honey. "Who wants some bread?" he asked.
"Me!"
Ember scrambled off my lap, acting as if she hadn't eaten in weeks. "Aren't you having any?" I asked when he handed us the plate. He shook his head. "We ate below." "Below?" I asked. "There's a clear stream below the mountain," he said. "We've already scanned the area for threats. We'll take you there after breakfast." I nodded at that, then swallowed back my unease, realizing Draven was probably at the stream. Nikos handed me a bladder of water. "Sorry, we only have water." "Water's fine," I said. "It's not like the girls and I were used to anything better." We occasionally drank tea when my father was able to get some from the satyrs, but the tea leaves were usually stale. We shared the water, and I took the smallest piece of bread while my nieces gobbled theirs down, not even waiting for the fish. The bread tasted far better than my mother's hard oatcakes. The honey was sublime, mildly sweet with a hint of lavender, and the fish was seasoned perfectly with a delicious flaky and buttery crust. After we finished breakfast, I gathered my cloak, and my mates rolled up their bedrolls and started putting out the fire. The girls stood, dusting crumbs off their dresses. Then they grasped hands, sharing serious looks, and I knew they were speaking telepathically. Elements help me. They were plotting something. Tugging her sister behind her, Aurora went to Blaze, grasping his fingers while offering him a shy smile.
May we please have more bread and honey?
Blaze smiled down at her, patting her head. "No, sorry. We have to conserve until we get home." I heaved a sigh when both girls pouted. "You've had enough to eat," I reprimanded. Aurora hung her head.
Yes, Auntie.
Blaze went back to putting out the fire. But then Nikos knelt beside them, pure kindness reflecting in his eyes. "We'll be at our estate in a few days, and Cook will make us cakes, tarts, and all kinds of pies." The girls perked up at that.
Really?
He smiled. "Yes, really." Aurora scratched the back of her head.
What's a tart?
He gave me a funny look as if my nieces had been raised by trolls. "It's a sweet pastry."
What's a pastry?
Ember asked him. He slowly stood, pity reflected in his eyes. "Trust me, you'll like them." Aurora crossed her arms, her brows drawn in an adorable but serious expression.
Will there be tea?
"All kinds of tea," he answered.
Will it be stale?
Ember pressed. Blaze laughed, and Nico shot him a glare before turning back to my nieces. He scratched his chin, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "No, why?"
Papa only gets us stale tea,
Ember answered. Nikos gave me a sort of hopeless look. I could only shrug while hiding a smile behind my hand. "I promise the tea won't be stale," he said to them, "and you can sweeten it with cream and sugar." When they both squealed their delight, Nikos turned from them with a sigh. The poor hapless Fae thought they were done with him, but I knew they were just getting warmed up.
But sugar's expensive,
Aurora protested. Nikos made a noise that sounded like surrender. Blaze laughed out loud. "Girls, enough," I said to them before turning to my mates. "We're not used to much, in case you couldn't tell by the shack we lived in." When my mates looked me over, I felt like crawling out of my own skin as they stared at my worn and patched skirt, pity reflected in their eyes. I fought the urge to run when both brothers bridged the distance to me. "I'm sorry," Nikos said as he stopped just a breath away, the heat radiating off his body reminding me of the flames he could summon at will. "All that's about to change. Once we bring you to our estate, you'll be treated like the princesses you are." I swallowed at that, not sure which unnerved me more, his warmth that enveloped me like an invisible hug, or the pity reflecting in his eyes. "We don't need fine things." I took a step back. "We just need to be safe." Blaze followed my retreat. "We'll give you both." Both men were so big, their massive wings blocking my view of the girls, and Blaze had a predatory gleam in his eyes that set my soul on fire. Thank you. I smoothed my hands down my dress. We should get going. Yes. Blaze cleared his throat. Let's go. You ready? He asked me while holding out his arms. I nodded. Are you carrying me? I am. He slanted a smile that rivaled the very devil himself. I won the coin toss. Coin toss? I asked, then gasped when he swept me into his arms. The girls squealed in delight when Nikos lifted them into his arms. Hold on tight, I called to the girls. I won't drop them, Nikos said with a wink. Before I could protest, Blaze raced for the ledge and jumped into the sky, and I was hit by a blast of frigid morning air. But it was a welcome relief to the heat flooding my face and the fire radiating off his solid chest, making me want to melt in his arms while he stared at me with those piercing, dark eyes. Elements, save me. I was falling hard and fast for my mates. 2 of them, anyway. This forest was so different from the one by our home. The trees were at least 3 times in height and width, their branches sagging with needles that were as big as blades. The scents here were stronger too, the moss covering the forest floor more pungent, and the thick air weighed down my gown. Each step was heavier, harder, and I felt more insignificant than a mouse. I didn't feel comfortable here, especially not when a squirrel the size of our old hound bounded past us and went up the nearest tree. The girls and I relieved ourselves behind one of those thick trees before heading to the stream. Scowling, I scrubbed sticky honey off the girls' hands and faces. I tossed a glance over my shoulder to where my mates were waiting for us. Nikos and Blaze casually sat beside what was left of the fire, picking food from their teeth. Draven, however, stood staring at us, an impatient look in his eyes, which was exactly why I decided to scrub the girls' faces a little longer. I left the girls standing on a wide stone slab at the edge of the stream while I knelt beside them and washed my face. I sat up, drying my face, noting how the girls had edged closer to the water. Girls, don't get wet. Shafts of morning light pierced my eyes as I squinted at them. I don't have a change of clothes for you. I tensed while watching the girls hover close to the edge, fearing my warning was like telling a fish not to swim. Step back toward me. I held out a hand. I inwardly swore when Ember slipped off the slab and fell up to her ankles in water. Aurora tried to help her out and ended up slipping into the water too. They both giggled, which told me it was no accident. What did I say? I scolded them. Hand in hand, they climbed out of the stream, standing on the stone slab. Ember blinked up at me with those large puppy eyes.
Sorry, Auntie.
I scooped her into my arms, her blasted straw doll pinching my stomach as she held it between us. Stay here until I come back for you, I said to her sister. I don't want you getting your stockings dirty. I carried her over to Nikos and Draven. Could you dry her stockings? I asked them. Growing up with a fire mage father, he'd dried our clothes and hair more times than I could count. Of course, Nikos said as he took her from me. I heaved a frustrated breath. Thank you. Just as I turned toward Aurora, I caught Draven's scowl out of the corner of my eye. I fully faced him, surprised to see his nose was swollen and bruised. Had one of his brothers done that? I could do without the judgmental looks from you, I spat. He looked me over as he leaned against a tree, picking food from his teeth. They're wild, and you don't know how to discipline them. Dre, Blaze growled behind me. Enough. Rage flooded my veins, and I wanted to smack that smug expression from his face. I didn't ask for your opinion. Their behavior affects all of us. Snickering, he shook his head. Now we're losing valuable flying time while we wait for their stockings to dry. Blaze surged ahead of me, raising his fists. Do I need to break it again? He asked through clenched teeth. I didn't flinch when Draven flashed his fangs. I couldn't stop thinking about Blaze. Just when I didn't think I could like him more. Had he punched his brother on my behalf? "It's fine," I said to Blaze, smiling up at him as I grasped his thick, solid arm. "Will you carry Aurora for me?" My knees went weak when he looked down at me with that feral gleam in his eyes. "Of course." I tossed Draven one last scowl before turning my back on him and walking with Blaze toward Aurora. I still gripped his muscular arm, his body heat radiating around me like he was my own personal sun. "Thank you," I whispered. His wing draped over my shoulder, his feathers tickling my skin. "Anything to make you smile." I'd laughed at suitors who used the same silly phrase, and yet when Blaze said it, my spine turned to liquid, and I just wanted him to fly me far away and kiss me senseless. Aurora had a contrite expression on her little face, her bottom lip hanging low and her eyes watery. "I'm sorry, Auntie," she said with a sniffle. I cupped her face and wiped a tear from her eye. "I know, sweetheart."
Auntie,
Aurora said in a hushed whisper.
I don't like him.
Aurora's gaze darted to something behind me, and I got the feeling she was looking at Draven. "It's okay," I said to her. "I don't either." Blaze cleared his throat. "Come on, Sprite." When he held his arms out to her, she jumped toward him with a squeal. My heart felt like it had swelled to thrice the size as I followed him back while he carried her pressed against his chest. Nico sat with Ember on his lap, his hand softly glowing as he held it over her legs. I sat on a log across from my mates, watching while they patiently dried my niece's stockings. Nikos gave Ember a black feather, and she twirled it between her fingers. Not to be outdone, Aurora loudly whispered how much she'd like her own feather, so Blaze plucked one from his wings, handing it to her. Both girls played with their feathers, making them flutter like they were little Ravini soldiers. Ember tugged on Nikos' arm.
Bethany wants a feather, too.
Nikos hitched his brows. "Who?" She held up her straw doll. I grimaced when I noticed one leg looked like it was about to fall off. I had no stitching skills either. Maybe she'd finally let me give the tattered doll a proper burial. Nikos looked over at Aurora, who watched the exchange with a frown, and I knew my mates would be constantly plucking feathers in order to appease the girls. "No more feathers," I cut in. "You will have to share with Bethany."
But, Auntie...
Ember whined. "You heard me. One feather is all you get." I held up a finger, very aware that Draven was probably glaring holes through the back of my head while judging my disciplinary skills. "I've got an idea," Nikos said with a wink while running a glowing hand over Ember's legs. "Maybe we can get to know each other while we wait for their stockings to dry." "What do you want to know?" I asked, feeling suddenly self-conscious as both of the kind brothers stared at me, their eyes sharpened with intensity. "Everything," Nikos said, his eyes lighting with eagerness. I blew out a breath, nervous energy buzzing through my veins when Draven stood behind his brothers, his arms crossed over his chest. "I don't know where to begin." "Try asking us a question first," Blaze said. I tried not to look at Draven as I focused on Blaze and Nikos. "How did you know where to find my parents?" "We were tracking the White Witch when we saw your father fly out of Cyrene," Blaze said. I swallowed at that. "My sister?" They were tracking her because they wanted to kill her too. How was I supposed to reconcile the fact that my mates wanted to kill half of my family?
Our mommy!
Aurora squealed, clasping her hands together. Ember giggled, her eyes practically glowing.
Will you find her for us?
Nikos and Blaze both blanched. I didn't dare look at Draven, for I wouldn't be able to contain my rage if he was smirking. "Sorry, Sprite," Nikos said to her. "She flew too far away." The girls pouted. "We will find her," I said to them, "after we find a safe place." They both nodded and went back to playing with their feathers. I caught a glimpse of her when she was escaping, Nikos said. She was a mousy human with pale hair. She looked nothing like you. My mother has skin-shifting magic. No doubt they changed her appearance so nobody would recognize her. And her memories, I thought darkly, so she wouldn't even know herself. How could my parents have been so cruel? We've heard of Flora Avias's skin-shifting magic. Nikos looked from his brothers to me. I'm certain she and Derek have left your home and have assumed new bodies. I cut Draven a dark look when he swore, though I knew my parents had assumed new bodies so as not to be recognized by Malvolia's mages. Where would they go? Instinct told me they'd head to Peloponnese, King Faknan's capital city. But would Tari truly align with that wicked king after what he'd done to shift her kind? I swallowed back my sorrow. Tari had been my best friend for so many years. We did everything together, even spoke telepathically, just like Ember and Aurora. How I missed her. Other than her different body, did she look well? Draven cleared his throat. For now, yes. I shot him an accusatory look. For now? He shrugged. I'm sorry, but Malvolia has a price on her head. I inwardly cringed when my nieces gaped at me. I assumed that already, I snapped. I didn't need you to remind me. Aurora wrinkled her nose.
What is a head price, Auntie?
It means Malvolia wants to kill your mommy, Draven interrupted before I could get in a word. Elements! I threw up my hands. Did you have to tell them that? Should I lie to them and keep them ignorant, or should I prepare them for the realities of this brutal world? His swollen nostrils flared as he glared at me. In that moment, I felt his hatred in my very bones. How could I possibly mate with him? Ember's eyes watered.
Will the bad queen kill our mommy?
No. I cut Draven a sharp look. Your mommy will stop her with her magic. I ignored Draven's grumbling and instead looked to Blaze and Nikos. Why wait until now to attack my parents? Blaze visibly swallowed. For years we thought Malvolia had executed our parents' He visibly swallowed, giving me an apologetic look. Had executed Flora and Derek, but when the White Witch revealed herself, we knew your parents had somehow survived. I see. I chewed on my lip, thinking back to all the times we had to start over in some other part of the forest because my father had feared that Malvolia's army would find us. Tell us about your siren voice. My gaze shot to Nikos. What about it? I snapped, not meaning to sound so defensive. It was all Draven's fault for putting me on edge. He froze like a deer caught in a hunter's crosshairs. Your parents were shocked when you used it. I released a long breath. I was growing tired of these questions. That's because they didn't know about it. Why not? Draven asked. I couldn't bring myself to look at him as I wrapped my arms around myself. I dropped my voice to a low murmur. I didn't want them to think I was evil. Why would they think that? Nikos asked, his voice laced with confusion. I swallowed back my sorrow, my gaze flitting to Aurora as an understanding passed between us. She'd felt it too. Our parents' eyes had always been on us while they watched, waited for us to turn out like the sorceress queen. Because my aunt turned evil, I murmured, digging my fingers into the hem of my cloak. Malvolia is not evil, all three brothers blurted. The girls gaped at them, then at me. They'd heard the stories about what Malvolia had done to my parents and their friends. They knew what she was, and they were only 4. Such a shame these grown mages were blinded by Malvolia's smoke. I rolled my eyes. I didn't want to argue when it was 1 against 3, but I had to make them understand. My aunt put a price on mine and my sister's heads when we were still in the womb. Blaze and Nikos hung their heads. Only Draven had the nerve to meet my glare, his red, swollen nose reminding me of a flaming coal.
If you don't think that was evil, there is no point in talking about it. Draven gave me a pointed look.
How were you able to practice your magic if you didn't use it around your parents?
I gritted my teeth, tempted to just tell him to flame off. I didn't use it often. Nikos gaped at me.
But it's so strong.
I smoothed the wrinkles out of my skirts. I know it is.
Who did you use it on?
Draven asked. Why so many questions? I snapped. I wasn't about to talk about the time I discovered the true strength of my magic. Not now, not ever. Even after 2 years, I could still feel their grubby hands all over me, ripping at my clothes, pulling my hair. I shuddered at the memory.
Is there something wrong with wanting to know more about our mate?
Draven asked, condescension dripping off his words. Was he for real? I laughed out loud. It is when it's clear you don't want to mate with me. His mouth fell open.
I never said that.
I shook my head, frustration pounding a gong in my ears. You do by your actions. His wings snapped open as he scowled down at me like he was reprimanding a child.
You're avoiding my question.
And you're avoiding my accusation. Draven threw up his hands, his wings flapping with the movement.
You're infuriating, you know that?
I flashed a saccharine smile. And you're not?
Their stockings feel dry.
Blaze stood, lifting Aurora in his arm while shooting Draven a glare.
Are we ready to go?
I stood too, wrapping my cape around me. Yes, thank you. Then I frowned when I noticed how the girls clung to Nikos and Blaze. They didn't want to let their protectors go, and I knew why. They were afraid I'd make them fly with Draven. Ugh. I wouldn't subject my nieces to his company, which meant I was stuck with him again. Blaze crossed over to me, an eager look in his eyes.
Sharina, did you want to fly with me today?
Aurora gave me a pleading look as she wrapped her arms tighter around his neck. I rubbed her back and kissed her cheek. Don't worry, baby, I whispered to her. I won't make you fly with the bad man. She beamed at me.
Thank you, Auntie.
As much as I would love to, I can't, I said to Blaze. As you can see, the girls are frightened of Draven. Blaze's features fell, but he quickly plastered on a smile.
Looks like it's you and me again, Sprite, he said to her. Shall we challenge my brothers to a race?
She squealed her delight. I mouthed my thanks to Blaze before going up to Nikos and Ember, kissing her cheek and thanking Nikos, too. Nikos flashed a devious grin, waggling his brows.
If you're giving out free kisses, I'll take one.
Heat flooded my face and chest. Not yet. Maybe someday.
I'll be looking forward to someday, he said with a wink.
I could think of nothing clever to say, especially not as my gut twisted and turned at the thought of spending another day in Draven's arms. I trudged toward Draven, the weight of his stare growing heavier with each step. I folded my arms beneath my cloak.
Well, it looks like you're stuck with me again. I guess so.
He shifted from foot to foot while scratching the back of his head.
I know we haven't been getting along, but
I'd rather we didn't talk, I interrupted before he could finish. Haven't been getting along? Is that what he called behaving like a total dragon's ass? He arched a brow.
Is that you asking me or forcing me?
I turned up my nose, refusing to answer as I stood in front of him, waiting for him to pick me up.
Fine,
he grumbled before sweeping me in his arms and launching into the sky, causing me to nearly hurl the contents of my stomach. I didn't dare complain, fearing he'd do it again. Ugh, it was going to be a long flight. Elements, he was infuriating. We'd been flying for hours, and he hadn't said a word to me. I was starting to regret telling him I didn't want to talk. We flew over an endless sea of huge trees with the looming Periculean mountain range behind them. This mountain range spread the width of the Feylands, from the southern shore of Delphi to Caldaria,
separating the magical realm from the human world on the other side. Of course, we had humans on our side, usually the lower classes, unless they possessed magic. But I'd heard about what happened to Fae on the other side of the mountains. From beheadings to lynchings to boiling in hot oil. If that wasn't a deterrent enough for Fae to cross the mountains, there were trolls and bad weather, not to mention the haunted forest on the other side. I shuddered to think what was in that forest. My parents had told me it was infested with all kinds of demons. And to think, I'd once tried to cross that mountain range in search of my sister. It had almost cost me my life. I'd survived, but the mental scarring from that trip still ran deep. What a fool I'd been. I shook my head, trying to clear it of dark thoughts, instead choosing to focus on my two mates flying ahead of us, especially on their deliciously round bottoms and broad backs, while the heavy beating of their wings displaced the air. Blaze slowed his pace and flew beside us. Aurora smiled widely as she waved to me.
Isn't this fun, Auntie?
She called. I forced a smile, but didn't answer. More like torture being carried in Draven's arms, forced to rely on the heat radiating off his hard, broad chest for warmth while trying not to be entranced by his heady scent. Sage and spice and something else I could only define as pure male power. Damn, I wished the bastard wasn't so alluring. "What's the matter, brother?" Blaze called. "That fat nose slowing you down?" Draven shifted me in his arms and flashed Blaze a rude gesture. Aurora gasped. I rolled my eyes. "Could you not do that around the children?" He opened his mouth as if to speak, but then must have thought better of it. He clamped his lips shut, his nostrils flaring as he stared ahead. He didn't need to say a word. The rage in his eyes said enough. Blaze flew ahead of us again, his laughter echoing behind us. I would have to talk to Blaze later about provoking his brother in front of the children. Elements. Taking care of 2 children was enough work. I didn't need my mates acting like children, too. Clenching my hands in my lap, I took a chance and looked into Draven's eyes. His nose looked even bigger than before. I wondered why Nikos hadn't healed him. Were they punishing him for his treatment of me? I fought the urge to touch his nose, though I knew it would probably pain him. "Does it hurt?" I blurted. "I thought you didn't want to talk." When I didn't answer, he let out a growl. "What do you think?" I couldn't help but smile. Served him right. "Don't gloat too much." He loosened his grip on my back and legs. "It's a long drop from here." I gasped, grasping his shoulders. "You would drop me?" His face colored as he continued to stare straight ahead. "No." Rage pulsed across my bones like a living thing. "Then why say it?" He blew out a breath, tightening his hold on me. "Because you frustrate me." "And you infuriate me. Look, I know you don't want to be my mate. I don't want to be yours either." My chest ached as if I'd plunged a knife through my heart, and each word that dragged from my lips was me twisting that knife. He was my mate, and I wanted to sever the bond. But what choice did I have when he was so cruel to me? "We're stuck with each other for now, so the least we can do is be civil to each other until we find a way to break whatever this connection is between us." Was I imagining things, or did he flinch? "We can't break it." I gritted my teeth, pushing out the words. "We will find a way. Then you won't have to put up with me or my spoiled nieces ever again." "And what about my brothers?" His voice cracked and splintered like shattered glass. "Are you just going to toss them aside too?" We locked gazes for several soul-crushing heartbeats. Was that regret swirling in his eyes? Of course not. I felt compelled to look away. I don't mind bonding with them, just not you. "Where will you live?" His voice dropped to a low rumble. "I'm the Lord of Abyssus." I assumed Abyssus was the name of his estate.
I don't care, so long as I'm far away from you.
I didn't mean it. I knew that deep in my soul. He was my mate. The elements had chosen him for a reason. But I couldn't bond with him. Wouldn't bond with him.
You won't get far without me.
I shot him a glare and let out what my mother would have called an unladylike snort.
I've managed 23 years without you. I will do just fine.
I crossed my arms, looking away from him. Now, if you don't mind, I don't want to talk anymore. The bastard had the nerve to laugh. When would this torture end? Chapter 6. The cave my mates chose this time was more like a shallow overhang that stretched for miles, like a long, hollowed-out bone that sat just below the flat top of the mountain. The rock formation was white like bone, too. The air here was drier, making my lips crack and my skin itch. The floating sand particles dried my mouth. I kept running my tongue over the roof of my mouth, trying to get the gritty taste out to no avail. Thankfully, the sun had set, cooling down the ground beneath us, for I suspected it would be warmer here. I didn't care for this stretch of mountains and wouldn't feel love lost for leaving it. The girls made my heart flutter with unease as they ran up and down the long ledge. Luckily, Nikos flew after them, staying close by should one of them fall. Nikos was making it far too easy for me to fall in love with him. After several minutes of running back and forth, Nikos followed them back while they dragged their feet. I didn't want to look at their stockings. I knew they were filled with holes by now. We sat around the crackling fire and ate what they said was wild hare, though it was as big as a boar. We were ravenous, though, and finished off the entire thing. I was keenly aware of Draven's sneaking looks at me while I ate. What was wrong with him? Hadn't he scowled at me enough today? The girls stretched their arms after supper, sucking on their ginger candies while leaning against my sides. Aurora stumbled to her feet, rubbing her eyes.
I want to go running again,
she said through a yawn. Nikos's wings drooped as he shook his head.
I'm too tired to follow you, Ember, and it's time for bed.
Both girls gave him a funny look. Aurora jutted a thumb in her chest.
I'm Aurora, not Ember.
Sorry,
Nikos shrugged.
You two look so much alike, I can't tell you apart.
It's easy. I have short hair.
Aurora thumbed toward her sister.
Ember has long hair.
Aurora is also the more rambunctious one, I said, smiling down at Ember while squeezing her to my side. And Ember is always clutching her doll. My niece leaned on me with heavy-lidded eyes. She sucked her thumb while holding that straw monstrosity in her lap. Aurora jutted her hands on her hips.
How come you don't look exactly like your brothers?
She asked Nikos. He shared looks with his brothers before answering.
We're not triplets.
Aurora scratched her head.
Triplets?
Like twins, I said to her. Plus one more. Aurora scrunched her nose.
None of you?
No, Blaze answered. We were all born 3 years apart.
Yaya told me Ravini Fae babies are rare,
Aurora said. They are, Blaze said with a smile. But our mother had powerful fertility magic. She blessed my parents once, too, I said, then cringed, regretting bringing up the people who they believed killed their parents. Aurora tugged on my sleeve.
Did she bless my parents?
No. I pushed a gritty strand of hair behind her ear. Your fathers were a different kind of fae. The shifter fae produced children more often. Their fathers were shifters? Blaze asked, his nostrils flaring as if he was scenting them for the first time. I swallowed back my unease, wondering if maybe it had been a mistake to let my mates know. Many she and Ravini fae were prejudiced against shifters. Then again, if they were prejudiced, then I'd know they weren't the right mates for me. Yes. I gave him a long look, relieved when I saw no judgment in his eyes. Nikos didn't look alarmed either. I didn't dare look at Draven, for if he so much as looked sideways at my nieces, I wouldn't be able to contain my rage. I pointed to Aurora's mouth. "Can't you tell by their canines?" She smiled wide, showing off her sharp incisors. Then she let out a little howl that made us all laugh. Thank the elements they weren't old enough to go through their change yet. I knew enough about shifters to know it would be even more challenging raising wolf children. Once they had their first periods, though, they would also inherit the ability to shift into wolves. My mother and father had warned me that adolescent shifters had a hard time controlling their shifts, or their emotions. A dangerous combination. But I was used to danger. When my nieces were just babies, I'd made a promise to Tari that if anything ever happened to her, I'd take care of the girls as if they were my own. I intended to keep that promise, and not just because I loved Tari. I loved Ember and Aurora with my whole heart. They deserved a better childhood than the one Tari and I were forced to endure, fraught with fear, deprivation, and strife. They deserved to grow up in a safe world free from prejudice, and I had every intention of giving it to them, or I'd die trying. After Ember and Aurora had fallen asleep, I laid on the hard feather pallet, blinking up at the textured white ceiling above us, firelight dancing across the rock's surface while the moon and stars twinkled just outside. Though I was starting to appreciate the beauty of this strange place, I'd be relieved once we reached my mate's home. If for no other reason than the girls and I needed a bath and a clean change of clothes. I rolled onto my side, blinking at my mates when I heard them laughing around the campfire. Blaze caught my eye and waved me forward. "Come sit with us a spell, Sharina." I cringed at that. Did I want to sit with them? With Draven? When Nikos scooted over, patting a spot beside him, I felt as if I had no choice. I carefully extricated myself from the cape I was using as a blanket, doing my best not to disturb the girls, and I quickly padded over to them, the cool night air sending a chill skittering across my spine. I sat beside Nikos, thanking him when he draped a warm wing over my shoulders. The brothers were picking meat out of their teeth with the ends of thin bones while passing around a silver flask. I didn't want to think about what was in that flask. I frowned, pushing the flask away when Nikos offered it. "It will warm your bones," he said with a wink. I pressed up against him. "You warm them enough." If his smile was flame, he could have lit 1,000 torches. "Were their fathers killed in the lupine attack?" Blaze asked. "Yes," I answered, looking across the fire at Blaze while strategically avoiding staring at Draven, who sat beside him. I didn't bother explaining to them that Tari's mates were possibly alive based on my father's speculation. I couldn't risk the girls finding out and getting their hopes up until I was absolutely sure. "You're not being truthful." I shot Draven a glare as firelight danced across his stoic features. "Excuse me?" He gave me a long, dark look as if he was staring deep into my soul. "I can tell when someone's lying." "Dre." Blaze smacked his brother's head with the end of a bone. "Oh, can you?" I snapped. Draven slapped the bone out of his brother's hand with a snarl. "Yes." Crossing my arms, I imagined my eyes were arrows, and I was shooting his smug face full of holes. "My parents weren't lying when they said they didn't kill your parents, yet you refused to believe them." He pointed an accusatory finger at me. "There were numerous witnesses the night they killed our parents." I stiffened at that. "It's impossible for anyone to lie to me when I use my siren voice." "Maybe your magic isn't as strong as you think." "Dre," Nikos snapped, throwing a bone at him. "Enough." Was that all my other mates were good for? Throwing bones? Rage boiled my blood. That prick. "Would you like to wager on that?" Dre jumped up when Blaze tried to hit him again. "Sure," he said with a sneer, his wings outstretched. "As soon as you tell me the truth about their fathers." I threw up my hands.
You're a bastard. How's that for truth?
A bastard would imply I was born without a father, he said with a hiss. And I had a father until your father killed him.
I shrank back as if he'd slapped me, and as I looked into his rage-filled eyes, I swore I felt a fissure tearing through my heart. What had I ever done to make him hate me so? Blaze stood, balling up his fists.
Dre, that's enough.
He snarled at his brother.
I'm only just getting started.
Nikos jumped to his feet, shaking a fist at his brother. You can't blame her for her father's sins.
She's as much a victim as we are,
Blaze added, his voice rising.
In case you've forgotten, he tried to steal her memories.
Draven clutched his hair by the roots, a wild look in his eyes.
And yet she wouldn't let us kill him.
He's still my father. Tears stung the backs of my eyes as I stumbled to my feet and began to pace. I need to find a way out of this bond. I cannot mate with you.
You already said that today.
My gaze snapped to his. Just in case you weren't listening the first time.
Oh, I was listening.
He waved me off with a sneer.
And go ahead and try to find a way out, because I'm not attracted to you.
Dre, Blaze yelled, pushing his brother's shoulder before hitting him with a burst of flame. Draven swore and went to charge his brother. I'd had enough. White-hot rage flooded my veins. On your knees, I boomed, my siren voice shaking the walls. All three brothers fell to their knees. I hadn't meant to immobilize all of them, but at least they were no longer fighting. Chest heaving, I stalked up to Draven. Answer me truthfully. My siren voice echoed as it rang through the tunnel. Are you attracted to me? He blinked up at me.
Yes.
Then why are you cruel?
Because I'm angry.
So am I. What kind of a bitch would I be if I took out my anger on my nieces, two innocents who depend on me to keep them safe? But I don't take it out on them because this mess isn't their fault. Just like it's not my fault your parents are dead. I heaved a bone-weary sigh. I was so sick of this, arguing with the Fae who was supposed to defend and protect me. Now maybe you will understand when I say people can't lie to me when I use my siren voice. I waved a dismissive hand at him. Get up. When he opened his mouth to speak, I added, my deep voice echoing across the cavern walls, and don't speak to me the rest of the night. He clamped his mouth shut. I turned to his brothers. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to include you. I release you from this spell. They both stumbled to their feet, ruffling their wings. Luckily, I saw no censure in their eyes. It's okay, Nikos said. We don't fault you for our brother's stupidity, Blaze added. I could only manage a half smile. Thank the elements Blaze and Nikos weren't like Draven. I turned my back on them at the sound of my nieces stirring. As I looked into their wide, glassy eyes, I cursed Draven for making me wake them. Then I cursed him again for the tears that silently fell down my face. I crawled beneath my cloak and hugged my nieces tight, burying my face in their hair so my mates wouldn't see me cry.
Draven Inferni. I flew as fast as I could out of everyone's earshot so I could scream to the heavens and release this raging inferno that was building inside me. After I landed on top of the mountain, a long, flat plateau that disappeared into a line of moonlit clouds, I threw back my head with a roar and unleashed my flames, heedless of the sweat that dripped down my brow and back. I'd been just 7 when our parents died. Blaze had been only 4, around the same size as Ember and Aurora. He barely remembered our parents. Nikos had been just 1, and he had no recollection of them at all, which meant that I carried the burden of keeping their memories alive, and now it seemed I was the only brother who cared about avenging their deaths. I'd had their killers in my grasp, a flame's throw away, and she'd made me stop. Hanging my head in my hands, I released a frustrated groan, and for the first time since finding Sharina, I doubted my own purpose, my own sanity. What if she was right? What if people couldn't lie when she used her siren voice? I hadn't been able to deny my attraction to her. Of course she was beautiful. I wasn't blind. But she dragged the words from my mouth as if she'd taken possession of my very tongue. She'd done the same thing to her parents that night we'd found her. They can't lie. Holy elements, what if she was right? What if they didn't kill my parents? Then who did? And why would our own servants and guards lie to me? I dragged my hands through my hair with a groan, knowing I'd probably need to apologize to Sharina soon. Then I lurched forward with a roar when fire lanced up my back and wings. I spun around just as Blaze hit the ground in front of me, rage reflecting in his eyes. I knew his punch was coming, but I didn't block it as pain exploded inside my skull. Yeah, I could have slowed time enough to sidestep, but I probably deserved it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Blaze pulled back his fist, shaking it with a hiss. If his hand hurt as much as my eye did, it would be swollen come morning. I instinctively covered my eye. I knew you'd take her side! It was the wrong thing to say. I sounded like a petulant child. It was as if that 7-year-old boy had resurfaced, all the pain and confusion from that night washing over me like a tidal wave. I'd woken to flames outside my window and found my parents' lifeless bodies on the floor, blood pooling around their heads. My brothers had almost died in that same fire. Their nursery in a separate part of the castle from mine had gone up in flames. Hadn't it been for the sacrifices of a few brave servants, I would have lost my brothers, too. Then our queen had come, and she had held me while I cried in her arms. She'd taken care of everything, from finding my baby brother a nursemaid to hiring a steward to maintain the estate until I'd come of age. But most importantly, she'd held me many, many nights, letting me cry out my sorrows while singing me to sleep. She'd been more than my queen. She'd been my surrogate mother. And now I was supposed to accept that the story Malvolia had told me about my parents' death was wrong? Blaze's feathers stood on end as he paced in front of me. She's our mate, Dre. I swear I don't even know you right now. Nikos landed beside Blaze, kicking up dust and rocks as he looked at me with murder in his eyes. Did you want to tell her you were attracted to her? I looked away from their penetrating glares. No. Blaze let out a string of curses. She forced you to tell the truth. I worked hard to unclench my jaw as reality settled over me like an icy bucket of water. Yes. Nikos's eyes widened, then narrowed. Her parents didn't kill our parents. No, they had to have been the killers, because if not, then our queen was lying. Our queen. How I'd adored her all these years. Had her motherly affection for me been nothing but smoke and flame? I clutched my chest, which ached as if it had been split open by an axe. There were witnesses! Blaze folded his arms, giving me a look that bordered on a mixture of pity and disgust. They either lied or else they were tricked. How? I shook my head. None of this made any sense. They saw Flora and Derek slit our parents' throats. Blaze jutted a foot forward. Who saw? The servants. I tossed my hands in the air. The guards, Malvolia's mages. Nikos rubbed his chin. And they just stood by while it happened? I shrugged, realizing their story didn't make much sense. What if they were too afraid to tell the truth? Blaze asked. Smoke poured from my fingers as I glared at my treasonous brother. Are you suggesting our queen's mages did it? I don't know who did it. Blaze's gaze shot to my fingers as he took a step back from me. But if Sharina says nobody can lie when she uses her siren voice, then I believe her. Which makes you an even bigger asshole for treating her so badly, Nikos spat. I swallowed at the censure coming from my youngest brother. In all my years, I never recalled Nikos being cross with me. She lied about the girl's fathers. My voice faltered as the words sounded flat even to my own ears. It was the only defense I had, and I realized more and more I was a fool. Blaze gaped at me as if I'd sprouted horns and a tail. Are you just looking for excuses to hate her? I backed up when both brothers advanced on me, their feathers standing on end. No! You're really fucking up, Dre, and believe me, you might not care now, but one day you're going to regret it. The disgust reflecting in Nikos's eyes brought me to a new level of low. We could live 500 years, fight in dozens of wars, serve many other queens, but we will only have one fated mate. Elements, he was right. One fated mate. I'd never find another Sharina. Listen to my words very carefully. Blaze spoke through a hiss, his words searing the air between us. If you so much as look at her the wrong way again, I'll pummel you so hard you won't be able to fly for weeks.
Chapter 7. Sharina. I woke with a heavy heart and an aching soul, not to mention sore bones. I never thought I could sleep in a more uncomfortable bed than that cramped loft space at our cottage. I was wrong. I slowly sat, hugging my knees to my chest, watching the morning sun's pink ribbons cut through billowing clouds and stretch across the horizon. My nieces stirred beside me. They looked like sleeping angels with their little hands tucked beneath their cherubic cheeks. I wasn't fooled. I clutched my sore gut, recalling the many times they'd kneed me last night while tossing and turning. I turned my gaze to the sunrise once more, at the two distinct shadows that approached us, their long wings stretched out while they soared on pockets of air. As Nikos and Blaze drew near, their smiles wide and their eyes bright, I smiled back. I was so thankful for my two mates. If only their brother had a sliver of their kindness. Nikos was first to land, gliding to a stop and landing with the grace of a swan. "Good morning," he said to me. "How was your sleep?" I dragged a hand down my face. "Rough. Yours?" "Rough." He grimaced as his brother landed beside him. "We'll sleep better when we get home." Home. Abyssus, where Draven was lord of the manor. I had a feeling I'd be even less comfortable there than I was here. I shrugged, then looked away. Hope so. I rubbed Aurora's back when she stiffened and let out a little moan. I leaned over and kissed her cheek. "Wake up, sweetheart. It's just a bad dream." The girls sometimes had night terrors about either the bad king, the evil queen, or the angry bear. Aurora relaxed beneath my touch, going boneless while I continued to rub her back. "Just so you know, Dre has a black eye to go with his busted nose." I looked up at Blaze as he cracked his knuckles. He'd punched his brother again? I didn't know if I should thank him or scold him. "Is that supposed to make me happy?" Tension lines crinkled his mouth and eyes. "I think he finally understands he's been a prick." I shook my head. "He shouldn't need you to beat him up to realize that." The brothers shared a dark look before Blaze answered solemnly. "We know." I gently caressed Aurora's spine while I swallowed back the rising tide of emotion that threatened to overwhelm me. "But thank you for defending me." "Of course. Always." Blaze splayed a hand across his heart, his eyes shining with sincerity. "You're our mate." These mages were making it too easy to love them, and yet they served the queen who I'd been taught my entire life to fear. By that reasoning, I should have feared them too, but I longed to be held in their arms. I'd never had such conflicted feelings in my entire life. "There's a pretty little lake nearby," Nikos said. "We caught some fish and started a fire. Want us to take you there?" I nodded, then rubbed Ember's back as she started to stir. "I would love that." I looked at Nikos and Blaze, realizing how very lucky I was to have them. Thanks. Flying in Nikos's arms was the closest thing I'd ever felt to heaven, and as the clouds, painted in hues of pink and yellow, parted for us, I thought perhaps he'd taken me there. I welcomed the icy breeze that blew back my hair and cooled my heated skin as I rested my head on his shoulder. My hand splayed across his solid chest, his skin warming my fingertips as his wings flapped slower and slower still. When he soared in circles above the clouds, I realized he was delaying the landing. Was he trying to savor this moment together, too? I took a chance and looked into his golden eyes and had my answer. His smile was pure, radiant sunshine, and for the briefest moment, there was just Nikos and me, all other sights and sounds muted compared to the golden flecks in his eyes. I didn't think there could be any better place in all the world or the heavens than right here in my fire mage's arms. My nieces squealed from somewhere behind us, breaking my trance and turning my veins to ice. "Are they all right?" I asked, looking over his shoulder, panicking when I saw nothing but endless wispy clouds. He slanted a smile. "They're fine." "Take me to them," I pleaded. "Of course." He let out a sharp whistle before diving through the clouds. I held my breath, cool air turning my hair into whips that lashed my face as we descended at an alarming rate. We broke through the clouds, Blaze following behind us, carrying my two beaming nieces, and my heart rate slowed to nearly normal. Nikos's wings snapped open, and we glided toward the ground like a flower petal floating through the air until he gracefully landed. He gently set me down, steadying me with a hand on my arm while helping me stand on firm ground. Quite opposite Draven's rough dismount. I thanked him with a smile while still clinging to his arms. I could tell by the gleam in his eyes he was hoping for something more than a smile. I bit my lip, heat flushing my cheeks when I thought about kissing his full lips. But then Aurora and Ember were tugging on my skirts.
"Isn't it beautiful here, Auntie?"
Aurora asked me, awe ringing in her words. I wiped a smudge of dirt from her nose. It's breathtaking. The lake was indeed beautiful. It was nestled on top of the mountain, a large inky pool that had barely a ripple, mist rising off the surface and wispy clouds traveling across it like a slow-moving herd of sheep. The earth surrounding the water was as black as midnight, with iridescent grains reflecting the misty morning sunlight. Several small copses of trees were scattered around the lake, as if their creation had been an afterthought. Or maybe the elements had been too tired to finish. And standing beside a campfire on the sandy soil was none other than Draven, with that swollen nose and now a blackened eye. I felt his gaze on me like the heat from 1,000 sun flares, shocked when he offered me a slight smile. Hey. Was Draven talking to me? I looked at Nikos, who offered me a reassuring smile. When I turned back toward Draven, he still looked at me expectantly. Hey, I said, my voice lacking inflection. He wiped his hands down his pants, nodding toward the skewered fish roasting over the fire. The fish will be ready in a few minutes. Okay, I shrugged, not knowing what else to say. My feet felt frozen in place as he walked up to me. Is it okay if we talk? I wrapped my arms around myself and instinctively pressed against Nikos. I don't feel like talking. And why would I want to talk to him after everything he'd said and done? It won't take long. He shoved his hands in his pockets, his wings drooping. Promise. I was painfully aware of Nikos and Blaze not making a sound as they stood beside me. Even the girls had gone quiet. For their sake, I'd hear him out. I heaved out a long breath. Fine. I gave him an expectant look. What? He motioned toward the trees behind us. Will you walk with me, so we can have a little privacy? Regrettably, I pulled away from Nikos, instantly missing the feel of his warm skin against mine. I repressed a shiver without Nikos's body heat to warm me. I had no idea what force of nature compelled me to go with Draven. He kept pace beside me, his hands behind his back, the tips of his black feathers tickling my arm. I looked over my shoulder at Nikos and Blaze, their hard stares boring holes through the back of Draven's head while the girls pressed their hands to their hearts, staring after me as if I was walking into my own grave. He stopped behind a narrow tree, barely big enough to conceal him.
I wanted to apologize for my behavior, he said. I realize now your parents might not have killed my parents.
My jaw dropped. Might not?
They didn't, he sputtered. Your siren voice is too strong.
I glared up at him while pulling my cape tightly around me. So this means you won't try to kill them? His shoulders fell.
I won't, and I hope you can forgive me for everything.
Everything? Like the cruel words he'd said to me that first night when I was already devastated after escaping my parents? Or how he'd threatened to drop me when we were high above the clouds? To be honest, I said, I don't know if I can. His features fell, but before he could speak, I added, and what about my sister?
What?
He stammered. What will you do if Malvolia calls on you to kill her? Jutting my hands on my hips, I glared at him, waiting. Well? I asked, not bothering to mask the derision in my voice when he gaped at me, his mouth open like a fish out of water.
Hopefully my queen won't call on me to kill your sister. But I can't lie to you, Sharina.
He splayed a hand across his chest.
I must protect my queen.
And there it was. His confession was like poison leaching into my veins. My fated mate would rather break my heart than risk angering an evil queen. My sister never wanted to kill your queen, I spat. The only ruler she wanted to kill was Falknan for what he did to Lupine.
But the prophecies said...
I jabbed his chest, my anger flaring like 1,000 burning suns. Who was this prophet? I was so sick and tired of hearing about this damn prophecy. Our parents had drilled it into our heads since we were children. One day, one of us would become a powerful white witch and kill Queen Malvolia. Bollocks. My sister didn't have a murderous bone in her body.
I don't know.
He backed up, holding out his hands in a gesture of surrender.
Flora and her mates killed her when we were children.
First off, my parents might be stupid, but they aren't killers. You can't seem to get that through your thick head. I jabbed him again and again, not caring when he winced and backed away. Second, my mother only has one mate, my father. He sidestepped me, his features falling.
And your other father?
The rage that heated my veins was a living, palpable thing. I didn't have another father.
You did.
He scratched the back of his head, his brows scrunched in confusion.
His name was Marius.
Marius? I'd never heard of that name before. Certainly my parents would have told me if I had another father. He stopped, staring at me as if he was seeing a ghost.
Your parents didn't tell you about him?
I threw up my hands, sorely tempted to give him another black eye. Is this some kind of cruel joke? He vehemently shook his head.
Why would I joke about this?
I gaped at my tormentor, waiting for his shell to crack, ready to pummel him for teasing me.
Everything okay, you two?
Blaze said as he came up to me. I spun on him with a snarl. No, it's not. Did you know about Marius? He blinked at me.
Derek's brother?
The world slid out from beneath my feet, and I was falling. What happened to him? I rasped, emotion threatening to cut off my words. I had another father? Blaze frowned.
He was killed in battle.
My world tipped and spun. No. I shook my fist at my tormentors. You mean Malvolia killed him? Blaze slowly backed away, as if I was a voracious dragon ready to snap off his head.
Her mages killed him when he was fleeing to Windhaven.
Fleeing to Windhaven? I clutched my throat. So he was hunted down and slaughtered like a wild animal?
He was wild, Draven interrupted. He'd already killed dozens of noblemen and women, anyone who refused to help him overthrow Malvolia.
Magic pulsed through my veins. And you believe that? He shrugged, then averted his gaze.
Just because your parents didn't kill our parents didn't mean they weren't incapable of killing all the others.
Listen to me carefully. I enunciated each word with clipped precision. My parents are not murderers.
They're not innocent, Sharina,
Draven interrupted, his voice taking on a hard edge.
Look at the horrible things they've already done to you and your sister.
Excuse me, I said, jarring Draven's arm and wing while I stormed past him and marched back toward the lake.
Where are you going?
Draven called at my back. Away from you, I answered. I stormed past the campfire and then slipped off my shoes as I walked along the shore, my toes sinking into the cool black sand, grounding me to something, anything to keep my soul from falling into the abyss. How I wished this shoreline would open up and swallow me whole. At the sound of feet pattering behind me, I stopped and unclenched my fists, smiling to myself when they slipped their hands in mine. My little shadows. What would my heart do without them? I heaved a shuddering breath while tears silently fell down my face. These poor children had already suffered so much loss in their 4 years. I would be strong for them. They deserved nothing less. We silently stared at the pristine lake, the air so thin here I was forced to take deeper breaths. Marius, my father, Ember and Aurora's other Popo. Why had my parents never told us? For my mate's sake, they better hope I never came across the mages who'd killed him, for I would find a way to avenge my father's death. We ate breakfast in stony silence. I barely picked at my food, too sickened by the news of Marius. Though I felt Draven's gaze upon me, I refused to look in his direction or acknowledge him when he offered me more food. I schooled my features into a mask of stone when he finally threw down his plate and flew away, the heavy wind from his wings beating down on my back. I cringed when his brothers swore at him.
They say a lot of bad words,
Ember whispered to me. Cover your ears, I said to the girls, then gave my mates a stern look. Their cheeks colored, and they both apologized. I nodded curtly and took the girls to the shore. Wrapping my arms around myself, I shivered beneath my thin cloak while the girls skipped rocks into the lake. They each wore Nikos's and Blaze's long tunics over their nightgowns for extra warmth, though they still had nothing to cover their feet but hole-filled stockings. Mindful you don't get your stockings wet this time, I warned. Aurora looked over her shoulder, then scanned the skies.
We won't, Auntie,
she said, frowning.
We don't want him to get mad at us again.
Ember nodded her agreement, her eyes wide as she also searched the skies. How sad that my nieces were so terrified of Draven. How could I possibly mate with someone like him? I picked up a flat, smooth stone, skipping it across the dark water, watching as the ripples fanned out toward the shore. The girls squeaked when it disappeared into the low fog that covered the other side of the lake.
Hey, you okay?
Nikos said at my back. I looked over my shoulder at him and Blaze as they stood with their wings tucked behind their backs, their brows creased with worry. Shrugging, I threw another stone, this one missing its mark and plopping almost immediately. I will be. Blaze stepped closer to me.
I'm sorry you had to find out about Marius like that, he whispered.
Me too, I murmured. His breath tickled the nape of my neck, turning my bones to jelly. His warmth radiated onto me like sunlight piercing stormy skies, and I fought the urge to lean into him and let him wrap his strong arms around me. Ember let out a squeal, breaking my trance. My gaze shot to my nieces, who weren't paying attention to us as they searched for the best stones. Ember held up her prize, a flat black stone with iridescent markings.
Help me find one too,
Aurora begged. Ember handed her sister her stone.
You can have mine, sissy. I'll find more.
Aurora thanked her with a kiss on the cheek. Hand in hand, they searched the rocky shore for more. These girls were the very best of friends, just like Tari and I had been while growing up. I wondered what had gone so terribly wrong with my mother and Malvolia. Why would your parents keep Marius from you? I looked over my shoulder at Blaze. You expect me to understand their reasoning? No. He frowned. I'm sorry. Did Dre apologize? Nikos asked. Sort of. I turned my gaze to the girls, waving them back when they strayed too close to the water. Then he said he'd still kill my sister. They both let out a string of curses. Thankfully, my nieces were out of earshot. Eyeing my mates, I released a slow breath. This was my chance to know if I could trust them, if I wanted to join my heart and soul to them forever. So you wouldn't kill her if Malvolia asked you? I looked deeply into their eyes, watching for any sign of deception. Yes, I could use my siren voice, but I knew they'd resent me if I forced it out of them. No, Nikos said, his eyes shining with sincerity. Because I know it would cause you pain. I exhaled a relieved breath before turning to his brother. What about you, Blaze? I understand why you think our queen is evil, he said. But we know Malvolia. She won't force us to choose between loyalty to you or her. I inwardly cringed. This wasn't the answer I was hoping for. I held his gaze a long moment. Which means? Which means if you don't want us to kill your sister, we won't. He bridged the distance between us, taking my hand in his. His warm, calloused hand on mine sent a zing straight to my heart. I jerked away from him as if his hand was on fire. Was he trying to distract me with his tempting touch? But what if she does force you to choose? I don't want to be branded a traitor, but in the rare chance she forces me to choose, I will pick my mate. Clasping his hand over his heart, he bowed slightly, his dark eyes peering at me from beneath his thick lashes. I will always pick my mate. I'm not a fool. I know not every fae is gifted with a fated mate. I'm not about to ruin this chance we have with you. Our gazes locked, and I feared my heart would beat right out of my chest. Whereas Draven's tongue was poison and thorns, Blaze's was warm, honeyed wine, and I fought the urge to throw myself into his arms and drink him in. We're sorry about Dre, Blaze added. He had no right to treat you that way. I snapped out of my trance. Are you, though? It was wrong of me to say. I knew it the moment the words slipped off my tongue. Why was I lashing out at Blaze? My behavior made me no better than Draven. He held up his hands in a defensive gesture. I beat him twice, didn't I? Sharina, we'll straighten him out. Nikos splayed a hand across his heart. Promise. I made the mistake of looking into Nikos's big golden eyes, at the slightest hint of a smile tugging on those full, sensual lips. I swore his smile held the direct key to my heart. No, it's fine. I'm sorry I took it out on you, I said to Blaze. My shoulders caved inward with the admission. He brings out the worst in me. It's not fine. Blaze grasped my shoulder, his eyes searching mine. You have every right to be upset. Even through the fabric, I could feel his touch branding me, his warm fingers searing into my chilled skin. If only their brother wasn't a monster. You think so? I asked, after he threatened to drop me yesterday.
Solar flares flashed in Blaze's eyes, and his rage pulsed between us like a tangible thing. "What?" "He didn't mean it," I said, realizing I'd told them too much. As much as I despised Draven, I didn't want the brothers fighting over me again. But it was still an unkind thing to say. "Don't worry." Blaze's top lip curled back in a snarl that reminded me of a dragon preparing to unleash his fire. "I'll take care of him." I swallowed back my fear. What would he do? "I don't want you fighting because of me. I'll get over it." He and Nico shared a look. Blaze dragged a hand down his face. "We should get going. We have a long flight." I motioned to the girls. "We're ready." It's not like we had anything to pack. Nikos took the girls in his arms. They squealed and pounded his shoulders.
Hurry! Let's beat your brother!
Nikos shot into the sky, his wings propelling him like streaming arrows. I clutched my throat as I watched smoke trailing him like cannon fodder. I looked to Blaze, unnerved by the smoke and flame reflecting in his eyes, too. I went to him when he held his arms out to me. He picked me up as if I weighed no more than a bag of feathers. I wrapped my arms around his neck, the warmth from his skin seeping into mine. He smelled delicious, his own sulfuric blend with a woodsy, feral undertone. I fought the urge to drag my fingers through his thick mop of hair and fill my lungs with his scent. "Let's go teach my brother a lesson," he said with a wink, flashing a predatory smile. Somehow, I didn't think he was speaking about Nikos. What had I done? Blaze and Fairney. I was so angry with my brother, my vision clouded red. Not even holding sweet Sharina in my arms as we soared through the clouds could assuage my rage. We followed our brother's scent toward the direction of the ledge where we'd slept yesternight. Well, they'd slept. I'd spent most of the night tossing and turning on the hard ground while my worries plagued me. We couldn't keep Sharina and the children secluded at Abysses forever. Malvolia would call on us to answer for our disappearance, to explain to her why we failed to kill Derek and Flora. Then what? We had to convince Sharina to join our queen's side before that happened. And now my elements-cursed brother just made that task even harder by telling her about Marius. Why hadn't her parents told her about her other father, and what other secrets did they hide? Perhaps their deception would work in our favor, making it easier for us to turn her against them. I feared what would happen if she refused to bow to our queen. Nikos and I would fight to the death to defend our mate. Would we have to fight against our fellow mages? Against Draven? Speaking of the son of a siren, I spotted him the moment we broke through the clouds. Nikos and I dropped Sharina and the girls at the far end of the ledge. "Stay here," I said to Sharina. "We'll be right back." "Please don't fight," she pleaded, wringing her hands together while batting long lashes. I was sorely tempted to give in to my beautiful mate, for something about the sparkle in her warm amber eyes compelled me to obey. But no. Her honor must be avenged. Not to mention, I would not tolerate threats to her safety. But even as I turned toward Dre's figure, not much bigger than a speck of dust standing at the other end of the ledge, I felt compelled to turn back to Sharina and obey her wishes. She was a rare witch, a miraculous flower blooming among the ashes of war, which was why I had to fight Draven. I would not let him ruin my chance at bonding with her. I fought the urge to take her in my arms and kiss her senseless, but not until she was ready, and not while this rage was pumping through my veins. I suddenly realized her siren magic was controlling me. I shook my head to clear it of the fog that crept into my brain like tendrils of smoke luring me into her trance. I looked over at Nikos. He was staring at her with glazed eyes, his jaw slackened, drool hanging off his lip. Damn, she was good. I latched onto Nikos' arm, dragging him with me. "Wake up, brother," I growled in his ear.
He snapped his head toward me, looking at me as the haze cleared from his eyes. I jerked him off the ledge and we shot back into the air, my gaze narrowing as I focused on our fool brother below. We dropped in front of him, and I didn't give him time to defend himself as I punched him in his nose again, the audible crack ricocheting through the air. Ouch! Bastard! Clutching his nose, he stumbled back.
What was that for?
You threatened to drop her, you son of a siren! I hollered, flames sprouting from my hands. Blood pooled around his hand as he held his nose.
She told you?
Why wouldn't she? Nikos asked him. His eyes lit up like a thunderous sky.
I didn't mean it, and she knew it.
I shook my head, disgusted by his response. What the fuck is wrong with you, Dre? She's our mate, Dre. Nikos stepped up to our brother until they were nearly toe-to-toe in a surprising show of defiance. Most Fae can go an entire lifetime without meeting their fated mates. And we found her, a beautiful and powerful witch. And you're such an elements-cursed fool that you're willing to throw it all away, I hissed. Dre backed away from us.
I tried to apologize.
Nikos shook his head, pain flashing in his eyes. For years I looked up to you, Dre. I thought you were the smartest Fae alive. But I don't even recognize you anymore. My jaw dropped as I gaped at my brothers. Nikos rarely stood up to Dre. Ever since I could remember, our youngest brother had practically worshipped him.
You know what?
Dre flung a burst of flame at us, but it fizzled like a falling comet before landing at our feet.
Fuck off. I'm leaving.
Where are you going? I demanded. He turned his back on us, shoving supplies into his pack.
Away from all of you.
Nikos let out a snort of derision. So you're going to leave us to carry Sharina and the girls by ourselves? He motioned to Sharina and the girls as they walked along the hollowed-out ledge, drawing closer to us.
They don't want me to carry them anyway.
I flung a ball of flame at him. You prick! He ducked way too fast, and I knew he'd manipulated time to do it. Whereas I had supernatural speed, he had the ability to slow down time. Bastard. Then he threw his own flame back at me. I barely ducked in time as the flame went soaring over my head, singeing the tips of my feathers. He was damn lucky it fizzled before reaching Sharina and the girls. Let him go, Nikos said, spitting at Dre's feet. We don't need him. Don't you dare go looking for her parents or her sister, I warned, smoke pouring from my fingertips. She'll never forgive you if you kill them, and neither will we. He finished packing his bag and shoved a wing and an arm into the wide strap before cinching it on his back.
I'm not looking for anyone. I'm going home.
Chapter 8. Sharina. I nervously paced the hollowed-out ledge while watching Blaze and Nikos fly toward us. My heart plummeted when Draven flew away, disappearing into the clouds. Blaze gently touched down on the ledge, his beating wings blowing back my hair. You girls ready? The girls jumped up and down, squealing. Yes. I wrung my hands together, squinting into the sun. Draven was gone. Where did he go? Nikos shrugged. He went on ahead of us. I gaped at him. He left us? Blaze's eyes sharpened to twin blade points. We're better off without him. I nervously chewed my lip. You can carry all of us that far? Of course, Nikos said with a smile, his enthusiasm sounding forced. I was wondering if we could borrow your cape and turn it into a sling for the girls. Anything you need, I said as I unlatched my cape. I held the thick fabric in my hands. It was my only nice possession, weaved by the satyrs, a gift from my father shortly after we'd lost Tari. It should hold their weight, shouldn't it? I worried my lip, my gaze darting to the girls as they bounced around like they were trying to pop bubbles beneath their feet. They were far too rambunctious. How would only one Ravini manage both of them? But I don't want them to fall out. We won't let anything happen to them. Promise. Nikos winked as he took the cape from me, his smile making those dimples in his cheeks more pronounced. Oh, how my heart fluttered whenever he smiled. I could easily lose myself in his arms, and I felt a distinct pull toward him, as if our hearts were attached by an invisible rope. I hadn't felt such a strong connection to him since that night we'd first met. I swallowed back my desire. Now was not the time to become entranced by my mate. So who will carry me? Nikos pulled out a dull bronze coin. We're taking turns. Whoever wins the toss gets Sharina first. He looked to his brother. Call it, Blaze. Feathers or fire? Blaze cut his gaze to me, and there was no mistaking the desire in his eyes. My spine turned to porridge, and my knees involuntarily trembled. I feared I'd melt completely if I was left alone in Blaze's arms. Fire, he said, giving me a smoldering look. Nikos threw the coin into the air and caught it, slapping it on his forearm. His eyes lit up like fire bursts. Feathers. I admired the coin displaying a winged mage stamped into the metal. I thought I heard Blaze mutter "damn" under his breath, but he quickly righted his frown when the girls squealed and grabbed his legs. Nikos helped Blaze secure the cloak, tying it tightly around his shoulders and fashioning a hammock against his chest. He then tucked the girls inside, their legs tangled together while they faced each other.
Your legs are squishing my legs,
Aurora pouted, kicking her sister. Ember cried out and smacked Aurora with her straw doll. No fighting, I scolded. Ember rubbed her leg.
Can I fly on your back instead?
She asked Blaze. No, I protested, accidentally unleashing my siren voice. I slapped my hand over my mouth, stroking Ember's face when she blinked up at me with frightened eyes. I'm sorry, baby. It's not safe to fly on his back. She frowned, hanging her head.
Okay, Auntie.
Thank you for carrying them, I said to Blaze. No need to thank me. He cradled them with both hands. They make good company. Really? Nervous laughter bubbled up from my throat. Even when they bombard you with questions? Even then. The smoldering look he gave me made my heart do backflips, and for a moment I wished that I was the one tied up against Blaze. Go easy on him. I stroked the girl's cherubic little cheeks. And please, no squirming. He needs to focus on flying, not making sure you don't fall.
Yes, Auntie,
they said. Nikos checked their sling once more, tightening the knot securing it around Blaze's shoulders. Aurora wiggled like a moth trying to escape its cocoon.
I'm squished.
I'm sorry, baby, I said to her. Only a few more days, and then we get to go to their big house where you'll have lots of room to stretch your legs and play.
Is it bigger than Papa and Yaya's house?
Ember asked while hugging her doll to her chest. Oh, much bigger, Nikos said. And much nicer. Ember gave him her prettiest smile before sucking on her thumb. I nervously fidgeted with their hair, smoothing it behind their ears. Now, remember to do what Uncle Blaze says and let him know if you feel like you're slipping.
Uncle Blaze?
Aurora squinted up at him.
Are you our uncle?
Blaze's jaw dropped and he looked at me as if I carried the moon and all the stars in my eyes. He's my mate, I said, my cheeks flushing. So yes, that makes him your uncle.
Is Nikos our uncle too?
Ember asked me. He is, I said.
What about Draven?
Aurora asked. No, I grumbled, refusing to look at my mates. Not him. I gave each of the girls a kiss and double-checked the knots on the sling for good measure. I was keenly aware of Blaze's heat radiating all over me, his feral scent clinging to my skin, and his dark eyes piercing my soul as they followed my every move. Remember to be good, I whispered to the girls.
Yes, Auntie,
they answered, tucked tightly in their sling like little birds in a nest.
Don't I get a kiss?
Heat crept into my cheeks as I looked at Blaze, his feral gaze nearly taking my breath away. Maybe later. He splayed a hand across his heart.
I shall be looking forward to later with anticipation.
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
Nikos held open his arms, bowing like a perfect gentleman, those dimples in his cheeks deepening.
Your chariot awaits, my lady.
Thank you. I bit my lip, letting him lift me into his arms. As he shot into the sky, clutching me tightly, I knew I could be content to live several lifetimes with my two mates. Yet a blade twisted in my heart at the thought of Draven's rejection. He'd left us, and for that, I didn't think I could ever forgive him. Despite the frigid air that blew back my hair, I was nice and warm tucked in Nikos's arms. We'd only flown for a few hours, the sun midway up the sky. We'd already had to stop twice, once because Aurora had to tinkle, and another because Ember was too squished. I feared our flight would take longer without Draven helping us. Curse him. Blaze flew beside us, my nieces whining and fussing in his arms despite my admonitions. Blaze tried to assuage them, but I could tell their constant bickering was wearing him down. Finally, my mates agreed to stop for a repast. They landed beside a pretty stream that I feared was too tempting for the girls to resist. This time I took off their stockings and let them splash in the ankle-deep water. Mindful of the spiky thorns, Nikos, Blaze, and I picked plump berries from thick brambles alongside the stream. The air was fragrant with their sweet smell, making them too hard to resist. The tips of our fingers turned purple as we ate while picking, though I saved a pile in my pocket for the girls. I hummed a tune while working, reminded of the many times my mother, sister, and I had gone picking berries. Our mother would boil the berries after we filled our baskets. How we loved when she made jam and syrup to warm our oatcakes. Our mother always sang to us to make the work more tolerable. Always. Her voice was so lilting, so pretty. I recalled one song in particular that brought a smile to my face, so I sang it while pocketing berries. Feathers for her nest, warm flames for her heart, strong arms for her rest, raven and maiden shall never part. That's a pretty song, Blaze said before shoveling berries into his mouth. He still wore the girl's sling around his chest, Ember's straw doll nestled inside. What a good uncle he was. Thank you. I dropped a handful of berries into my pocket while also keeping one eye on the girls. My mother used to sing it. I cringed when both of my mates went silent. Did they still believe my parents killed their parents? My heart felt as heavy as a thundercloud, and my soul was too weary to try to convince them otherwise. Tell me about yourselves, I asked, deciding to shift the topic. What do you want to know? Nikos asked. Who raised you? I wanted to add, after your parents died, but thought better of it. Nikos and Blaze shared a look. Mostly servants. And Dre. Your brother? I gaped at them. How old was he? 7, Blaze answered. I cringed at that. He was too young to have such responsibilities. I know, but he was the new lord of the manor, Nikos said. I'm not trying to make excuses for his behavior, but he's had a difficult life. He didn't really have a childhood. It's made him a little rough. I snorted at that. A little rough? Yeah. He trailed off. I refrained from rolling my eyes, though it was very difficult. I called back the girls when they wandered too far down the stream. They splashed their way back to me, their dresses soaked. I heaved a groan. Blaze lifted them out of the water, and they squealed and kicked beneath his arms, giggling when he set them down and tickled them with the tips of his wings. Then he went to work drying off their dresses with his pale fire. Be good for Uncle Blaze, I said to them, and I'll give you some sweet berries when you're dry.
Yes, Auntie,
they answered. I turned back to Nikos, speaking in a hushed whisper while plucking more berries from their branches. And because he had such a difficult childhood, you feel obligated to put up with his moods now. It was more of a statement than a question. His cheeks colored. Something like that. Tari and I had rough childhoods. I didn't voice it aloud, but our childhood had been nightmarish at times. We'd been forced to move from shack to shack, always fearing for our lives, sometimes living off nothing but stale porridge while hiding in the shadows of the dark forest. I cleared my throat, glaring at Nikos. His past is no excuse. He frowned. I know. My mood now soured, I bent over the stream, trying to wash the purple ink from my hands, a futile task without soap. Did you mean it when you said you might kiss Blaze later? I glanced sideways at Nikos as he'd bent down beside me. I don't know. Heat flooded my chest and face at the thought of Blaze's lips on mine. Maybe. Would I be able to get a kiss too? I stood, making the mistake of looking into Nikos's golden eyes, my gaze drawn lower to his plump, kissable lips. Maybe. Wildfire raced through my veins as I looked over his shoulder at Blaze and the girls. They were too engrossed in telling him a fairy tale about a winged horse and a fairy princess to pay us any heed. I looked up at Nikos, the desire swirling in his eyes, catching me off guard and making all moisture evaporate from my mouth. Finally, I cleared my throat. I like you and Blaze. A lot. I licked my lips, swallowing back my nerves. But I don't want to bond with Draven. He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, a simple gesture that caused a trill to race across my skin and down my spine as he hovered over me. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, Sharina. I heaved a shaky sigh while trying not to fall under his spell. Thank you for understanding. You don't need to thank me. Thunderclouds brewed in his eyes. My brother is a first-rate troll's ass. I'm sorry for the way he treated you. Me too. I chewed on my bottom lip. After the girls fall asleep, I blurted before I lost my nerve. His eyes bulged. What? Unable to hold his piercing gaze for long, I twisted the hem of my belt. That's when I'll kiss you. Oh. His smile was so wicked, I wouldn't have been surprised if devil horns sprouted from the top of his head. I can put sleeping herbs in their food. Scowling, I shook my head. You're not drugging my nieces for a kiss. I wouldn't. He let out a nervous-sounding burst of laughter. I was just joking. I know you were. I forced a smile, though my stomach was churning. I was going to kiss them. I wondered if those kisses would lead to something more. Was I ready? When he stepped even closer to me, his breath tickling my nape and turning my legs to limp noodles, I had my answer. Yes, goddess, yes. I really do like you a lot. I didn't protest when he took me in his arms, nuzzling my brow with his smooth cheek. Good, he whispered hot and heavy in my ear. Because now that I've found you, I'm never letting you go. Oh. I clung to him, digging my nails into his shoulders, wishing I could surrender to him this very moment. A tug on my gown, and I looked down at Ember and Aurora, blinking up at me with those wide, silvery blue eyes, reminding me of baby birds chirping for food.
We'll take those berries now,
Aurora said. Before I could answer, the girls were digging into my pockets, squishing the berries between their fingers while shoving them into their faces. Oh, elements, I cried. And we had 2 more days of this. I'd drifted off in Nikos's arms during the flight, lulled to sleep by the steady beating of his wings and his heat that wrapped around me like a cozy blanket. I woke when he came to a jarring stop, landing on a thick tree branch. When I looked into his eyes, he held a finger to his lips. My heart quickened, and I looked for the girls and Blaze, relieved when I spotted them across from us on the opposite tree branch. What's wrong? I whispered. Smell that? He whispered back. I sniffed the air, instantly regretting it. The smell was more powerful than an outhouse stench. Disgusting, I hissed. What is it? He tightened his grip on me. Trolls.
Ewy!
Ember cried, plugging her nose.
It stinks.
Blaze nudged the girls. Shh. Are they near? I asked. Nikos nodded. We can't stay in the mountains tonight. Blaze jumped off his branch, and Nikos followed. They catapulted so fast into the sky, the contents of my stomach rose into my throat. Where are we going? I asked Nikos once we were high above the clouds. We have to go to Yulula, he answered, his wings heavily beating. I wrapped my arms tighter around his neck. Is it a town? He nodded. A shifter stronghold. Shifters. My blood turned to ice. My only knowledge of the shifter race came from watching Tari and my parents deal with Adrian Lycaeus, the king of the fallen shifter village. The old burned-up wolf was wild and unpredictable, and he carried around a dragon-sized grudge, snapping at anyone who dared look sideways at him. He was determined to kill King Faulknon for what he'd done to Lupine, but the old shifter could never gather enough warriors for his rebel army. Instead, he thought he could rely on Tari's magic to defeat Faulknon's army. I feared he would get my sister killed with his insane plan to go up against 1,000 dragons. Adrian disappeared after my parents told him Tari had been killed. We never saw him again. Oh. I swallowed back my fear, hoping we wouldn't encounter the crazed shifter king. The giants won't come there? I asked, hoping they'd rethink their plan to stay there. Nikos chuckled. Not unless they have a death wish. I looked over at Blaze as he flew beside us, the girls tucked in tightly, their little brows drawn in consternation. It was clear they wanted out of the sling. Will the shifters welcome us? Absolutely. Nikos nodded toward the girls. We have 2 of their kind. I swallowed at that. Though I wanted nothing more than to give the children a safe, comfortable bed, I feared the cost of accepting help from the shifters would far outweigh the benefits. Chapter 9. We landed on the outskirts of the forest, dark silhouettes of the behemoth trees and mountain range looming behind us, the specters of ancient giants. I wondered how many wars they had witnessed, what stories the trees and mountains could tell if we peeled back their layers. I squinted in the moonlight at the tall grassy knoll ahead of us. Where's Yalula? Nikos gently set me down. Just over the ridge. This is as far as we can fly, Blaze answered, waving us forward. We have to walk from here. Why can't we fly in? I asked them as I stretched my sore legs. They might shoot us down, Nikos answered. I swallowed at that, feeling less sure about their plan to stay in the shifter stronghold. Blaze grunted, nearly doubling over when Aurora kicked and squirmed in her sling.
I want to get down.
Not yet, darling. I cupped her cheek, gently stroking her face while speaking in a soothing whisper. We need you in Uncle Blaze's arms in case we need to escape. Ember heaved a dramatic sigh while hugging her doll to her chest.
I'm tired.
I know, sweetheart. I brushed her bangs off her brow. Hopefully we can find a nice bed tonight. Nikos held his hand out to me with a wink. I swear I felt sparks ignite between us when I slipped my hand in his. I gasped, but he refused to release me, my skin buzzing all the way to my toes when he drew circles around my palm with the pad of his thumb. Squeezing my hand, he flashed sharp incisors. I promise I won't bite. I wasn't so sure of that, and I wasn't sure I'd mind either. He helped me walk up the steep hill, his wings pushing us forward. The grass was so tall it came to my knees, though it wasn't dry and brittle like the fields by my parents' cottage. It was green and fragrant and brushed up against my skirts like threads of silk. When we reached the top of the knoll, the fortress before us nearly took my breath away. The walls, that were nearly as tall as the massive trees of the Periculean forest, stretched on forever, disappearing into the fog. I had to strain my neck to see the top. I didn't think there was any possible way a group of shifters could have built something so massive. On top of the fortress walls were several giant contraptions, pulled back like slingshots, cradling sharpened bolts wider than my leg and as tall as 2 mages. Fear numbed my veins at the sight of their pointy, tri-tipped blades. You weren't kidding when you said they might shoot us down. Those ballistae are meant for dragons, Nikos whispered. There's a rumor this stronghold was originally built by the giants, he continued. It was abandoned for years until the shifters took it over after Falkland attacked Lupine. Oh. Unease churned my gut. I wondered how many of these survivors were part of the rebels that had once enlisted my sister in their failed idea to take down Falkland and his dragon army before my parents had the Mind Spinner change her memories and take her away. But they probably won't need them, Blaze added. We're on Windhaven land now, and Falkland wouldn't dare risk angering Duke Vigo. I looked at him. Why not? Blaze slanted a knowing grin. Because Falkland needs Vigo's troops if he wants to have a shot at defeating our aerial army. Nikos snorted. Even then, they won't stand a chance against 10,000 fire mages. 10,000? I clutched my throat. Most of us were born during the Fertilis. Nikos squeezed my hand, a gleam in his eyes. Our mother was a busy woman. Indeed, I thought to myself, even as my stomach churned with unease. On the off chance my sister did align with Falkland's army, I didn't think she'd survive a battle with 10,000 fire mages. Once we reached the giant double doors wide enough to fit a full-size dragon, Blaze cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, "Hey there!" A loud howl rent the air, sending a chill racing through my bones. I repressed a shiver, then gave a start when the girls howled back, sounding too much like little wolves. I gaped at them, and they both blinked back at me, their eyes looking far too feral, and I wondered if perhaps they'd have their first shift before they reached puberty. Hopefully not. A little wooden window above the doors slid open, and unnaturally golden eyes blinked back at us. My knees trembled when a black, furry snout poked out of the window, flashing long, sharp fangs. "State your business," the creature said in a dark, demonic voice. "Our family seeks food and shelter for the night," Blaze called back. My nieces howled again. What were they saying? The creature's nostrils flared as he scowled down at us. Then he slid the door shut with a loud snap. I looked at my nieces. What were you saying to them? Aurora shrugged.
I don't know, Auntie. It just felt like the thing to do,
Ember added. I swallowed back a lump in my throat, my hand sweating in Nikos's warm grip, though I didn't dare let go. At least they know we have shifters with us, Blaze whispered. What will they do? I whispered back. He dragged a hand through his thick hair. Let us in, hopefully. Worry churned my gut. Let us in? Or let just the girls in? What if they try to take them from me? Shadows fell across my mate's features. They won't, Nikos said, squeezing my hand. I thought about begging them to fly us away from here. How do you know? Blaze's eyes lit with fire. Because we'll incinerate anyone who tries. I held my breath when the heavy doors rattled, and I heard the distinct sound of metal clanking and a bolt sliding across wood. I didn't know what I'd been expecting. What I wasn't expecting was an ancient crone with shockingly white hair and a hunched back to come out, slowly hobbling up to us while leaning on her cane. Two young, broad-shouldered men followed behind her, their noses flattened and brown fur sprouted along the sides of their faces and neck. They were mid-shift. Tari had told me that her mates could suspend their shifts so they looked halfway between man and beast. If the objective was to frighten, they certainly succeeded. My bones quaked with fear at the lethal looks in their eyes, and my bladder nearly emptied itself onto my legs. As the woman drew closer, I recoiled at the angry, puckered skin on one side of her face and her one white, foggy eye surrounded by a sea of red scar tissue. I knew without a doubt those were dragonfire scars. I could distinctly hear the echo of my heartbeat pounding in my ears as she finally made her way up to us, standing just an arm's length away. She looked at the girls hanging in the sling, and they looked back at her, their eyes wide and curious. Finally, she cleared her throat. "These children are the offspring of Asher and Finian Lycaos." I breathed out the breath I'd been holding. They are. When she looked at me with that one good eye, I fought the urge to crawl out of my skin. "You're their mother's twin." "I am." "I'm Helena." She splayed a hand across her heart and bowed. "I was the chief elder woman of Lupine." She motioned toward the fortress behind her. "I'm the warden of Ulula." "Nice to meet you," I said. "I'm Sharina." I waved to my handsome mages. "These are my mates, Nikos and Blaze." Helena didn't even acknowledge my mates. Her nostrils flared as she continued to stare at me. "Your magic smells strong." I laughed off the compliment. "Not as strong as Tari's." "Different than your sister's, but don't underestimate the power of the magic that flows through your veins." Her eyes narrowed as she looked me over with her one good wolf eye. "Why are you here?" "We're taking them to our estate in southern Delphi," Blaze cut in. "We were hoping for a place to stay for the night. We would have slept in a mountain cave, but we smelled troll dung." "Yes." She waved her cane toward the shadowy forest behind us. "A large group of trolls was spotted 2 days ago. Our trackers said they went back up the mountains, but they have never come this close to our fortress, which is why we're on high alert." Tremors coursed through me. "Do you think they'll come here?" "It would be suicide if they did." She pointed to the huge ballistae aimed at the sky. "But trolls aren't known to be the smartest creatures. If they do show, it will be nice to have a few fire mages on our side." She eyed my mates and then me with that one good eye. "You're welcome here tonight. Our tavern has rooms and good food." "That sounds wonderful." My shoulders sagged in relief. "Thank you." The girls squealed in delight, and Nikos helped them out of their sling. Blaze rolled his shoulders and neck, then shook out his arms as the girls ran circles around his legs. "Just a warning, though," Helena said with a grimace. "Adrian Lycaos frequents the tavern." All moisture evaporated from my mouth. I'd been afraid we'd come across him. Blaze arched a brow. "The Lycan King?" Helena scowled. "He's a king no more." Ember tugged on my skirt.
Isn't he our other Papo?
"Yes." I cupped her cheek. "He's your father's father. He survived the Bad King's attack, but he was badly scarred." I swallowed as my gaze flitted to Helena. When the surviving shifters had first discovered my sister, most of them had refused to let her heal their scars. Tari had told me shifters viewed war scars as badges of honor. Helena patted Ember on the head. "Inside and out." Her eyes crinkled as she cupped Aurora's shoulder. "You'd do best to steer away from him." Aurora's eyes were wide with curiosity.
Why?
"Just trust me on this." She tried to stand upright, her bones cracking with the movement. She gave me a stern look. "The girls have holes in their stockings. Have you no change of clothes for them?" I fought the urge to look away from her scowling face. "I'm afraid we didn't have time to pack." "Why not?" I shot my mates a nervous look. "My parents didn't exactly bless our bond." "I see." She frowned, rubbing her pointy chin. "And you didn't think to leave the children with your parents?" Spine stiffening, I looked directly into her eyes. "I made 2 promises to Tari before we lost her." I chose my words carefully, knowing shifters were good at sniffing out lies. We'd lost her, yes, but she hadn't died. I would keep that secret until my sister was safe with her family once more. The first was that should anything ever happen to her, I'd love and raise the girls as if they were my own. The second was that I'd protect them with my life. I have every intention of honoring those promises. Blaze cleared his throat, splaying a hand across his heart. And we would gladly sacrifice our lives to help her keep those promises. Nikos murmured his agreement. My gaze shot to my mates. They would do that for us? Tears sprung to my eyes, and I had to fight to hold them back. Oh, how lucky I was to have such amazing mates. Yes, they were certainly getting kisses tonight.
Is there a place where we can purchase fresh clothes and shoes for the girls? Nikos asked.
I will procure them new things, she said stiffly. But you will not be paying. We shifters look out for our own.
We would not wish to take advantage of your hospitality.
Blaze pulled a sack out of his pocket, jangling it in his hand.
This should hopefully cover 2 rooms, meals for us, and clothes for the girls.
He handed her the bag. She poured 10 golden coins into her palm. I'd never seen so much money before.
Oh, well, I'm not one to turn down such a generous offer.
Her wide smile revealed 1 sharp canine and several missing or rotted teeth.
I'll have my grandsons show you to the tavern.
She nodded toward the huge beasts behind her. Blaze bowed, his wings fluttering behind him.
Thank you.
May we have some coins, Uncle Blaze?
Aurora asked, flashing him a cherubic smile. He ruffled her hair with a grin.
When we get home, I'll give you girls each a gold coin if you behave yourselves tonight.
They squealed with joy, dancing around on their toes while smiling ear to ear.
Oh, we'll behave,
Ember exclaimed.
And no complaints tomorrow when I have to carry you,
Nikos added. Their smiles faded, and they scowled at Nikos as if he'd just taken candy out of their hands.
I covered my mouth to hide my grin.
It was worth a try, I whispered to Nikos as he took my hand again. He simply shook his head and laughed. Helena stayed behind while her 2 frightening companions led us into the compound. The shifter stronghold was a town inside a fortress, with an outdoor market, several dozen huts with smoking chimneys, and a tavern with an attached inn. Blaze and Nikos had to each carry a girl, since the ground was covered in red sticky clay that stained the soles of my shoes. I breathed through a wheeze as the air reeked of manure, piss, and roasting meat. Music echoed all around us. Everywhere we turned, there was a group of shifters with drums and stringed instruments sitting on overturned barrels and crates while playing for a small crowd or just to themselves. As we crossed past several crude buildings, shifters wearing coarse clothes came outside to stare at us, their expressions turning from caution to shock when they set eyes on the girls.
Why do they all look at us?
Ember loudly whispered while blatantly staring back. Your papas were their kings, I answered, warily eyeing the inhabitants of this strange town. Some of the shifters looked like humans. Some looked like something in between, with furry faces and pointy ears. And others were something entirely different, nightmarish wolf creatures with long, pointy snouts. They stood on 2 bent legs and towered over my mates.
And our daddies?
Aurora asked. No, I answered out of the corner of my mouth while keeping an eye on each creature that we passed. They were princes. Once they ushered us inside the tavern, my relief at escaping the watchful eyes outside was replaced with terror at the creatures inside. They were all mid-shift or fully shifted into those big beasts with jagged spines and hunched backs covered in fur. Their long, sharp claws looked like daggers, and I imagined they could easily slash a person to bits in just a few seconds. I kept my gaze on Blaze's winged back as we walked through the dark tavern with the low, sagging ceiling, lit only by a handful of scattered candles and lanterns. The place smelled of mildew, wet dog fur, and stale ale breath. Elements, I preferred caves to this place. These shifters didn't smell much better than trolls. The shifters parted, their eyes flashing with recognition when they noticed the girls, and we made our way to a small table at a darkened end of the tavern beneath the staircase. My mate set the girls down on a bench before turning to the serving girl and ordering stew and bread for everyone. Aurora splayed her hands across the table's rough wood.
Do they have tarts?
She asked. I dragged a hand down my face, expelling a deep breath. Not here, darling. Ember clutched her doll while wiggling around in her seat.
Bethany is hungry too, Auntie.
I brushed a strand of hair out of her eyes. You can give her some bread, okay? She silently nodded, then rocked her doll in her arms. Nikos hunched over beneath the slanted ceiling, standing protectively behind our table. Blaze excused himself to speak with the innkeeper. I stood beside Nikos, trying to keep my gaze fixed on the girls rather than the dozens of drunk wolves staring at us.
What are they doing here?
A gravelly voice growled. My gaze snapped up, and I stared at an older wolfman with patchy fur and red scars all down his face and chest. One side of his face looked like a melted ball of wax, the eye socket a sloped, empty hole. Adrian, the surviving Lichen King. I bristled at the way he glared at the children as if they were infectious parasites. They're with me. He cut a glare to me, rage reflected in his one hooded eye. His top lip pulled back in a predator's snarl.
You are her twin.
I'm Tarianya's twin, yes. I turned up my chin, refusing to be intimidated by the scowling old mongrel. You're Adrian Lycaeus, the surviving lupine king.
There is no king here,
a deep voice slurred behind him.
Only a coward. But if you're looking for a real shifter, I can be of service.
A middle-aged shifter with an unsteady gait, pale skin covered in fine brown fur, eyes blacker than tar, and a distended beer belly stepped from behind Adrian while clutching a large tankard of ale like a lifeline. Adrian didn't even bother to defend his honor as he stood there with stooped shoulders, his gaze turned toward the floor. I didn't hide my revulsion as I looked this strange shifter over. I don't believe you're part of this conversation.
Forgive me, lass.
He hitched a grin, his glassy eyes sharpening as he nodded toward Adrian.
I didn't think you'd want to waste your time on this drunkard.
That's right, you didn't think. I waved him away like I was shooing a fly. Leave us. I infused a touch of my siren's call into my voice, not enough to force him to obey, but strong enough to hopefully persuade him to make the right choice. He took a step back, confusion flashing in his eyes as he shook his head like he was trying to clear water from his ears. Then he looked at me and let out a menacing growl that reverberated my bones. A flash of white, and Nikos lit up like a falling comet, twin balls of flames extending from his hands. He stood protectively beside me, baring his fangs, the warmth radiating off him so powerful, sweat trickled down my back and brow. You heard my mate, he snapped. Flames arced off his hands, the embers falling at the shifter's feet. I cringed as I looked above me at the black smoke stains spreading across the ceiling. The shifter growled again and then thankfully backed away. Aurora squinted up at Nikos.
You're too hot,
she grumbled. Nikos put away his fire and winked at the girls. That was the point. Ember pointed her straw doll at Adrian.
You're our other puppo.
Adrian lifted his gaze to her, the pain reflecting in his one good eye like a flare pulsing off him. "I'm nobody's papa." The girls flinched as if they'd been struck, and my heart imploded. I wanted to lash out at the old fool for hurting my nieces, but I felt too sorry for him. With the exception of the girls, he'd lost his entire family. I wanted to tell the old shifter to have hope, that his sons might still be alive. But what if I was wrong? Or worse, what if Malvolia's mages had already killed them? I swallowed back my sorrow. "Will you not at least acknowledge your grandchildren?" His jaw hardened. "They're better off not knowing me." The girls gasped, and I wrapped my arms around them, my heart breaking for them and their papo. Blaze sidestepped around him, ushering us forward. "I've secured us adjoining rooms. We can eat in there." "Good idea." I grabbed the girls' hands. "Come on, darlings." We walked around Adrian as he stood there in the center of the tavern, his gaze on the floor. We followed my mates toward a crooked, dark staircase. Wings tucked behind them and fire in their eyes, they glared at any shifter who stared at us overly long. Just as we'd reached the landing, Ember pulled out of my grasp.
Wait,
she called. "Ember!" I pulled Aurora with me as we dodged grumbling shifters and chased after her. My mates let out a string of curses and followed after us. By the time we reached Ember, she was standing beneath her papo's long shadow, and I swear my heart imploded as I watched this sweet, innocent child, completely unflinching as she looked up at this big, bad wolf.
here.
She tried to hand him her doll. He refused to take it, so she hooked the end of the straw foot around his extended claws. I finally reached her, grasping her shoulder and gently pulling her back. I whispered. "What are you doing?"
Giving Papa Bethany.
She nodded toward her grandfather, who stood as still as stone, the straw doll dangling from his limp hand.
She makes me feel better when I'm sad.
She wiped her eyes.
He needs her more than I do.
I knelt beside her, looking into her glossy eyes. "That's very kind of you, Em," I said as I wiped a tear from her cheek. "But you don't have to."
I want to.
She bit her quivering lip, and I could tell it was taking all her willpower not to ask for the doll back. I scooped her up, and she straddled my waist, wrapping her arms around my neck. Nikos took Aurora, and we backed up a step from Adrian as he stood there completely immobile, his gaze still fixed on the floor. A blade pierced my chest when the old wolf curved his claws inward, hooking the doll in his grasp. Ember silently cried against me as we carried the girls upstairs. I cursed King Faulknon for what he'd done to shifter kind, how he'd torn apart my family, and I swore with my last dying breath, if I ever had a chance to confront him, I'd make him carve out his own blackened heart. Our rooms were sparsely furnished, each with a bed, table, and dresser that had been crudely fashioned out of rough wood. A few of the floorboards were starting to curl, rendering themselves hazardous lumps beneath the threadbare carpets. I had already pointed them out to the girls, but they were so clumsy, I prayed they didn't forget and trip over them. Our rooms were separated with a warped door, each with a bed that was infested with fleas. One jumped onto Aurora the moment she climbed on top of the lumpy straw mattress. Blaze and Nikos had to smoke the bugs out and then open the windows when the heat and smoke became unbearable. The servants added a few extra chairs to the wobbly wooden table, the wooden floorboards creaking with their heavy steps, and we dined in our bedroom by firelight. My mates had left the curtains drawn, revealing a bright half-moon outside that helped add light to our dark room. I smiled to myself when Blaze cut an extra slice of bread for Aurora and buttered it for her, and when Nikos leaned over Ember, wiping sauce from her chin. As I looked from the girls to my mates, I realized how much we felt like a family. The girls had quickly taken to my mates, and my mates had readily assumed the roles of surrogate fathers. I silently thanked the elements for sending my mates to us when we needed them most. Even if Draven hadn't worked out, at least I had 2 loyal and protective mates to call my own. I was by far luckier than most Fae women. The stew was delicious, a savory, thick broth of meat, root vegetables, and spices. My mates and I drank a heady spiced wine that made my head float like a cloud, and for the first time in days, the tension that had coiled around my spine started to unwind, even though it took too much prodding for me to get Ember to eat.
What if she's hungry?
She asked me while picking at her stew. I gave my mates a helpless look. I can go get her if you'd like, Blaze said to her. I'm sure he'll give her back. She vehemently shook her head, more tears springing to her eyes. Nico squeezed her hand. I'll go downstairs and make sure he knows to feed her, okay? She wiped her nose with the back of her hand, nodding. Afterwards, Nikos gave each of the girls a ginger candy, and he and Blaze retired to their room. A servant brought in a big wooden tub, and the girls and I had our first warm bath in days. It felt so wonderful to scrub off the grime we'd collected on our travels. I climbed out of the tub, drying my hair by the fire while the girls splashed and played. As I was about to wrap a threadbare towel around my breasts, I caught a glimpse of my nude body in the cracked wall mirror. I wondered what it would feel like to have my mate's hands on my round and full breasts. My nipples pebbled even in the warm air by the fire. Closing my eyes, I imagined them touching me, their calloused yet gentle hands in my hair and between my legs. The thought of their skin branding mine made my spine tingle with anticipation. Would I let them go further than a kiss tonight? Would I let them claim what so many men before them had tried to take, some by force? I swallowed back those memories, pushing those negative thoughts from my head. I wouldn't let the ghosts from my past haunt me now and ruin our evening. I frowned at my reflection in the mirror again, at my narrow waist, my ribs protruding beneath my skin, and worried they would find I was too thin. This winter had been hard, and we'd had to ration food. Of course, the children always had plenty to eat. My mother and I would refuse the last crust of bread so that they had full bellies. I couldn't deny I was looking forward to going to Abyssus and trying a tart while drinking tea that wasn't stale. Most importantly, I was looking forward to giving the girls a better childhood than my own. We changed into new underthings and pale nightgowns. Blaze had found the girls' slipper shoes and patched, though warm, stockings. We also received newish dresses to wear for tomorrow. The dull brown material was coarse, but at least the clothes were clean. Perhaps my favorite gifts were the hair ribbons, however faded, and the worn brush. It felt so good to brush the tangles out of my hair. After I tied it back with a ribbon, I combed the girls' hair and tied theirs up, too. Together, we sang a song that my mother had sung to us too many times to count. Ribbons for her hair and flowers for her crown, to turn his head and right her frown. I smiled to myself, wondering if I would turn my mates' heads tonight. Afterwards, 2 husky shifter women came in and removed the tub, carrying it straight into my mate's room. I climbed into the bed between the girls, tucking them in tight while praying my mates had killed all the bugs. The girls curled into me, sprawling out across my waist, sucking on their thumbs while I stroked their backs. Oh, how I adored them. I didn't think I could love children of my own womb more than I loved these 2 little cherubs. Aurora blinked up at me, moonlight making her silvery eyes shine like shimmery pools during a winter's frost.
Will you sing us a good night song?
I stroked her smooth brow. Of course, baby. I was in no rush to leave them, and not just because I didn't like parting with them, but because, coward that I was having second thoughts about sneaking into my mate's room. What if I didn't want more than a kiss? Would they try to persuade me? Force me? I swallowed back my fear. No, my mates were different than most men. Than those men.
Auntie?
Aurora tugged on my braid.
Aren't you going to sing to us?
I tapped her nose, forcing dark thoughts out of my mind while smiling down at her. Of course, Angel. I closed my eyes, recalling the words to our mother's lullaby. Sleep, little lambs, and morning will bring sunshine and daisies and new songs to sing. Rest, little fawns, and when you awake, the grains we will grow for bread to bake. Dream, little birds, even when you rest, always will I love the ones I love best. And I meant every word. When I opened my eyes, they were blinking up at me, not a hint of sleep in their eyes. Ember sniffled, then buried her head against my ribs. Shadows eclipsed my heart. She missed Bethany, which meant either I or one of my mates would have to go retrieve it from Adrian. Flaming troll turds. We'd never be rid of that ratty little doll. I cupped her chin, turning her head toward me. What's the matter, baby? She looked at me through a sheen of tears.
I miss Popo and Yaya.
Aurora pouted.
Me too.
Ugh. My heart twisted at their confessions. I'd been so preoccupied with rescuing them from the mind spinner, I hadn't thought that they'd miss their grandparents. I'm sorry, darlings. I sat up against the driftwood headboard, pulling them with me. It's not safe to be with them right now. Ember sniffled, wiping her nose on the sheets.
Will we ever see them again?
I forced a smile. I'm sure we will. Though I wasn't confident it would be an amicable meeting. The door leading to my mate's room cracked open, and they poked their heads inside, giving me an expectant look. I immediately felt self-conscious in my thin night shift. I pulled the covers up to my waist, silently cursing when the girls kicked them back down. Aurora turned on her side, tucking her hands beneath her head.
Why won't our wolf Popo talk to us?
I was keenly aware of my mates approaching the bed, the sounds of their muted footsteps and their ruffling feathers drawing closer. I did my best to focus on the girls, though I swore I felt my mate's heated gazes roaming the length of my barely clad body. I imagine he's too sad to talk after what the Bad King did to his family, I said to the girls. Ember sniffled.
I miss Bethany.
Blaze dipped the bed as he sat down beside us, the warmth from his body radiating outward and caressing my bare skin like a whisper. Do you want me to go back and get her? She shook her head.
Then our wolf Popo will be sad.
Nikos knelt at the foot of the bed, his face cast in shadow, his wings partially open, and he reminded me too much of the Angel of Death, though I didn't fear him. Girls, tomorrow night will be at Abyssus. My breath hitched. Tomorrow night? Oh, elements. Where I'd be forced to tolerate Draven's sour moods again. Goddess help me. And you know that we have a big nursery with all kinds of pretty dolls? Nikos continued.
Really?
Both girls shot up.
What do they look like?
Aurora squealed. They have rosy cheeks and silk dresses, Nikos answered. And their hair and faces look real. Ember's eyes sparkled with stardust.
May we play with them?
Nikos and Blaze shared a look. You may keep them if you like, Blaze answered. Both girls gasped, looking as if they'd seen a ghost.
But they don't belong to other children?
Aurora asked. No. Blaze's eyes softened with distant memories. Our mother kept a large nursery with all kinds of toys for all the children that visited our estate. Nobody has played with these dolls in almost 25 years, Nikos said, his bottom lip turning down in an exaggerated pout. I imagine they're very lonely. Ember squeezed her sister's hand.
We'll keep them company.
Tomorrow night, then. Blaze stood, and there was no mistaking the flame in his eyes as his gaze locked with mine. You'll also get a big bedroom with a soft bed and many more toys, Nikos added.
And Cook will make us tarts,
Aurora giggled. I couldn't look away from Blaze, even if I tried. It was as if his darkened eyes had harnessed the power of the siren's call. A smile hinted at his feral, sensual mouth. And Cook will make you tarts.
and tea that isn't stale.
I thought I heard Aurora say. A swarm of butterflies unleashed in my chest as Blaze held me trapped beneath his gaze. Fresh tea with cream and sugar, he added. Elements help me. My thighs quivered when he slowly dragged his tongue across his lips, and I had a sudden visual of that sensual tongue licking all over me.
I think we'll like Abyssus,
Ember squealed. I managed to drag my gaze away from Blaze, and my heart warmed to see my nieces smiling, though their eyes were heavy with sleep. Not long, and I could sneak off with my mates. Thank you, I mouthed to my winged warriors. You're welcome, they mouthed back, their eyes darkened with desire. We'll be just through this door if you need anything. Nikos nodded toward the warped door as he and his brother made a slow retreat. I may need something later. I bit my lip, summoning the courage to voice my desires. After the girls fall asleep. My mates stopped, looking as if they were about to combust into flame, and I felt the pull of desire thrumming between us. Good night, I said to them while batting my lashes. Good night, they both said, each giving me one last lingering look before shutting the door behind them. Oh, elements. My bones turned to liquid lava, and I feared I'd melt into the sheets. A slow, steady heartbeat pounded between my thighs, and I knew all I had to do was spread my legs, and my mates would devour me. Gotta save me. How badly I wanted to sink beneath passion's tide with them and never come up for air.
I like it here, Auntie,
Aurora said, her voice thick with fatigue.
Their beds are nicer than our bed.
And your bed at Abyssus will be even nicer, I whispered to them as I resumed scratching their backs, doing my best to coax them to sleep. I wanted them. I wanted my mates. I was no longer afraid of the flame in their eyes. I wanted to be consumed by their fire.
Auntie, is this a safe place to disappear to if we get in trouble?
I looked down at Aurora, cursing myself for not thinking of it sooner. My nieces and I hadn't established a safe place. Not that I thought we'd need it, but we could never be too sure. Yes, darling, I said to her while stroking her forehead. If we're in danger, you take your sister here. I motioned toward Ember, who was already sleeping beside me. Aurora yawned before snuggling closer to me.
What if it's not safe here either?
Then return to the cave where we slept last night, I said to her. And if that cave's not safe, then go to the other one.
Yes, Auntie,
she slurred before closing her eyes. I laid with them while listening to their gentle snores. No way was I falling asleep as my desire for my mates grew with each pounding heartbeat. Tonight I would surrender to this burning love. Tonight, my mates would hopefully drive away my nightmares. I stood at the door to my mate's room, my hand pressed upon the wood, wondering, worrying if I should turn back. Was I ready to be alone with them? Curling my fingers into the door's uneven slats, I released a trembling breath, fearing what would happen if I opened that door while equally afraid of turning back. The embers they'd stirred within my soul burned brighter with each pounding heartbeat. I wanted them. I needed them. And then the door opened, and the decision was made for me when Blaze stood on the other side of the threshold, that smoldering look in his eyes as he took in the sight of me. I was keenly aware that I wore nothing else but that thin nightdress, my nipples hardening beneath his bold stare. Water drops dripped off his hair and clung to his bronzed skin, and he wore nothing but a threadbare towel wrapped around his waist, exposing a broad chest and all that glorious muscle. I balled up my hands until nails broke skin, fighting the urge to run my fingers across the swirling flame tattoos that dissected the front of his chest. Holy flames! I felt as if I was dream-walking as I took his damp but warm hand and let him lead me into their room just as Nikos was emerging from the big wooden tub, water droplets clinging to every gloriously hard angle of his wide chest and flat stomach. And then my gaze dipped lower. I couldn't help myself, but Nikos had wrapped his wings around himself, covering that most intimate part with the tips of his feathers. My gaze shot back up to his face, and I wanted to die from embarrassment at the knowing gleam in his eyes and his oh-so-wicked grin. "I can open my wings if you want," he teased. I bit my lip, turning my back to him while sitting on the edge of the bed. Blaze held out a goblet, and I eagerly took it, mainly to hide my smile behind the rim. He then poured a drink for his brother and one for himself before holding up his goblet. "A toast," he said, his eyes shimmering with desire. "To our beautiful mate, and to the elements for leading us to her." "And to my brave fire mages," I blurted, forcing out the words before I lost my nerve. "For finding me when I needed you most." Those last words came out on a rasp, my throat constricting with so many emotions that I dared not think on overly long. But they had found us just in time. I didn't know what would have happened to the girls and me if they hadn't saved us. But now was not the time to dwell on the negative. Now was the time to celebrate and maybe steal a few moments of pleasure among the chaos. I gulped down several sips of spiced wine, the mild fruity taste a welcome distraction to the two virile males whose very essence filled all corners of the room and lit every dark chasm in my soul. Elements, I wanted them. I drank down the last of the wine and thrust the goblet into Blaze's hands. "More, please." "Careful, Sharina." Blaze's eyes darkened to two inky pools of lust, strong, musky pheromones clinging to him like a second skin as he grabbed a jug off the table by the bed and poured more wine into my goblet. "If you drink too much, it will be easy to take advantage of you." Emboldened by the fire swirling in my veins, I took the wine from him, eyeing him over the rim. "I know." He chuckled, sitting beside me, his damp feathers tickling my neck and sending more trills of lust skipping across my spine. Nico stalked up to me like a dragon cornering a lamb, a threadbare towel hanging low across his hips. Elements, his body was glorious, every hard angle sculpted to perfection. He had flame tattoos similar to Blaze's. My gaze was drawn to that line of dark hair extending from his navel, then disappearing beneath the towel. Oh, how I wished I could rip away that towel and follow the trail to that growing bulge beneath the fabric. Nikos leaned over me, his hair dripping water onto my chest, his fanged smile the devil incarnate. "Have you come for that kiss?" "Maybe." I finished off the last of the wine and handed the empty goblet back to Blaze. "I wanted to talk first." "Of course." A zing shot through my veins when Nikos sat on my other side, gently grasping my knee. I cleared my throat, trying not to be distracted by my mate's musky smell and the way their warmth enveloped me like a sensual hug. "About the other night," I said, knowing we couldn't go any further until I knew they didn't suspect the worst of me. "I did lie about my niece's fathers." Casting my gaze to my lap, I twisted the hem of my gown around my finger. The truth is, I don't know if they are dead or alive, and I didn't want to give the girls false hope. All this time, I've believed them to be dead, just like I've believed Tari to be dead. I heaved a weary sigh. Then I overheard my parents saying Tari is alive and her mates might be alive too. Until I know for certain, I'm going to assume they're dead. We understand. Blaze leaned into me, his wingtips tickling my arm and causing my gooseflesh to rise. We knew you had good reason. Relief swept through me, but also sadness and despair. How were these two so easily accepting and trusting of me when their brother accused me of being a liar and treated me with scorn? I swallowed, looking into Blaze's eyes. Should I tell Adrian? He took my hand in his. How do you know he doesn't already know? You saw him. I shook my head. That's the face of a father who's lost everything. Nico squeezed my knee. I wouldn't give him false hope just yet. Sharina. Blaze visibly swallowed. When we saw your sister, she was flying with Prince Helion on his dragon toward Phalanx. Those islands are infested with wyverns. I know. My voice constricted with fear. Perhaps she can control them like Myadra did. For your sake, Nico said. I hope so, but... He trailed off. But what? I asked. If the prophecy is true, she will kill our queen. His wings drooped behind him. I don't want that either. Ugh, I was so sick of this damn prophecy from some nameless seer. Why did everyone accept it as truth? This prophecy isn't true. Ire flooded my veins, and I had to work hard to unclench my teeth. My sister will never join forces with Faulkner after what he did to Shifterkind. I hope you're right. Nikos paused, swallowing. For all our sakes. We've been put in impossible situations. I swallowed back my sorrow, my heart feeling like it would implode from the weight of the world thrust upon it. The winds of fate have not been kind to us. No, they haven't. Nico said on a sigh as he wrapped a strand of my hair around his finger. Except they gave us you, Sharina, and for that I will thank the fates every day. Emotion tightened my throat, and it took me a moment before I could speak. Biting my lip, I looked up at them through hooded eyes. You may both call me Shiri, if you like. Blaze scooted closer to me, draping a wing over my shoulder. I'd like that, Shiri. Nikos's bright smile banished those shadows in my heart. Shiri? I leaned against him when he wrapped a wing around me, the wine swimming in my head. Yes? He gently cupped my chin. May we have a kiss? The air expelled from my lungs as I went boneless in his arms, and I could barely find the strength to speak. Yes. When Nikos leaned over me, his lips softly grazing mine, I swear starbursts exploded behind my eyes. It could have been the effects of the wine, but I preferred to believe his kiss was magical. How was that? Heat pulsed through me, spreading to that aching spot between my legs. I feel like my whole body is on fire. Me too. More so than usual. At the sound of Blaze loudly clearing his throat, I turned into his arms, our mouths joining together, his wings wrapping protectively around me. He stroked my face, coaxing me to open to him. My lips parted, and his tongue dove inside. He tasted like sulfur and sweet wine. He deepened the kiss, passionately claiming me, and I melted, until we both tumbled onto the bed. Nikos fell with us and turned me into him. I alternated between kissing them both, each kiss growing more passionate as I ran my hands across their hard chests and flat abdomens. I cried into Blaze's mouth, arching into him when he tenderly stroked my breast, pinching my nipple through the fabric. I gasped, a zing of lightning shooting through me. His touch was exquisite, and I couldn't get enough of him. Sherry. Blaze pulled back, panting into my mouth, his hand gently massaging my breast. If you don't stop us, we're going to make love to you. My legs involuntarily spread. Oh. Blaze brushed a strand of hair from my brow, the flames of desire swirling in his eyes. Is that what you want? I bit my lip, looking from Blaze to Nikos. Did I want them? Yes. Oh, elements, yes. But I had no idea what to do. I stammered, embarrassment heating my face. I've never... That's okay. Starlight shone in Blaze's eyes as his hand moved to the other breast. We'll show you. My eyelids fluttered shut as I groaned aloud, desire thrumming through me like a heartbeat. Oh, elements, I was going to melt into the bed and never recover. But if we take your blood, we'll be able to project our thoughts into your head. What? I slurred, looking at Nikos through heavy-lidded eyes. Oh, like with Tari and me? I asked them. Blaze and Nikos shared a look. Blaze shrugged. I think that's how it works. We've never spoken telepathically before. Oh, yes. Only twin siblings could speak telepathically, as far as I knew. And if you take our blood, we will be able to hear your thoughts, but only when you project them to us. Blaze's hand stilled on my breast as he looked deep into my eyes. Is that what you want? I'd be able to mind-speak them? Elements, did I want that? Did I have a choice? I needed them like a drug. I didn't think I would have the strength to walk away from them now. I want... Desire liquefied my bones as I melted into the mattress. I need you to put out these flames. I spoke on a breathy whisper. I need your fire. Their wings snapped open and their towels fell off, fire swirling in their eyes, the veins in their arms and chests swelling with dark flame. Blaze looked like a wild animal as he grasped his huge erection, his large hand barely wrapping around the thick shaft. I gaped from him to his brother, who was equally huge. Elements, how would they fit? Before I knew what was happening, Blaze removed my gown, exposing my nipples to the cool night air. I instinctively covered my breasts, but he peeled away my arms. Don't hide your beautiful body from us, my love. He bent over me and suckled on my breast. I cried out, nearly flying off the bed, the sensation so overpowering as that heartbeat between my legs pounded out an excruciating rhythm. I rolled my head back, widening my legs. Please, I begged, grasping Blaze's hair by the roots as he trailed kisses up my neck. Please. Patience, he purred, nibbling on my ear. I felt hands on my ankles, and I looked down to see Nikos's face between my legs, his wings pinned back as he dug thick fingers into my thighs. What was he going to do? I shivered when he flashed a devious, fanged grin. And then his tongue darted out, and I practically flew to the ceiling when he dragged it between my legs. I bowed up, gasping when he licked me again and again, each stroke sending me spiraling toward heaven. When he suckled on that aching bud, I lost myself to the pleasure, squirming beneath his ministrations while his brother feasted my breasts. Nikos released me just before I was about to fall into oblivion. Blaze reached between my legs, his fingers swirling around that aching spot that Nikos had just tortured. Nikos dove between my legs again, spearing me with his tongue, and I wept from the pleasure. I cried out, gasping, my heart feeling like it was about to beat out of my chest as my desire crested, holding me immobile in its grasp before releasing me and then capturing me again. I felt a flood pour out of me as Nikos licked up my juices while purring against my quivering skin. Then he flashed his fangs and crawled between my legs, his large, thick spear poised next to my dripping sex. It wouldn't fit, but I spread my legs anyway. I wanted him. I needed him. And then he thrust into me, and I cried out from the pain. His wings flapped open. He steadied himself while holding deep inside me and tenderly kissing my lips.
I'm sorry, Shiri.
His voice echoed in my head, though his lips didn't move.
The pain will pass, I promise.
I cupped his sweet face, smiling up at him. I hear you, I whispered. He gently touched the tip of his nose to mine.
Do you want me to hear you?
I eagerly nodded. He bit down on his plump bottom lip with the tip of his fang. Then he kissed me again, and I sucked the blood from his mouth.
Can you hear me?
I asked him through thought. He smiled, his eyes swirling with starlight.
I can.
I draped my arms around his wide shoulders and raised my hips higher, realizing I'd grown accustomed to his size. Much to my dismay, he pulled out of me with a grimace.
What are you doing?
I protested. But then Blaze took his place between my thighs, that feral look in his eyes causing a shiver to race down my spine. I cried out when he plowed into me in one jarring thrust. I felt nestled in a cocoon of love when he bent over me, wrapping me up in his wings. Even in the darkness of his embrace, his eyes shone like wildfire, reflecting the flames from within. My powerful mage, my passionate lover, my forever mate.
I'm sorry, my love.
His voice echoed through me as his lips found mine. I tasted blood on his lips, surrendering to his dominance when he deepened the kiss.
It's okay,
I reassured him through thought, clinging to him as he rocked into me.
Just don't stop. Please don't stop.
Never, my darling. His sweet words echoed in my mind. You're mine now. We continued to kiss, our hands exploring each other's bodies inside our cocoon of love while he thrust gently into me, taking me higher and higher to pleasure's pinnacle until I could no longer hold back the rising wave of euphoria cresting over me. Captive to passion's spell, I shuddered again and again, and he stilled with a hiss, his massive length pulsing inside me like a heartbeat. Oh, elements, I had no idea I'd found the portal to heaven inside a fire mage's wings. I balked when he pulled out.
I'll be back,
he growled, raking his teeth across my neck. I shuddered again beneath his touch. I nodded, cutting my gaze to Nikos, who stood beside the bed, waiting patiently for me while stroking his massive erection. I gasped when I looked between my thighs. They were smeared with blood and sticky seed. I thanked Blaze when he wiped my thighs and dripping sex with his towel. I welcomed Nikos with open arms when he climbed between my legs, expecting him to plow into me. But he didn't. He took his time loving and tenderly kissing me while gliding his hard length across my slick sex. The feeling was so exquisite, setting my blood aflame. I thought I'd overheat from the pleasure of it. And then he wrapped me up in his wings and rolled me over until I was straddling him, his wings fanned out across the bed. I felt self-conscious, my breasts heaving as I splayed my hands across his chest.
I don't know what to do.
Like this. He grabbed my hips, raising me up before thrusting into me. I cried out, falling forward, the pleasure from the fullness of him inside me bordering on pain. His fingers dug into my breasts while he thrust into me again and again.
Ride me, my love.
I gasped, but moved in opposition to him, meeting each thrust while I ground against him. The feeling was glorious. Together, we found our rhythm, moving harder, faster, his warmth enveloping me as sweat clung to my hair and dripped down my back. But I didn't mind the heat. I needed more Nikos, more speed, more thrust, more of him filling me. More. He stilled with a groan, just as I reached the pinnacle that held me in its brutal grasp, my sheath pulsing around him while milking him into me. I fell apart in his arms, and he rolled me over, plastering my face with kisses. Blaze joined us, stroking my arms, my back, and I couldn't get enough of my fire mages as they took turns making love to me again and again. Chapter 10. I woke in a warm embrace to misty morning sunlight streaming into the room, lighting up my mate's wingtips in a myriad of hues while illuminating dust particles around us. My veins hummed with magic. I had no other way to describe it other than I had a burning in my veins unlike anything I'd felt before. Was this the result of bonding with fire mages? Or was it something more? I lifted my hand to a beam of sunlight, my fingers bathed in amber and gold. My flesh didn't look different, but I felt different. I wondered if my mates felt changed too. Perhaps it was just love for my two amazing mates setting fire to my blood. I heaved a sigh of contentment. My leg was draped across Nikos's flat stomach, while Blaze was pressed against my back. There was not a single blanket on the bed, and yet my bones were warm and my insides liquefied. I'd never felt more sated in all my life. It could have been that I was bone-tired after my mates had made love to me most of the night. Either way, I could get used to sleeping like this. Blaze stirred behind me, his hard length pressing into my backside. I turned into his arms, smiling as he looked at me through hazy eyes. "Good morning," I said through thought. How odd it was to mind-speak someone again. I hadn't been able to project my voice into another person's head since Tari had been taken from us. Even in the early morning hours, the wicked gleam in his eyes stirred my desire. "Good morning, my beautiful mate." His deep voice echoed in my head as he stroked the side of my face, causing my eyelids to flutter. I purred. When I felt Nikos stir behind me, I switched to speaking aloud, since the brothers couldn't mind speak with each other. "How about we stay here another day? Namely, in this bed." Blaze frowned. "As much as we could stay in bed and make love to you all day, we need to get you and the girls to Abyssus." Damn. The girls. They'd be waking up soon and would demand my attention. I heaved a sigh. "I suppose you're right." A warm hand grasped my shoulder, and I turned into Nikos. His smile was brighter than morning sunshine.
"The walls there are fortified for trolls, and our mages are better equipped to fight them."
Frowning, I snuggled against him. That's when his hard length stabbed my pelvis as desire swirled in his eyes. Biting down on my lower lip, I cast my gaze toward that large protrusion between us. They were both so big that I wondered how they'd managed to fit inside me. I was willing to try it again, though. And again, and again, and again.
"Auntie!"
Aurora's shrill cry was a cold bucket of water snuffing out my desire. My mates cursed as I sunk into the bed, draping a hand across my brow. "I'll be right there, girls." I kissed each of my mates before locating my night shift on the floor. I shook the dust off and turned around. Warmth flooded my face when I noticed my naked mates lying on their backs while staring appreciatively at me, their erections jutting toward the ceiling. "I would help you," Blaze said through thought, mischief swirling in his eyes as he motioned down at his stiff member. "But I'm not fit for company." "Sorry I can't do anything about it right now," I said with a wink while slipping into my night shift. but I certainly can try when we reach Abyssus. My mates both jumped up from bed, their wings flapping. Nikos flashed a fanged grin. Even more reason to get going. Give us a minute, Blaze said as he shrugged one leg into his pants. Of course. I heaved open the warped door, slipping into the adjoining room, not surprised to see both my nieces standing at the door while giving me accusatory looks. Aurora crossed her arms and tapped her foot, her little brow creased. She reminded me too much of her Yaya before she was about to launch into a lecture.
Why didn't you sleep with us?
Ember gave me an expectant look while sucking on her thumb. I looked from one girl to the other. I wanted to spend time with my mates. Aurora made a face.
Were you kissing and rubbing each other like Yaya and Papo do?
Oh, elements. I closed my eyes with a sigh, silently cursing my parents for not being more discreet with their affection. Too many nights I remembered waking up to the sounds of their moans while the headboard rattled. I cringed when I realized my mates and I hadn't exactly been quiet last night. I knelt beside them, grasping their hands. Girls, listen to me. Uncle Nikos and Uncle Blaze are my fated mates. So yes, we will sometimes kiss. Aurora arched a brow.
And rub together?
My face instantly ignited as I heaved a shaky sigh. Ugh, Aurora. Who's ready to go to Abyssus? A familiar voice boomed behind me. If we leave now, we might get there in time for tarts. I looked behind me at Blaze, mouthing my thanks as he slipped into the room. The girls squealed, then ran around Blaze's legs.
Tarts! Tarts! Tarts!
They chanted. Blaze sidled up to me, the gleam in his eyes making my spine go weak, and I wondered if the girls would behave if we snuck back into his room. You owe me, he said through thought, his eyes darkening with desire. Jutting my hands on my hips, I turned up my chin. Oh, do I? Yes. He pressed into my back, whispering hot and heavy in my ear. Some rubs when we get to Abyssus. I covered my mouth to hide a smile while the girls watched us with curiosity. You're perfectly wicked. You've only scratched the surface of my wickedness, my love. His teeth scraped my ear, causing a shiver to steal down my spine. Tonight I'm going to teach you new ways to beg. My knees weakened as I fanned my face. Suddenly, I was anxious to go to Abyssus. Who cared if Draven would be there? I would be too busy making love to my mates. After I dressed the girls and combed their hair, I quickly dressed myself, pulling my hair back with one of the old ribbons. Not that I expected it to stay in place while we flew through the air. Today, I'd be flying with Blaze. I couldn't wait to soar in his arms. I'd never felt freer than when I flew with my fire mages. But now that we were bonded, I sensed this would feel like a new kind of freedom. Now my heart was joined to theirs. It felt somehow free, too. Free to love and laugh and finally trust my body and soul to men who wouldn't hurt me. I couldn't wipe the smile from my face if I tried. My mates. My bonded mates. I could scarcely believe it. The moment we descended the stairs into the musty tavern, I sensed the shift in the air. I couldn't describe it, but the tension was palpable, leaving an acidic taste in my mouth. There were too many shifters crowding in the tavern at such an early hour. They should have been abed, nursing their hangovers. But as they all turned to face us, their chests bowed out, their claws unsheathed, I had no doubt things were about to get ugly. Magic pulsed through my veins as I grabbed the girl's hands while warily eyeing the wolves.
What's wrong, Auntie?
Aurora whispered. The shifters are angry, I whispered back, squeezing my niece's hands tighter. Be on your guard, Blaze projected to me through thought before pushing us protectively behind him, smoke leaching from his fingertips. Several shifters backed away, but it was still a long way to the low-lying door, and there were a lot more of them than us. Nikos walked behind us, snarling at shifters as they closed in around us. Magic flooded into my chest, thrumming like a drum. The crowd up ahead parted, and Helena and her 2 frightening grandsons blocked the exit. Even more terrifying were the dozens of glowing eyes peering into the tavern's low windows. Ember and Aurora wrapped their arms around my waist, trembling against me.
"Do we go to a safe place?"
Aurora asked me. "Not yet," I answered. "I'll tell you." I thought about asking Aurora to teleport all of us out of here, but I didn't know if she could transport that many people. She'd only ever teleported her sister and me. Leaning on her cane, Helena focused on me. "You're leaving already?" She flashed a tight smile. "Don't show them fear," Blaze projected to me. "Yes," I said, turning up my chin. "We must get an early start if we're to make it to my mate's estate by evening." "Thank you for your hospitality," Blaze added. Then his eyes hardened. "Now please let us pass." Helena and her goons didn't budge as the other wolves closed in around us. It felt as if the shifters had sucked the last of the air out of the room as I struggled to draw breath. Helena banged her cane on the floor, focusing on me with that one good eye. "It was our pleasure to house and feed Finian and Asher's children." Her mouth flattened into a grim line. "Their safety is of utmost importance to us." "It's ours as well," Blaze said, and Nikos and I agreed. "Do not show fear. Do not show fear." "Tell us something, Sharina Avias," Helena continued, her scowl deepening. I swallowed back a lump of panic. "Yes?" "We thought your sister died 2 years ago." She gave me an accusatory look. "This morning, rumors reached us that a white witch has been spotted in Cyrene." Behind me, a chorus of growls rose up like a wave, and several howls echoed outside. "They'll know if you're lying," Blaze warned me. "I've heard the same," I confessed, refusing to avert my gaze, though I feared I'd melt beneath her piercing glare. Her scowl deepened. "Is it her?" "I believe so." I nodded toward my mates. "They saw her. She looks different, but as you probably know, my mother has skin-shifting magic." "And yet now you take her children to Malvolia's lands." Her eyes shifted to 2 golden feral slits. "Why?" It was then I knew these shifters weren't letting us walk out of this compound with the girls, which meant I'd have to use my siren voice on all of them, the shifters in this tavern and the growing throng gathering outside. My chest and throat felt heavy with magic. I averted my gaze for a heartbeat, long enough for the old wolf to know I was hiding something. "It's a long story." Her lips pinched and her nostrils flared. "One we'd be interested in hearing." "My parents used a mind spinner to erase my sister's memories," I confessed, the words tripping off my tongue like they were racing for the exit. "They lied to me and told me she'd been killed by a bear." Helena frowned. "That was the story we'd heard, that she'd been mauled by a bear." "When I found out my parents were going to change our memories too, I escaped with my nieces." I swallowed back bile as the wall of shifters closed tighter around us, looking like creatures of nightmares with their long maws extended. "That's when I found my fated mates." Blaze and Nikos pushed the wolves back with their smoke, but I knew they wouldn't be able to hold them back forever. Helena arched a thin, white brow. "And now you go to Delphi?" I shared a nervous look with my mates. "Do you think that's wise when Malvolia could use them as her pawns to get your sister and your parents?" I pulled back my shoulders. "I won't let her." Helena laughed. And you think you're powerful enough to stop her? I gritted my teeth. I love them as if they were my own children. I will protect them with my life.
And we will too,
Nikos and Blaze answered in unison. Or you could leave them here with us, Helena said, her voice a gravelly wolf's growl. With their own kind. The girls buried their faces against my hips. Poisonous rage leached into my veins. My twins' children are my kind, too. She shook her head, clucking her tongue. You won't be able to handle them when they go through the change. Shifter kind need to be raised by shifters. The other shifters growled their agreement. Tari entrusted them with me. I spoke through clenched teeth, my heated glare sweeping the room. And they're staying with me. Sharina. Helena heaved a deep groan. I know you love them, which is why I'm sorry that we have to do this. The wolves advanced. My mate's flame erupted. Blaze moved so fast his wings were just a blur as he spun a circle of fire around us. The children screamed. Enraged wolf howls rent the air. I threw out my hands. Stop! My siren voice pulsed around me, fanning out like ripples in a pond. And the world went still. My mate's flames extinguished. The wolves stopped in place, frozen like demonic statues, their claws raking the air, drool dripping off their fangs. Even the girls stopped their trembling. The yellow eyes in the windows stopped blinking. My knees weakened, and I almost lost control of my bladder. Never had my voice ever been so powerful. Not even the night the mountain men had tried to overtake me. I pressed my fingers into my niece's arms, my siren voice coming out on a soothing whisper. Ember, Aurora, Blaze, and Nikos, you are released from my spell. The girls gasped, blinking up at me. Blaze and Nikos spun toward me, their eyes wide with disbelief. I lifted Ember into my arms when her eyes began to water. It's okay, baby. I kissed her forehead. Let's go, I whispered to my mates. Blaze pushed open the door, and Nikos picked up Aurora. We walked out into the void, a town full of frozen shifters, blinking at us while stuck in strange positions. Holy elements, Shiri, Nikos whispered at my back. You just immobilized an entire town of shifters. A strange sense of fear and awe numbed my legs, and I had to work hard just to put one foot in front of the other. I know. Think of what you could do to an entire army, he continued. You could stop a war with Falkland before it even starts. I shook my head. Let's just focus on getting out of here.
This isn't a safe place anymore, is it, Auntie?
Aurora asked me. I turned to her while pressing her sister's tear-soaked face to my bosom. No, Aurora, it's not.
Draven Inferni, Lord of Abyssus. After finalizing the evacuation of the nearby town, ensuring the local villagers filed into the stronghold in an orderly fashion, I flew up to the battlements, the mid-morning sun barely a blot in the sky of gray. Fear and dread set my flame on edge as I landed on the stone wall and squinted through the haze at the Periculean forest that bordered my estate. The wilds. That's what other nobility had called Abyssus, Delphi's southernmost stronghold. It was why other nobility rarely visited, why even Malvolia's own army had been reluctant to come here that fateful night 24 years ago. I had always thought their fears exaggerated, but now I finally understood. Every soldier in my aerial army was on top of the battlements. They were so quiet, tension lines straining their bloodshot eyes, I could have heard a feather drop. Though as fire mages we were used to smoke, it was so thick, even on top of the battlements, we had to cover our mouths with cloths just to breathe. I spotted 3 more infernos in the distance, billowing smoke and ash. What in element's name were they doing? I walked across the battlements, greeting my grim-faced soldiers and inspecting the weaponry, even as I kept one eye on the foggy forest. The trees here weren't as thick and tall as the ones that bordered the Windhaven side, but I had believed the dense forest to be magnificent. Not now when compared to the army of trolls that had easily knocked down centuries-old pines, using entire trees, long roots and all, to build their fires. They were just sitting around the fire, their dull eyes slowly blinking up at the sky. I counted over 24 of them, but that was just one campfire. And why had my ancestors ever thought Abyssus's stone walls and the moats surrounding it were strong enough to withstand a troll invasion? A few of the creatures were nearly the height of the tallest turret, with fists as big as boulders. They were so much bigger than any living creature I'd ever seen. Even Radner, the mighty dragon, looked like a small dog compared to the giants. The occasional giants we'd seen at the edge of our forest had never been that big. Every flyer in my aerial army was at the ready, ballistae loaded with tallow-dipped spears as wide as my chest. Those they couldn't strike by flaming spears, they would get with cannon fire, and then vats of sizzling oil. And those who passed through all their defenses, I was prepared to fight them myself. My army was too. I would not let the giants win. How I wished my brothers were here, and not just for their support. I feared what would happen to them, what would happen to Sharina and the girls, when they were not within the protection of the battlement walls. What a fool I'd been to leave them. I'd let my rage cloud my judgment, turn away not just my brothers, but my fated mate. And for what? For a tragedy that had happened before she'd been born. She was just as much a victim in all this as my family. I checked each ballista before finding Romulus, the captain of my aerial guard, an older Fae who'd served my father and grandfather before him, one of the few older Ravini mages to have survived the war that had claimed my parents' lives. I was never sure of his age. My best guess was between 200 and 300, which was late middle age for a Fae. He couldn't have been older than 400, for I would have remembered him mentioning the goddess Myadra, the last known white witch before the birth of Sharina's sister. His hair and wings had been a stunning silver ever since I could remember, though it was rumored the coloring came from his she-fae roots. The wind shifted direction, and fortunately, most of the smoke drifted away. "Any movement?" I asked as I pocketed my cloth. "No, my lord." Romulus shoved his cloth into the pocket of his fighting leathers, grimacing. "They're still unmoving." "How many?" I asked. "At least 5 dozen," he answered, his eyes hardening. Holy elements. This wasn't an ordinary gathering of giants. This was an army. I swallowed back my fear and self-doubt, knowing I put people at risk by not alerting Malvolia. But what would happen to Sharina if our queen sent her army? I dragged my hands through my hair, expelling a shaky breath. "Have you ever seen that many before?" His silvery blue eyes darkened to a deep shade of cobalt. "Not in all my 300 years. "Ah, 3 centuries. Why do you think they're here?" "If I were to guess, I'd say it has something to do with the white witch that was spotted in Cyrene." I grimaced at the mention of Sharina's sister. "We're a long way from Cyrene." "I know." He rubbed his beard, the silvery strands iridescent in the pale sunlight. "It's my best guess. The giants haven't gathered in such numbers since they fought alongside Myadra in the Demon Wars many centuries ago." I repressed a shudder. Something had awakened these giants, and I feared Romulus was right. They'd come because of the White Witch, which meant they could fight alongside her if the prophecy was true and she went to war against Malvolia. I scanned the hazy skies. "Any sign of my brothers?" "No, my lord." Keep a lookout. I want the aerial army ready to assist them if the giants try to shoot them down." Why had I left them? He arched a brow. Should we send them now? No, their presence will alert the giants. My brothers should be able to smell the danger and fly out of range. At least I prayed they would. And you're sure you don't want to send word to Thebes? No, the queen can't spare any mages, I lied. Her forces are already stretched thin pursuing the White Witch. I caught the gleam of doubt in his eyes when he bowed curtly. Yes, my lord. He knew I was lying. If I sent word to our country's capital, Malvolia would send her army to help us. But I worried what they'd do if they found Sharina more than I feared the giants, which meant I had become what I'd most loathed, a traitor. I put my mate's safety above all others, even my loyalty to the queen. And yet, I felt no guilt, only peace that I'd finally accepted what I'd so adamantly fought against. I prayed Sharina would find a way to forgive me.
Rage of Her Ravens, Part 2, by Tara West. Revelations, Omens, and Apparitions. Chapter 11. Sharina. After flying nearly all day, Blaze and Nikos found renewed energy, soaring even faster as we passed familiar landmarks, the last being 2 adjacent rounded mountaintops that they had lovingly referred to as Twin Ditties. Thankfully, they hadn't said it out loud. They were finally learning to watch their language around the girls. The girls had become so excited, Nikos had to land twice to gently reprimand them and readjust the sling. I was so grateful to both my mates for their patience with the girls, and thanked the elements their brother wasn't with us to scold them and berate me for not properly disciplining them. The poor darlings. Though they weren't fire mages themselves, they certainly had their papo's fire in their blood and hated sitting still for overly long. I was surprised they'd lasted this long. The sun was starting to set, streaking the sky in crimson ribbons, brilliant prisms of light cutting through the clouds. Smiling, I turned my face toward the heavens, letting the last of the light warm my frozen face while filling my lungs with crisp, cool spring air. I'd never felt more alive than when flying in my mate's arms, the rapid thrumming of their wings matching the wild pounding of my heart. I could soar with them forever. The sky changed the closer we flew to Abyssus, and I smelled smoke and tasted ash on my tongue. Blaze frowned as the scatterings of ash on the wind began to multiply and the smoke grew thicker. "A forest fire?" I asked him through thought. He grimaced. "It must be." Dread slowed my veins with sludge. "Do you think Abyssus is okay?" "There's a thick moat around our walls." There was no mistaking the pride in his voice when he spoke of his home. "The fire won't breach Abyssus. We should fly above the clouds, just in case. Would you tell Nikos?" "Of course," I answered. One downfall of Blaze and Nikos not being twins was that they couldn't mind speak, so they used me as a go-between. I had hoped that we could all mind speak after the bonding, but that didn't seem to be the case. I had already asked them to try drinking each other's blood, and from the looks of disgust